and over 10,000 students in Australia, India, China, and Indonesia. He is known for the research on hundreds of failed businesses to discover common financial mistakes in business. He has presented to the Australian Taxation Office, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in India, and the Certified Practicing Accountants and various industry associations and councils. His training programs are accredited by the Institute of Certified Management Accountants. He has developed finance programs that are taught to MBA students in Australia and the same at the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. He served as the National Treasurer of Professional Speakers of Australia between 2018 and 2021. He's the proud owner, as he says, of 6 failed startup ventures. And, he's proud to have failed so many times that it prompts him to find out the reason why. I mean, friends, you should make use of this opportunity, because everyone thinks that, passing and doing good is, everyone gets recognized. But when you sink and when you come up, that's the major crux. And that's what he's also going to concentrate. This made him interview hundreds of entrepreneurs, CFOs, and financial gurus. And he now offers a unique software tool through his new ventures, Beehive Analytics Private Limited, that is exclusively developed to assist the top decision makers to make informed, profitable business decisions. Chinmay has authored 2 books, Fundamentals of Financial Statements and the Bottom Line. And these books have been research tested and presented for over 8 years. And a good friend and, amazing speaker to the audience, and especially for, students. He comes, actually is an engineer, then has done his MBA and is a CMA. I mean, for people who think that you are there in the technical domain and can't do finance, here is a man who has done both and failed and excelled at both, as I may say, because that is the most important. Please take as much away from him. And over to you, Chinmay, for a great day 2.
Thank you, Karthik. Well, that was a long introduction. Probably next time I have to send my revised profile, I suppose. But once again,
because you have done so much, we should inspire the students.
No, thank you. It's all about them. We are here to make sure we pay forward whatever we have learned from our mentors, from our coaches, from our experience being entrepreneurs and having started startups and also failed at the same time. We are here to pay forward. So good morning, everyone. It's great to see more than 60, almost close to 70 participants. I believe more will be joining soon. I heard that yesterday's event workshop went on really well, and we are making sure that we will pay forward as much as possible so that you get the best out of these workshops so that you can work further on your startup idea. I would request the students to kindly have your video on if it's possible, because as speakers now we derive a lot of energy looking at some facial expression. So if you could have your videos on, that would be great. And I would love to have these sessions interactive. Let us not have it like a classroom one-way lecture kind of a series. Instead, let us have interaction. And that is what these workshops are for, where you will be asking, or you are expected to ask relevant specific questions to us, any doubt, whatever it is, irrespective of whether you think it is a good one or not, feel free to do so. You can type it in the chat box, or feel free to unmute. I don't think you can unmute yourself. Maybe you can raise your virtual hand and the host or the co-host will be unmuting yourself. So Atharva, thank you for having the video on. I can see, I think it's you and your business partner. You are together. Great. If you more can have the video on, that would be great. Now, I will not be sharing my screen. Pretty much everything will appear in this particular window. I hope my window is visible. If yes, give me a thumbs up or a yes in the chat box, please. Thank you.
I think before you start, we have we have our FKCCI Secretary General, Shri M. Lokraj here. Welcome you, sir, and maybe a few words to start off with before Chinmay.
So I think the FKCCI window is not pinned. So
I just pinned it now.
Still, I can't see it to be pinned as such.
I have pinned it. I don't know. I unpinned myself and I pinned that. Okay, sorry, I'll put them in spotlight also.
Ah,
No, they are in spotlight too.
okay, good to know.
Yes.
A very good morning, and I'm very happy that Karthik is inaugurated, started the session, and I welcome you, sir. And we got eminent persons who are all going to mentor the students. I request all the students to make use of this opportunity to ensure that you all benefit from the pains what we have taken in bringing out the knowledge work up to you. And I thank you all for your kind presence. And I thank you, sir, for taking a pleasure addressing student. I don't want to take much of the time. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I would request Chinmay to take the floor. It's all yours.
Thank you, Kitu. Again, few more students, if you could have the video on, that would be great. Thank you for having the video on, Omkar. Athava, you guys, you went off video. Okay, now I hope that most of you are clear to a great extent with regards to what is that startup idea, what is that business plan that you are going to prepare. If yes, can you quickly type it in the chat box saying that yes, I'm clear. Just if you can type in yes in the chat box now, that would be good for us to know that we are on the same page. Okay, Omkar is saying yes. How about others? Now, as I said, I would love to keep these sessions interactive. So I think it's the application number 68 and 223. Even Shiva Shankar Patil is saying yes. Ramya is saying yes. Shresha is saying yes. Okay, great. Because what we want to do is whatever is being shared today or in any of the workshops, we want you to look from your business perspective and try to figure out how this can be applicable. How can I look into this particular aspect of business from my business idea perspective? Great. So let's get started. Now, Kitu, I'm not sure if only my window is put in the spotlight, or if I can see that even yours and other Lobrat sir's window is in the spotlight, because I'll be sharing the screen and they might have some issue looking at the words. Okay. I think I might have met some of you last month at FKCCI auditorium when we were having kind of the inauguration launch of this Manthan competition. So continuing to whatever I had said, and also for those of you who have missed, I would like to quickly revise few critical points. See, all we are doing, whether in life or in businesses, I am here and I want to go there. As simple as that. Probably some of you are logging in from your home or from your college. So let's say if you are in your college, you might say, morning 8 o'clock, I am here, 9 o'clock, I would like to go there to my college. The obvious question is, how? Will you take a bus? Will you catch a Ola? Or will you ask your parents to drop you? Or will you go with your friend? Or will you take your bike? How always keeps changing. More or less, this is what happens even in our business. I am here with just my business idea. I would like to go there 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 1 year from now, where I'm executing my idea and I have a business. And once we start the business, it will be more of saying, okay, we are here, we are making, let's say, 1 lakh a month. How can we make sure we make 2 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs a month? And it goes on, and we grow, and then we want to expand. And that is what most business owners do. Now, at this particular point in time, from your perspective, you are here with a business idea, and you are going to pitch here in Manthan competition your business plan, and obviously you would like to win that prize money, so that money can be used for you to start executing your business idea. I usually keep telling people, when it comes to business, most of the things it's to do with common sense. But unfortunately, common sense is not very common, but we will look into it. Now, let us say, how many of you are in your kind of final year of your degree? So pretty much another 6 months or 1 year, within 1 year, you will be graduating. How many of you? Say I, you can type it in the chat box. Okay, Manish, Pratyaksh, Anish, someone with register number 29, Vinayak Chandu. Okay, I'm sure if you haven't done it already, I'm sure you're all planning to go for a short trip or a long trip. And let us say, because even I was an engineer, I was an engineering student ages ago, that this was one of the plan we had. Let's go on a trip because we never know when we are going to meet again. Once we start working or once we start a business, we may not find the time. I'm sure some of you might be thinking already, or someone would have already initiated, let's go on a trip. So let's say you decide to go on a 3-day trip. What are some of the things that you would like to know? If one of your friend, let's say Omkar is the one who has come up with the initiative saying that, hey friends, you know what, let's go for a 3-day trip. What are some of the immediate questions that you're going to ask him? Feel free to type in, or I'm not sure if you can unmute yourself. Omkar, can you unmute yourself? No, okay. Maybe Nagraj or someone from FKCCI, if you could make sure they can unmute yourself, because I'm sure they will not disturb the proceedings. Rather than they typing everything, they can also unmute and answer. Okay, meanwhile, some of you are saying budget. What will be the budget? Anish is saying budget. Atharva is saying where and when. Aishwarya is saying where. So one common thing that I can see here is where. So first thing is you would like to know where we are going, which means we are here as of now in Bangalore. We want to go there. So what is there? Where? Is it Mysore? Is it Goa? Let us say it's a Goa trip. You all decide to go for Goa because back in 2006, when I graduated, one of the movies we all watched and we had it very close to our heart was Dil Chahta Hai. So Amir Khan and Akshay Khanna and I can't remember the other actor. No, they were all going to Goa. So it was like Goa was a big thing for us. So, okay, 3-day trips to Goa. Now, again, as some of you are saying, when are we going? And then how much is it going to cost? Imagine if Omkar is going to say, hey, you know what, for a 3-day trip, it is going to cost us 2 lakhs. How many of you will be interested? People are like, 2 lakhs? My father is going to kill me. I can't go and ask for that. On the other hand, imagine Omkar says, you know what, 3-day trip, we'll go there within 3,000 rupees. Again, you're like, 3,000 rupees? Are you going to take us on a virtual tour to Goa, or are we physically going to Goa? It's the same thing. Same thing happens when you are pitching. What you're doing as of now, when you're asking questions to Omkar about this particular trip, you're asking him indirectly, what is your plan? What's your plan to go from here to there? If Goa is the destination, when are we going to go? How much it's going to cost? With whom are we going to go? What will be the duration? What will be the mode of transport? So all those things, which means you want to know a clear plan. Same thing. When you are sending across your business plan to us, to the jury members would like to know, have you really thought through the plan? If you are saying we are going to make 1 crore rupees in the next 6 months or 1 year, okay, great, awesome. Good to know that you're thinking big. But can you back it up and tell us the clear plan with regards to how you are going to make that 1 crore rupees? Or if you're going to say, hey, another 6 months, this person will join us and we will sell this to this particular big company. How are you going to do it? What is your plan? Have you really thought through it? And that is what we want to see in a business plan. For those of you who were in FKCCI auditorium last month, I gave this example. If you go and ask your parent, your father, your mother, I want 10 rupees. What is that one question immediately they're going to ask? Why? Let's say you want to say, oh, I want to buy a pen. They're like, okay, here is 10 rupees. Now, if you ask them, I want 50 rupees or I want 100 rupees, then they'll ask, why? Oh, I want to buy a book, textbook. And then if you ask them for 500 rupees or 2,000 rupees, then you say, you know what, I want to go and buy this particular thing. They will say, okay, come and show me that you have bought all these textbooks. Give me the receipt. But if you are going to ask your parent, I want 50,000 rupees, 1 lakh rupees, I'm sure your father, your mother will say, I'll only come with you to make sure you spend the money where it is supposed to be spent. Which means the more money you ask, it's your own parents, but still they feel that they can't really trust you with that amount of money. Now, when you are sending across your business plan to us, pitching for those prize money that we have here at FKCCI Manthan competition, obviously we'll be asking those questions. Why should we be giving that money to you and not to someone else? Do you really have that plan to take your business idea and execute it? And can you do something with it? And that is what we want to see in your business plan. And for that, you need to do a lot of thinking. So don't give your project report saying that this is the business plan. Don't think just one idea, whatever you have got, you have submitted, and then that is going to help you win the competition. We want you to really think critically from different perspectives, like some of the questions that you have been asking to go for the 3-day trip. Now, further, if I continue to ask, what else you would like to know? You will say, hey, on which day we are going to go? When we say mode of transport, what if something happens? What if the border closes? What if this happens? What if that happens? What about the accommodation? What about the food? So there's so many things that you can ask to make sure the plan is, to a great extent, it's like a solid plan. Same thing we would like to see even in your business plan. So here are some of the questions that we would like you to ask yourself while you are preparing the business plan. The very first question that you should be asking yourself is, what is the problem that you are trying to solve? So what is that problem you are trying to solve? Now, can some of you, maybe 2 or 3 of you, if you could quickly share about your business idea, maybe I can use that as an example rather than all of these slides being like a theory. Let us see how we can relate to your business idea. Now, feel free to unmute yourself. I'm not sure if you can do so. Omkar, are you able to? Not yet. Okay, it's fine. Meanwhile, Mohan Krishna has typed in saying organic products. So Mohan, when you say organic products, will you be manufacturing these organic products? Or is it more of you getting it done somewhere else and then you put your label and then you sell it? Sandeep is saying helping people access drinking water. Now, Sandeep, is this a business idea or is this more like a project? Because if you're helping people to access, then is it specified to one geographical location? So what exactly, can you be more specific, Sandeep, when you say what exactly, how exactly you're going to help people with this drinking water? Now, Manish is saying telemedicine and tele-rehabilitation. So Manish, with what I understand is maybe over the phone, people can order for those medicines, and then probably they can get those counseling if required. Atharva is saying pet and vet at one-stop solution for all the pet related service and products. Okay, that's good to know. Well, I have got a dog, so it's good that if something happens and I need some medication or something like that, probably over the phone, it can all be ordered. Aishwarya is typing in saying designing something out of e-waste. So again here, Aishwarya, something is very vague. So what exactly in e-waste that you want to design? That is what we would like to see. So pretty much now, I'm hoping that you're all getting a hang of it. What is the problem that you're solving? So looking from Aishwarya's perspective, there is e-waste. Either it gets reused or refurbished or recycled, or probably it gets resold. But she wants to make sure she's going to design something out of it. So she's converting the e-waste into something like a valuable product which can be sold at a later stage. Now someone is saying organic products. Okay, great. But the question is, who are those people who are going to buy those organic products? So that's the next question, which is, what is the solution that you're going to offer? Okay, organic products you're going to manufacture, you're going to sell. Okay, great. This is the solution that you want to give to people who feel that whatever they are consuming as of now, it's not healthy. Either There are so many chemicals that are used and it is stored, and some of it, it's not good for our health. So that's the problem. And the solution is you want to offer them these organic products. Meanwhile, I'm trying to look for other now social media and AI for increasing tourism rate within countries as well as helping foreigners visit India. Okay. Now, because I was in Australia before COVID for almost 10 years, I had many people who are like, Chima, I would love to visit India. I've read so many things. I've heard so many things about India, but I don't know how to go there. Because on social media, there's so many things that they say India is not a safe place. So obviously now it's their perception. So that is the problem they have. They don't know where to go, or even if they have decided where to go, they don't know whom to contact. And at the same time, somewhere they feel that, will I be safe? That's the problem. Now, here is Anish saying that social media and AI is going to help with the tourism rate within countries. So how can you, what is that solution? Is that solution solving their problem? And for that, what you need to understand is who needs that problem to be solved badly. Don't say everybody is your customer. Don't start with that. Everybody needs my service. Everybody needs organic products. Yes, kind of everybody needs, but who really wants is the question. So who are those people who have this problem and they want the problem to be badly solved? So who are your customers? Then comes, what is your value proposition? So the solution that you're offering, can the customer see value in what you are going to give compared to the other competitors in the market? Because when someone says, you know what, you're too expensive, the price of your product is very expensive, the solution or the product or service that you're offering is too high, it's expensive. Indirectly, they're saying, I don't see much value in what you're offering. On the other hand, if you can show them value, price becomes secondary. So this is where you should focus the solution that you're offering. Can the customer see the value in it? During COVID, I'm sure you heard of this injection called remdesivir. The MRP, do you know, anybody wants to take a guess what was the MRP of remdesivir during COVID? The actual price, if you had to buy it across the counter, what was the cost of that particular injection? Do you want to take a guess? 80,000. Well, that was the black market.
3,700.
It was less than 2,000 rupees, depending on what you're buying.
I remember being in the chief minister's war room of COVID, Chinmay, and I mean, MRP and the other thing was crazy.
Exactly, because at that particular point in time, people valued their life. They're like, 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees, I'm ready to give it to you for 5,000, 10,000. I know people who have bought it for 1 lakh rupees without even knowing whether it was real remdesivir or some liquid in it. Same thing. When you are offering your product or service, who badly wants that solution from you? And do they see value? And today, do you think even if you go and give someone remdesivir for 500 rupees, they're going to buy it? Oxygen concentrators, many NGOs I know who bought it from China, which arrived late, still it is sitting in many people's garage. No one wants to buy it or even use it because they don't see value in it anymore. So same thing, coming back to your business idea through which you will be offering a service or a product you will be selling, you will be giving a solution. What is the value proposition? So whether you decide after graduation to work for someone, I want to get my first job, or after a few years, I want to change my career, I want to get a promotion, or if you decide to continue as an entrepreneur, you're looking for that new client every single time. And let's say this is your potential employer, this is your potential client. So there is always a buyer and a seller in the market. And what is the seller? What is the common thing the seller is asking? They're saying, pay me, buy my product, buy my service. An employee is saying, I will trade my time, my expertise, my experience. I can bring this to your company. So for that, you pay me salary. A seller, which will be you probably a few months down the line, once you start executing your business idea, you will be selling your organic products. You will be selling your social media tourism, that kind of a particular service. You will be selling something. In the first place, do you know who that buyer is? If yes, do you know what is that one question the buyer is going to ask? So what is that one question? Now, I want you to step into the shoes of the buyer. I'm sure you have bought something recently, either online, offline, or even when you were or some of you might be thinking of doing post-graduation. Some of you might do some kind of a master degree or an MBA. Some of you might be thinking of going abroad. So you can go to Australia, you can go to one of the European countries, you can go to US, you can go to Canada. There's so many options you have to go abroad and study. And so many universities are marketing to you, saying that, hey, why don't you join our university? Why don't you do this degree? So in this case, you're a buyer. What is that one question as a buyer that you will be asking them? What are the benefits we will be getting by purchasing your products? Yes, yes. What else? So you'd like to know the benefits by buying your product or service. That is what Atharva is saying. What else would you like to know as a buyer? Is it value for money? So whatever I'm paying, will I get some really good value? Is it worth the amount we pay? Okay. Reliability of that product, guarantee or any discounts? Okay. But there is one common question everyone is going to ask, and that is, why you and not someone else? Why should I buy the organic product from you and not from some big brand? Why should I go onto your platform and understand more about Indian tourism and so on and so forth, and not some micro-influencer or some other particular platform? Why should I buy that particular service that you're offering from you and not from someone else? Why the telemedicine? Why should I buy the medicine from you and not from someone local? Why should I buy those pet products from your store and not from some other store? And this is where you will have to offer them, show them clearly the value proposition. And the next question is, how do you make money? So when you say organic products, it's a very broad category. Specifically, what is that you want to sell in these organic products? Because you can't sell anything and everything. Hopefully you will eventually, but initially you have to start with 1, 2, 3, 4 products. Jeff Bezos of Amazon, I'm sure we all use Amazon to a great extent. When he decided, when he saw, he was an analyst before, and he saw this trend where almost 200 to 250% year on year, the number of internet users were increasing. He was like, you know what? There's so many people who are using internet, and I'm sure when they are online, there might be a time when they want to buy something online. So he wanted to sell to the buyers online. Now he wanted to now understand what is that he can sell. And he listed 20 products, which he had a category saying that, you know what, while transportation, it shouldn't get damaged. It shouldn't get expired easily. So all the food products, all the whatever consumable products to a great extent were all ruled out. And that's when he narrowed down, and then he came up with, you know what, book is something that people, I'm sure, would love to order online. And there's no expiry date. Even while transportation, it doesn't get much impacted as such, damaged. And then he shortlisted with book. Once it was book, and then he had captured a substantial portion of the market. To the same target market, he started offering more and more and more. And today, you can buy anything and everything under the sun on Amazon. Same thing. When you say, I want to sell this telemedicine or the wet products or the organic products, or so on and so forth, don't tell that you're going to sell hundreds of products. How are you going to start? It's like saying, oh, we are going to go from Bangalore to Goa. But to go from Bangalore to Goa, what is your first pit stop? And then next, and then next. So there are different milestones. That is what we would like to see. How will your business make money, and by selling what? Now, is it based on your skill set, capability, and resources? If you are selling it online, if you're doing those tele-rehabilitation, telemedicine, and so on and so forth, do you really need a license for that? Do you need qualified people for that? If yes, do you have that skill set? Or are you going to hire people? So organic products, it's not that anybody can make those organic products. Once you, let's say, procure from farmers, so who is going to manufacture it for you? Do you have that skill set? Are you going to employ people? If yes, how long are they going to be there? What if they start something on their own? All these questions needs to be answered. Is it legal? Very important these days. You have to make sure it all fits well within the compliances and the rules and regulations and the policies set by the government organizations, especially when you say organic products and things like that. Do you have that FKCCI license? When you want to do those tele sales and things like that, do you really need a license for that? How are you going to sell? So is it legal? Then how will you scale? This is something you would like to know. There is something, because we invest in startups. And first thing is, we see if your idea ticks these three boxes, AMR. A stands for achievable. Whatever you're saying, is it really achievable? Can you really achieve it? Someone said giving access to clean drinking water. Okay, is it really achievable? If you can show in the plan, yes, this is what the idea is. Okay, great. Is it measurable? And what is the only thing that we can measure? And that is numbers. And the language of business is numbers. And we would love to see numbers. And I mentioned during in the FKCCI auditorium, at least interview 100 of your potential clients or your customers and ask them, will you buy this product or service? Or will you use our service? Will you use our platform to buy the wet products, to buy the telemedicine, so on and so forth? Give us the numbers. How many of them said yes? How many of them said maybe? How many of them said no? Measurable. The third thing is very critical. Is it repeatable? So whatever you have done, let's say in one geographical location, let's say here in one part of Bangalore, let's say in Vijayanagar, if you're able to do it, can you slowly expand into Rajajnagar? Can you kind of take it to Bangalore North, South, and then can you go to other cities and then to all major cities and go pan-India? Is it repeatable? Or else is it only specified to one geographical location? If it is specified to one geographical location, then there is a limitation. You can't grow or expand beyond a certain after a few years, because your target market, the consumers, will be limited. Next, how much time will it take for you to make that first rupee? You are sitting on an idea. Immediately, you can't sell it if you have to produce that organic products. Or if you want to have that system where people can call and order medicine, you need to have a system and process in place. So you need to set up the business. You need to register the business. You need to have the backend team. You need to have those website platforms. So many things. For you to have all those backend things, how much time it's going to take? Will it take 3 months, 6 months, 1 year? If it's going to take 6 months, how will you survive in that 6 months? How are you going to fund when there is no money coming in from sales because you're not able to sell it yet, but you need to keep spending money because you have to develop the infrastructure and have everything in place? How will you beat the competition? People can now buy many organic products online, offline. Why should they choose your products compared to them? Now, I have got a habit of going through the nearby medical store and buying the medicines. Maybe even buying the medicine for my dog, not for the pet, so on and so forth. Why should I choose your platform or your service? So how are you going to beat the competition? So what is that? Again, it comes back to the value. What is that value that you're going to give to me? And mainly it revolves around two things. It's time and money. What you are offering, will it help me to save time And will it reduce the cost compared to the other service providers? Then yes, if both the boxes tick, then I would be interested. If not, why you and not someone else? Why should I even bother to come to your platform and not go with something that I have been doing previously? Any questions at this stage? Meanwhile, if Karthik or Shubha ma'am, if you could kindly let me know how much time I have got, that would be great so that I can accordingly continue the session and wrap it up on time. Okay, so let me continue. Have you heard of business model canvas? Yes, no, maybe. You can type it in the chat box. If no, please type in no. If yes, please type in yes, so that, okay, no, no, no. Some of you are saying yes, yes, okay. I'm sharing the link, which you can save it and open it at a later stage. So it's called as a canvas because you can pretty much see it on one page where you can have your business model on it. This, to a great extent, helps us to tap into all the critical areas in a business so that we haven't really forgotten or we haven't explored something. It's like a one-day trip. Imagine you have planned everything and you forgot about accommodation, or you forgot about the food, or you forgot when you went there. Probably it will take half a day to check in. So what are you going to do with that half a day? Where are you going to stay? If the bus or the transportation that you're going to use breaks down, what's your plan B? So same thing in business. There's so many things that are going to happen which are not in our control. In that scenario, have you thought about it? And in the first place, do you know what are these areas? Business model canvas will really help us with it. So you start from this section, which is customer segment. In simple words, it is about answering the question, who has my money? So who has got your money? Customer segment. In other words, we call them as low-hanging fruits. People who badly need a solution for the problem, and then you are the person who have got that solution. Then it comes to the middle one, which is value proposition. What is that value that you're proposing to your target market? Do they see the value? And this is why, again, I'm emphasizing, if you can do that research with your potential client or a potential customer. So when you say you want to sell organic products, you want to offer those telemedicine and tele-rehabilitation, you want to give the clean drinking water, you want to give all those wet products. Who is your customer, or who do you think are your customers? Go to them and do a small, simple research and ask them, this is what we are planning to provide. This is what our product is, so on and so forth. Will you be interested in buying it? Get their feedback. The more research you do, the more you will get to know what the market needs and wants. Because the market might say, this is where we really see value. Now, then come to the third one, which is channel. Channel is how can you bridge the value proposition that you're offering to your customer? How do your customer wants to buy your product or service or avail your product and service? Is it online? Is it offline? Or is it mix of both? Or do they have to come to your shop front? If it is online, on which particular platform? Do they have to download your app? Or is it on existing some other platform? So what are those channels? Then the critical thing is maintaining that customer relationship. Because it is very difficult to get a new customer compared to getting a repetitive business from the same customer. And if that customer is happy with your service, they will again come back to you. Now, how many of you, when you want to get that haircut done, or all the girls and ladies, you want to get your makeup done and hair done and things like that, how many of you, every time you keep changing your hairdresser? I'm sure most of us, we are going to the same salon or the hairdresser for many years, provided that person as someone who's giving value and we are happy with. Because that is a relationship that is maintained. And we might also even tell a new neighbor or a new friend who might have come to the locality saying, hey, you should be trying and getting your haircut done in this particular place. Same thing. How are you going to maintain that relationship with your customers so that they will come back and buy again from you? Because organic products or the vet products or the telemedicine is something that people might be buying again and again, if not for themselves, for someone else. And if they are happy with it, I'm sure they are going to recommend to others. You know, the best form of marketing, it's not telesales, it's not telecommunication, it's not television, it is tell a woman. So if you can give that value to someone and they can tell to someone, and pretty much the whole neighborhood will come to know if you can maintain that healthy relationship. And then you come to your revenue stream. How will you make money? What are those products and services that you're going to sell? So you're going to list that. Then you go to the resources. Now, for you to sell those organic products, for you to have those telesales or telemedicine thing and things like that, you need to have an office space. You need to probably have a factory if you're manufacturing those organic products. You need people. So they're all the resources. You need raw materials. You need probably a website. You need the social media presence. So those are all the resources that are required. And then the seventh one is activities. What are those activities that you have to do day in and day out? So every single day, there are some of those activities that you have to do. If you stop doing those activities, pretty much the business stops. So if you're selling organic products online, if you want people to keep ordering things over the phone, the medicines, or if you want people to come to that vet shop again and again, you need to do a lot of marketing. You need to make sure there is some kind of a customer retention activities and things like that. So those are the activities. And then comes your partners, your suppliers. For those, the farmers will be those suppliers for you to manufacture those or produce those organic products. And the tourism thing that you said you want to use AI and social media. So who's going to develop the website for you? Who's going to develop the AI for you? Is it someone in-house, or are you going to outsource it? So who will be the CTO? Who will be those persons? So pretty much those are all your key partners. Without them, pretty much business cannot function. And finally, it comes to the costs. How much will it cost you to sell a particular product or service? So if you are going to make that organic product, there is cost of raw materials, the ingredients, there is cost of packaging, there is transportation cost, you have to pay all your rent, there is fixed cost, operating cost. There's so many things that needs to be taken into consideration. And all that needs to be something you need to think about. And that is what now will be covered in today's workshop. So the next session is where Vishwanath sir will be talking more about this aspect, the target market, the marketing, the value proposition. And then we have Kitoki Basu ma'am, who is a chartered accountant herself. So she'll be telling more about the costing and pricing, how you should go about it. And then we have Mr. Joe, who will be talking more about the revenue streams, building the revenue streams. And then we have Tuba ma'am. I think I saw her this morning here online. She's also a chartered accountant. So she'll be talking more about the cash flow perspective. So they will deep dive into all these sections, segments. However, for that, you need to be very clear what are those products that you want to sell immediately at this particular point in time. I will share another link with you, which is again to do with the business model canvas. It's an image. So it has got a list of questions under each of these categories. Any questions? Or are we good to continue? Omkar has typed in saying, so what are the different activities that has to be undertaken to maintain customer relationship and get repetitive customers? So Omkar is asking about this particular segment for customer relationship. So this is where Omkar, how can you keep them engaged? Now, Omkar, what's your business? So if you could quickly type in and tell me about your business, and probably I can give some examples. Now, for example, in our organic store, They might have these discount coupons, or you buy so much and then you get this kind of a service, or you order for more than whatever 500 rupees and we'll give you a door delivery, or if you don't like something, we are going to give it back to you. A simple smile and making sure you remember your customer by his or her name, remembering their birthdays. So that's kind of customer relationship that one can maintain. Now he says manufacturing of essential oils. Well, if you're talking about essential oils, then most people may not have knowledge about essential oils. So how can you educate them? You can have an online YouTube channel saying that, hey, this particular lavender oil will help you with this. This particular essential oil will help you with back pain or knee pain or so on. So even educating your customers, making them more knowledgeable about your product or service or about their problem. That's customer relationship, because that way you're building an authority on what you're going to do. And people would love to work with experts. They should feel that that's where they see value in it. I hope I have answered your question, Omkar. Questions? Swikruti has been saying, while making the presentation, we are mostly told to only add key points or keywords because those points are explained while presenting. But since we are submitting this, should we make the slides detailed? No, Swikruti, slides, it's mainly to just highlight few of those key points. And as you will be talking to us, expressing what those key points are, that is where we would like to see how much you have really thought through about that particular aspect in that business plan. So we don't expect you to give like a essay. Don't write a big essay as such. If required, you can put an asterisk and say in the appendix we have got more details. But what we would like to say is, have you really thought through it? And if you could back it up with numbers, nothing like that. I think, yeah, I can see Vishwanath sir, who is already there. He was supposed to start at 10:30. Good to see you, Vishwanath sir. Meanwhile, I'll just take another 2 more minutes in case if some of you have got any questions, feel free to ask, or else I will quickly share a couple of links with you. Not to one person, I would like to share it with everyone. So here is a quick bit.ly link. Maybe, Sano, you can take a screenshot of it, some of you quickly. So these are some of the questions that you can ask yourself while preparing the business plan. More or less, we have kind of covered, but again, these questions will help you further think so that we don't want you to leave any stone unturned. Okay. So I'm just sharing a couple of links where it will give you examples of multinational companies when they were still in the startup stage, how they went about preparing their pitch deck, how they went about having that particular business plan as such. Oops. Questions, or else I would like to hand it over to Vishwanath sir, who can take it from here. Another question, while doing PPT, should we explain about tech in our product? Explain about tech in our product. Well, Vriddhi, I didn't really understand your question. While doing PPT, PowerPoint presentation, should we explain about the tech in our? Yes, obviously, if it's a tech-based kind of a platform on which you are offering some kind of a service, yes, you would like to know about it. Omkar has typed in saying, sir, for the competitor analysis, how do we get financials for the market of the private limited companies which are not listed? See, it will be difficult if it's not listed company, then you will not get the financials and they'll not be comfortable sharing it. But if you know at least who are your competitors and to a great extent, what is that they're selling and how much market share they might have. Again, a ballpark figure to a great extent. As long as you're aware who are your direct and indirect competitors, that should do at this particular stage. Okay, it's already time. I don't want to take more time from Vishwanath sir's presentation, who will be talking more about marketing, target market value proposition. So thank you so much, everyone. We will keep in touch. And then if you've got any more questions, feel free to send it to the to Mr. Nagaraj or someone who's in charge of this Manthan competition, and then we will take it from there. Now I'd like to welcome and hand it over to Vishwanath sir. Vishwanath sir, good to see you. Over to you, sir. Vishwanath sir, sorry to stop you. I think you'll have to unmute yourself.
Oh, great.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I'll repeat. Good morning, everybody. And I'm sorry that for some time I spoke and that did not carry forward those things. I'll just repeat the whole of it in a few succinct words. So the previous speaker, Sri Chinmay Anand, gave you an overall view of what is expected of any business plan. See, a business plan can be a detailed one or it can be back of the envelope. It all depends on how much clarity you have on the business idea. What you have to understand here is you have to translate the idea into a clear clarity of what you are going to do, how you are going to do, and all those other questions which you just got. So from idea to clarity, that migration that you make is what a business plan will help you in getting it. Whether you make a presentation to third party or anybody else, you need to prepare a business plan to convert your idea to clarity. The same example that he gave, going to Goa is an idea. But only when you have a clarity, you can take decisions. So that is the difference. So having an idea, thousands of people will have thousands of ideas. That does not translate into business. But somebody may have the same idea as yours, and your business idea may fail, but he may, or the other person may be successful. The cause for that is how clear was it in terms of going forward. Okay, that is part of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little deeper into what Chinmay has explained earlier. And before I get into the real target market, customers and market size part of it, I would like you to get acclimatized to some of those things. Okay, object of this talk is to help you bootstrap your business. The word is bootstrap. That means where you spend money on your own or from your little-known people. Then make better business sense. That is, you have a clarity on what you're going to do, and then prepare your business for your competition. And that is, how do you face? I already saw that people are asking, how do I retain my customers, and how do I do a lot of other kind of things, something like that, and get some sense of rigor. See, I do see that you are having a lot of good ideas. You may go to internet and then copy a lot of something which is very similar to your ideas. But that is not going to be sufficient to do business. You need to do a very rigorous work to make your venture successful. So this is what probably we would try to help you with to get into some kind of rigor what is required. what it is not. Because whenever you define something, you have to define what it is and what it is not. So this is not where, like an answer book for your examination questions, you have a question and an answer. No, this is not a cookbook style content where you get everything. The second thing is, it is not suitable for a groundbreaking products. What does that mean is somebody who does breakthrough innovations. Somebody has not done anything before. Because we are trying to do, if it is your product is replacing some other product in the market, then this is suitable. Supposing you are bringing a flying car or a system where you're finding a cure for cancer. So whatever we are going to talk about in this or in the next sessions are not suitable for those things. So be aware that this is suitable for your idea is either cost effective or a little bit incrementally innovative from what is being present. So this is what about. So where do I begin with? Is I start telling you that most of you need to learn how to say no. That's the way you start. You will understand that when you do segmentation of market, when you know what is the size of the market, the previous speaker very clearly told you that the entire universe is not your customer. That means somebody is not your customer. To somebody you are not selling. There is a no there. The first and foremost is to filter out some of the things. That's the most important thing before you decide your business. Because if you try to please everybody, then that's the greatest formula for failure. So if I go to the next slide. So I'm going to elaborate and clarify. You are saying no to people, not to person. This is a very clear idea that you need to have. Who is a person? Who is a people? When you segment your market, it is a people. It is your filter out a whole thing. When a person walks in, or you identify a single person, a single element of that set, he becomes a person and you can't say no to him. So that is what is a clarity you should have. To whom you are saying no is not to an individual, but to a group. It is a process of filtration. So this I've already put in that similarly, when you do no or whatever it is, you have to understand, never say no to an individual, but say no to a group of people. That means thing. So I want to break the whole session with this idea. Then imagine that there is an ice, there's a ship or a small boat moving through the ice. But one wonder why I'm choosing this image. This tells you how business ideas, which is seemingly good, can be a failure. So that is the objective. So I'll tell you a story of this whole ship. Somewhere in the 19th century, when we were all not born, you remember that the ice that we make in our refrigerator today were being shipped from Arctic to even up to Mumbai. There was a huge industry which was going on. Better ships was made, better cutting machines were made, better storage mechanisms were made. But one single innovation called refrigeration killed the entire industry. So the first lesson that you have to do as soon as you get your idea of business is, what can make your business fail? What idea of somebody, what idea of some other organization, what can make your product or service irrelevant? That is the first thought you should go. Because when you are aware, it is not the competition per se. Please underline this. It is not the competition which kills your business. Competition means somebody doing same as yours. Okay? He may be selling for lower price. He may be selling better packaged one, more features. All those things are secondary. But where the business fails is a different thing. Some other idea, some other concept can make the whole thing irrelevant. This is the first thing that you should be fully aware of. So if from this background, let us start what is this lecture or what is that I'm trying to get across to you. There are 3 tasks which has been set out for this lecture is that I have to tell you what is called as a target market. So target market defines a very large area. It could be geography, it could be demography or whatever it is. Within that you form a subset, you call them customers. And then when you count them, it is called as a market size. Yes, it would have been ideal that we had an interactive session where you could take it, but given the number of people and already paucity of time, I'm just going forward and take the cues what you already given to Mr. Chinmay that in the previous video, and I'll pick up from there. Say, for example, somebody told that he wants to do organic products. What is a target market? Target market is for those who are health conscious. They're willing to pay a little more or a little less for something which is organic. Somebody who guzzles down a Pepsi or other kind of a similar drink, very seldom he would be interested in an organic product. Okay, so that is called as a target market. Second thing, another thing is what is the area? Do you find more people who are using organic products in a village or in a B town or in urban areas? So there's another question, what we call as a target market. Another thing is, okay, if the people are there in say urban area, will they be 35 plus more years, less than 35 years, or above 60 or something like that? Or again, within that further groups. So this is called as a target market. Then you say your customers. In the sense, when you reach them, then they become customers. Till then, it is a market. If you don't reach to a person, in whatever way means it is, you saw the channel in the previous business model thing. When you create a channel to reach to the customers, to reach to an individual in the market, they become a customer, prospective customer, we call it. Okay, I hope you have understood what is the difference between a market and a customer. Okay, next slide, please. Next question is that what is that we are talking about, at what stage we should do this? Should we do it when we have just an idea, that is identifying the market, identifying the customers, identifying the what is the size of the market, etc. When do we need to do this exercise? Is it at this stage where I have just an idea, or is it proof of concept stage? What we call technology ready stage, or is a stage where it is production ready, or is a manufacturing stage? See, this is again, you have to understand that from idea, you have to move towards these three stages. You have to make your idea technology ready. That means you can give a proof that what your idea is workable. The first of AMR, which the previous speaker spoke to about, is it demonstratable? Is it achievable? Then the production ready stage will show you it is repeatable. Yes, I can produce it repeatedly, is in the same quality, but it is not produced yet because I have not spoken to my suppliers. I don't have my supply chain. I don't have my hiring people. I don't have all those kind of things. And then after that, I can say, hey, look here, I put in everything. I've taken my licenses. I've taken all the things ready and I started manufacturing. It's a market ready. So you already have in your business journey, these three stages. So at what stage you need to do this exercise is the question. I personally recommend that you do it in all three stages because this is an iterative process, because it helps you to decide each stage what you have to do. That is the objective. So if you say, if you am doing into manufacturing ready means what to produce, where to produce, how much to produce, all those kind of things, it will help you when you do this exercise. So what is the exercise? Identifying the market, identifying the customer, identifying the size. If you do these three things at the stage where you do proof of concept, then you have a clarity whom you want to sell. What is the market? You may not have identified the customers yet. You might not have identified the channels through which it has to be sold. At least that. Then comes the question, the manufacturing. This question will tell you where to produce. So you would have heard these words in the latest newspapers. It is called as a near shore. It is called as far shore. See, you see now an Apple company coming to India and producing because they see that it's a near shore manufacturing. Cost will come down, huge amount of market exists and all those kind of things. It is a near shore manufacturing. So if you have an idea, what is the market you're addressing, it also tell you where to produce. Second thing is, yes, I need to have a marketing. I have idea of what is the customer, but how much to produce? The market size will give you an idea how much to produce. So again, if you do this exercise, these common questions can be answered. That is why it is an iterative process of at all stages, you need to find the answer for this. So how do we start doing this activity? Activity of finding the market, customer, and the market size. To do that, you have to understand the 5 P's. And if you have answer clarity for 3 of those P's, then you have got somewhere to go. So one is the product, people, place, price, and promotion. Out of these 5 P's, you need to have clarity of 3. That means you can start the complete activity. So I'll explain the first P, the product, from my own example. So I started my software journey way back in 1994, and it was a point of sale software called Vanik. So we had a concept of build to balance sheet and all those kind of things. So what was my thought going through? What are my ideas? Oh, I have one product which will have solution for Kirana stores, apparel, almost all segments. One product for all segments. And I have all the features which is there in IBM, Siemens, or all the big competitions of the world. So how did I start? I did a POC for more than one type of customer across the country. I went and installed the software, ran for a few months, and whatever change they asked, I did not apply my first rule. I did not know how to say no. I went and did the changes. So what was the outcome of the P? All demos later was very successful. Everybody likes the product, but nobody buys. I'll give another example other than mine. Some years back, Harvard did a study of a product which was doing 3D demonstration of a body anatomy. You could manipulate the whole anatomy in a 3D using virtual reality. The product was vowed by almost 60 universities of US, but not even a single person bought it. That means nobody could cut the check for it. So the product is not defined by its features. So if you know I have this product, I have this feature, it can do that, it can do this, that does not mean a product. The clarity is, why do people pay for my product? Sorry. So without knowing this, don't go forward. Don't venture into building too many features, too many things, all those kind of things. Necessarily know, as the previous speaker said, why do customers pay for my product? What is the specific problem I am solving? Some of you might have seen a Segway as a product, which was when you are born or maybe a little few years later. Segway said that, it's an auto balancing vehicle. It can take you anywhere. It will replace all the two-wheelers and all those kind of things. It will be ubiquitous. It will be in office spaces. It will be in malls. This is how it was introduced. But if you look at it today, somebody is requesting, it's up to the So you will get these presentations automatically so that there's no need to record it. So similarly, you see this EV, electronic vehicle revolution happening. A lot of people have already moved into this field, but is it making any headway? We have to wait and see. So next slide, please. So the lesson about this product is a clear understanding why the prospect, a future customer, would buy your product, not what is your offering. Just like my product, which was extremely feature rich, but they were not buying it. The reason for that they felt is it has got so many features, I am paying more for what I'm not going to be used. That is a message that it conveyed when I showed them so many features. So you have to be very careful about your idea and positioning it with your prospective customer. Then it becomes a product or a service. So the word positioning is most important over here. An idea with proper positioning, only then it becomes a product. The features and all the paraphernalia, packaging, etc., does not make it a product. The second P is pricing. That is already been explained in the previous lecture, that it is the money that he wants to spend to get back a value out of your product. Price your product it's a very critical decision that you have to make. Why? Basically because it will allow you to create a target customer so that your cost for reaching a customer, you have to understand this. Cost of acquiring a customer. You might be seeing this in most of the apps today. They say we are spending 50 rupees to acquire a customer. We are spending 100 rupees to acquire a customer. So what is the cost of customer acquisition and your pricing? Will go hand in hand. So you have to price it in a very specific way. The future lectures also will explain to you how to arrive at it. So do not always apply cost plus margin rule. That means what? It cost me 10 rupees. I'll put 20% margin. I will sell at 12 rupees. Or my competitor is selling at 15 rupees. To get better market share, I will sell at 14 rupees. Please do not venture into such thoughts. Do your homework. There should be a proper reason for pricing. This is a complex process, but put in your rigor for that. If somebody has got a habit of reading books, please go through how pricing affected the manufacturing of a product called Walkman, explained very well, called Made in Japan, in a book by it's one of his vice president. The third product of it, in previous, is a place. See, before the digital era, the place necessarily meant geographical place. Now the place has got different connotations in different context. So do not confuse the place means shop or a mall or something like that. Nor a place means where you advertise, where you get in touch with the customer. Place means from the point at which you start manufacturing or you start storage place till it reaches the customer. The route can be a digital route, the route can be a physical route, all of it constitute a place. This form part of the channel, that is number 3 of the business plan, which the previous speaker spoke about. Okay. The fourth one, I told you that you have a product, you have a good features, you have got a good price. How do you identify a customer? There is a market, but customers should know about your product. Promotion does not mean product awareness. You have seen more often than not, the movies are making their box office flops, even though they have made a lot of promotion. So promotion means not spending on advertisement alone. Promotion is not talking about the product. Promotion is converting the market into a customer, the whole activity. That means somebody knows they need a pencil or they need a pen. The promotion here means not making that I am one more pencil provider, I am one more pen provider. No. Promotion here should be, how do I make the buyer come towards me, come to buy towards my pencil, come to buy towards my pen. This is what is called as promotion. Supposing there are 10 movies which are releasing in a month, how do I make the customer or a viewer come to my movie and watch? That is where it's called promotion. Not to just to show so much. See, all those things are activities of promotion, but that is not end there. So hence, do not limit the understanding of promotion to creating product awareness. Yes, product awareness is one of the steps towards promotion, but it is not be all and end all of it. So next slide. The last of the P is people. In my past experience in dealing with startups, this is the one which they fail more often than not. They do not understand the people in the business of it. They think people means their employees. No. Beyond that, there is a lot of people. People who make the product, again, they may be not be your employees. They could be your suppliers, and so many other people are there. People to whom you market, people who distribute, people who sell your product. And finally, people who buy, and make a distinction in some cases, people who use. Some of the children use the product, but they not buy the product. So these are the reasons in which you have to necessarily construe the whole aspect of people, understanding who are all there. Only then, when you cater to all of these people, your business will be successful. But again, I'll come back to the thing. Amongst these 5 P's, if you know 3 P's, then you are good enough to start. So, because we have come to almost to the halfway stage of my speech or lecture, I would like to thank the FKCCI and the current president, Mr. Gopal Reddy, and also Mr. KP Nagesh, who is the chairman of the Manthan committee, and all the members whom we have seen in the previous meeting held in the auditorium and all kind of things. So next slide, please. So having known the 5 P's, we have to now understand and move about how do I arrive at my target market, customer, and the market sizing activity. So the first principle before you do everything is no product is universal or not everyone buys your product. So don't tell that if I place my product at even at the cheapest of it, somebody may not buy it. Because you may have the cheapest of the phones not successful in selling. Alternately put, no matter how broadly appealing you make it, your product is not sellable unless until you want the people to buy it. So there might be some questions that regarding, is that all what I need to do? I've seen one of my friend who started his business. He did nothing of this kind, but still his business is successful and all those kind of things. Yes, you have a chance of doing successful business without knowing what is your market, what is your customer, what is your market size, all those things. But that's only a chance. But if you really do this, what will happen here is, this is coming that I'm selling the reason why that you need to do this is, you need to realize to maximize your profits. To maximize your profit, what will affect your profit is cost of customer acquisition, cost of idle manufacturing capacity. What does that mean? Supposing your requirement to produce only 100 and you have put up a factory which can produce 1,000. So that means 900 units cost is borne by 100 unit cost. So that is another reason which you need to size properly. Or there's a lot of cost. You have manufactured those goods because you did your planning wrong and you are not able to sell it. So these are the things that you can avoid. Hence, this exercise is very much necessary. So what are the steps you need to take? So this is a step-by-step process. That means it is not a random step that you just walk through some website and all those kind of things and then you get what you get it. It's a step-by-step process, means there is a certain step 1 and a certain step 2 and a certain step n. The first process is you should understand who your possible customer is at the end. So the first thing is link your product to the market type. That means, are you selling as a FMCG? That means what? Anybody can say what is FMCG? Can somebody type in on the chat? I see no response. Consumer goods, fast moving consumer goods. Okay, FMCG means fast moving consumer goods. See, I have differentiated that with household goods. So there are so many household goods which does not form FMCG. Sorry. Similarly, you have chat is there. Yes. Okay. Oh, somebody have responded. Sorry. So you have to differentiate your product and try to understand the broad market first. That means it is going in where? In the sense, is it fast moving, or is it bought only once in a week or once in a month or once in a year, maybe once in a lifetime, something like that. That is what you need to close check. Something is what you need to understand first. If it is a non-B2C, that is to normal customers, if it is a business to business, then you would understand whether it's a capital good business or raw material or something like that. If it is a service, again, you have to understand. For example, a service of, say, repairs is not a regular thing. Or similarly, a healthcare service is not a regular. You don't find a repetitive customers coming on. So that service is a different thing. But car service or a vehicle service or a mobile service or repetitive service things. So you have to differentiate things like that. Third aspect of it is you have to understand very carefully food chain. The food chain is not the chains which sell food. The food chain is how the whole thing is created, where you are. That means, how does the present market ensure the products from factory reach the customers? In the sense, is it a reseller's market? For example, sometime back before the onslaught of this came in, you had mobile phones being sold as a reseller market. That means mobile phones get manufactured, comes to a wholesale dealer, from there a retailer, and it would have reached you. But now the market is mobile phone manufacturers will sell through digital market channels, maybe on Amazon, maybe on the Flipkart, and so many things like that. The Motorola company pioneered that in selling through one of the large digital marketing companies. So you have to understand how the product is made to reach. Second thing is that when you create this, if you create too many layers, and if each layer takes away some of the profits as commission or maybe a reseller's thing or something like that, that means the product is going to cost more. Or if you don't have a deep enough chain, your product reaches get reduced. That means you are able to sell only in few places. So understand how many layers that you want to create to reach the food. That means reach your product to the end customer. For example, large companies like ITC or something like that will have a huge layers of channels before the product gets reached. But maybe some other companies today who are mostly dependent upon the digital marketing, will have no intermediaries, directly from producer to the end user. So this will help you to understand the costing part of customer acquisition cost. It did change. Okay, no, you can click on that. First is identify your market, that is target market. See, the mistake they make over here, most of the people over here is they take a very huge set as a target market. That means they they spread very thin, as we call it. So first of all, try doing a test market in one place or a geography or one segment or whatever it is. Then you start expanding. I'll give an example, like the previous speaker spoke about Amazon. They started as a bookseller. Then they moved on to multiple other products. The first thing was, they said, I have a prospective customer on the internet. I sell them the physical books. Then came the opportunity to sell everything. So that's the way you go about it. So identify why your customer want to buy your product is the first step, sub-step. Second is segment your overall market. Remember, I gave my one example that I had a product which is suitable for everybody. That's why nobody bought it. The reason when you segment is it will help you to create within your idea what we call the product basket. Product A, product B, product C, or a product mix, as it is generally spoken about. So you have to understand that you have to create a specific solution for a specific set of people. Don't try to create a universal solution for universal set of people. So again, one more caution that I tell you when you do this exercise, because I see a lot of things as a jury the last few years, that people make again universal thing. The problem there again is not just your ability to do that, but you have limited resources. You may have limited money. You have limited people. There's so many other limitations which comes onto that. Hence, you need to limit to a specific set. In the beginning, maybe you expand later on. For example, if you are a dressmaker, you may say you are a casual or formal or a trendy or fashion, traditional or by age or by location or something like that. So you need to segment the market. One, identify why the customer buys. Two, to whom I am selling. The third thing is, step is research your market. How do I find a market research? The best data is the government data. Government publishes tons of data. It is in data.gov.in and so many places. You can figure out. The government data will give you the population, the type, the demography, and all those kind of things, and then test market. Till you come up to a level, please do not pay for a market research, because it's going to cost you a lot. So first you do on your own, then you ask specific question if you are engaging a market research consultant. So how to build a customer profile, I have given the screen, and if you get this presentation, you will have it. The next. So the key takeaway in getting to know the market identification is, it will tell you what is the nature of your customers. It affords a more effective marketing mix. What is the marketing mix? That means how do I reach to the customer? It will tell you an effective way. So these are the things that you get to do when you do your first exercise of identifying the target. Next is market size. So market size means so many things. Let me give you a few examples with some data as an example. So for example, let's take a soap. So this is Asia Pacific soap market size in the year 2016-17. Year-wise, what is the market size? It is not bifurcated into anything else. This is purely historical market size. It only shows you whether it is growing, stable, or falling down. This is one type of data. The second thing, the market size is by application. The soap has got application by product type, by form, that is liquid or solid or both or something like that. By application, you have a body soap, you have a face soap, you have hand wash and so many things like that. And by region. So you are doing market segmentation sizing by the history of data on the time analysis or by its application. Then it can be further segmented in terms of form. Kitchen use or a laundry use, or by in terms of solid liquid. Application can be household, commercial, or it can be like Dettol, what they use, or a Savlon or something like that. Or it can be only purely by beauty, or it can be by gender. So the segmentation starts after you have identified the target and the sizing. So once you have identified this, then comes your customer part. So what does the sizing exercise will give you is how much to produce, how to reach them, how do I plan to reach to the so many set of people. So it also helps you to identify how to manufacture. So what is next in sizing? Yes, I know I have done the segmentation, but how much is my size is the next question, right? So I know the broad set of sizing. From that, how much is my size, that how much I can reach is a question. So for that, you have to understand the demography, the nature of your buyer and nature of where you want to sell. For example, if you want to sell in B towns and C towns, the quantity and things you buy would be different, you sell would be different, kind of things like that. Third thing, which is most important, is the mature markets and emerging markets. If it is a mature market, to grow even 3 to 5% will be very difficult. In emerging market, you have to necessarily set up a target of growing up to 30%. So your sizing depends on the nature of market. So I have done sizing, but why? What does it give me in terms of my business plan? If I ask the specific question, then you have that the sizing will give you where to set up your factory, how much to produce. If I set up that, how much workforce I need to have and all those kind of things. So this is what sizing gives, but it's a little difficult exercise. You may take some experienced person in doing that after you do your overall exercise of basic sizing. So summarizing, as much as one goes about technicalities, what I spoke earlier, the thumb rule that you have to figure out in terms of all of this is, when you do your costing, which is going to be your next session, 30% of your cost generally will go to manufacturing cost. Indicates the balance of your cost is a non-technical aspects, that is a business aspect. That means selling cost, administration cost, maintenance cost, customer relationship cost, all those kind of things. So if you remember the piece I have told you, those pieces will come over here, which is going to be 70% of your cost. So while the first P, the product will take 30%, the rest of it would be about 70% of your cost. Hence, you have to be very careful in handling these things and really analyzing them. So far you have learned what is a product. It does not mean product does not mean an idea. Product means something, it solves somebody else's problem for which they are willing to pay money. Don't stop at somebody else's problem. Add another phrase that they are willing to pay. That's the thing, that you understood what's the product. Then there are other 4 P's going along with that. If somebody is paying a price, means what should be they are willing to pay the price of it. Then you should know the people who are going to manufacture and how do I promote so that people come to me and all those kind of things. Once you have understanding of that, then you understand your target. That could be a geographical target, or it can be an age group target. It can be a demographic target. So identify your target. Then you size your target. You say, I would be selling in the first year so much to this set of people. Next year, setting so much of people. So once you do this sizing, it helps you in controlling the cost and arriving at a proper business plan which shows profit year on year. Underline the word shows profit year on year. Hence, these exercises are important. So now I am going to open up for questions. So some people can just simply chat and tell me some questions which I can answer. Chat, just show me. Sir, for market segmentation, how to get data of private companies which are not listed? No, which data you're talking? See, financial data is what you don't get. Rest of the data you can easily get. That's not a big deal. I do not understand. See, you will arrive at the market, then you do at market share. For example, can you give me what product that you are willing to try to get? Give me an example so that I can walk through that. Omkar. Oh, essential oils. Okay. See, essential oils per se, you tell me who is all your competitor. You can easily make out. Because if you visit the marketplace, you will know who are all selling, right? Okay. Next is talk to the person who is selling. How much each company is people are buying from you. What is the percentage? So you can talk to 4 of your thing, then you can know which of the companies selling has got the highest market share in the region that you have chosen. You don't have to go through a website or something like that. Then you can go to their websites and see what is that they are trying to claim, by which you can make out what is the market size. So reaching the target market means letting them know if the product concept is itself reaching there. I didn't understand the question. Svikruti. So reaching the target market means letting them know of the product concept or the product itself reaching them. No. It combines both. I will not use a name. One company advertised so much and created a demand, but the product had not reached. So the whole company, the company failed. So reach means both. That is promotion plus the product being available, accessibility, both. So my product is herbal diapers for baby in the cases. If I fix my price higher, usually people will not buy. See, price is not a point. If you approach the people who are willing to buy, so the question is, price per se without a value has got no meaning. If you really create a value proposition, for example, Apple is highly priced, but it's one of the highest sold products, right? So that's what it means. So your price and value proposition goes side by side, hand in hand. So if you create a genuine value proposition, then your price is not a problem. Sir, but no company gives out details of their sales. No, not that way. See, the question is, if it is an unorganized market, like the essential oil somebody was talking about, is an unorganized market mostly right now. In such cases, it is very tough to get it. But in such case, because it is unorganized, you can make a rough cut analysis out of it. It's not a big deal. If it's an organized thing, then few percentages here and there also makes a difference. So in an organized market, you'll always get the size. See, if you go to government website on essential oil, certainly you will get to know what is the market and what's the price of it. Because see, basically essential oils, what happens is it is sold area wise. Now maybe in digital market it may change, but currently it is area wise. If business is a service provider, how can data be obtained? How it is useful? You have to give me an example, Ajay. I guess we have lost Ajay on that. Onkar, you can go to this data.gov.in or anything nearby. Maybe I can share it through FKCCI. In that, most of the data will be available for that. Yeah, certainly. See, Someshwara, right? If I'm reading it right. Someshwara 270. See, if an election result can be predicted by small amount of data, it all depends on what is the kind of statistical analysis you do. As long as you have done some rigor, it is fine. It is not that you should not fail, but don't fail to do it at all in the first place. That's my suggestion. Sir, it's like recycling of papers and other service. Recycling of papers is not a service provider, right? It involves certain. You mean to say you're making hand papers or something like that? I think Ajay is a little confused on what is service. Service does not involve a transfer of goods. You may use goods in your business, that is different. But service means there is no transfer of goods, like doctor service, lawyer service. So those things are service, or car mechanic service, where there is a skill being used to transfer to provide a value. So in terms of recycling of paper, I am not too sure how it is a service. I guess we are coming to the end of my time. Oh, okay. So can you please explain the pricing slide again? See, it's a very complex process. Pricing, if I want to say, what the important point here is, how do you price? See, most of the earlier textbooks, old what we call the brick and mortar business was, you arrive at your cost, you arrive at your margin and sell. Now, the business don't run that way. The modern business don't run way. First is the question is, how do you get on your customer? Bring down your cost of customer acquisition, or you price it in such a way that your cost of customer acquisition over a period of time comes down, then you start making profits. Like most of the apps or most of the other things through which customers are acquired will go for a low price, high volume business. So there's a little combination of that, but I think probably it has to go product by product pricing in the current context. What my slide only suggested, that don't get into cost plus margin or a computation based pricing. Computation based pricing means XYZ is selling a biscuit for 5 rupees a packet, so I'll sell it at 4 rupees a packet or 6 rupees a packet. Not that way. You should have a rationale behind it. That's what I mean in the slide which I showed on the price. So I think we are in for a recession for another 10 minutes, I think, for a tea break. Then we are going to...
Thank you, Mr. Vishwanath. It was, I'm Shubha Ganesh here.
Yeah, I can see, ma'am.
It was a lovely presentation, and usually students struggle to, how size the market, they have a lovely idea, but they don't know where to start and how to start thinking about what is their market and where to go and how to take it. So you in your lucid presentation have given them some way forward of how to start and where to start. So thank you very much. Any further questions, students, for Mr. Vishwanath? It's best time to
they can still rise and then forward it to me. We will reply back them on mail.
Yeah, that also is possible. If any questions, you could write it to Daksha at FKCCI, and that can be taken for, that will be answered. Yeah, thank you. So we'll have just a 5-minute break so that the next speaker will come in. And meanwhile, we will restart the next session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. can start. Hello. Good afternoon, students. We will start our next session now. The session is about costing and pricing, analysis of competitive pricing model. This will be taken by CA Ketki Basu. She has been associated with Manthan for a very long time, and she has counseled a lot of students, a lot of startups about how to value their business and how to go about their business. Right? So Ketki comes with almost 3 decades of experience in accounting, management, consultancy, and training. She is a registered valuer, IBBI Independent Director and Fellow Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. She is specialized in financial strategy from Open University Business School in United Kingdom. She is currently Independent Director of Raichur Power Corporation Limited, which is a joint venture between BHEL and KPCL. And she's successfully cleared the proficiency examination conducted by the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Ketki speaks at a lot of conferences. Her expertise in valuation, costing, and pricing is so deep that we keep calling Ketki every year and ask her to come and speak to you students every year on this topic. Her specialization of valuation, of course, we have not utilized her skills so far, but costing and pricing is something which is, she's got a huge expertise in. So she speaks at various conferences, workshops organized by professional bodies. She's faculty for program for Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Company Secretary of India, and she's trained a lot of corporate executives of various levels of management in different aspects of finance and accounting. And she's also a jury member with us here at FKCCI. I think it must be 10 years or more where she's been associated with Manthan. And she's also a jury member for FLLN, that is a competition organized by eMerge for women in technology, business, profession, and services. And she's also a jury member for Karnataka startup program called Elevate. She's a principal consultant of Ketki Basu and Associates, a Bangalore-based firm that deals in financial strategy, product, costing, business planning, and valuation. So the firm works with organizations of diverse functions from startups to mid-sized firms and assist organizations in their financial function. So over to you, Ketki, to start the program. Thank you for accepting our invitation to speak. We look forward to your session. Thank you.
Thanks, Shubha. And I thank the president of FKCCI, Gopal Reddy, President Chairman of Manthan, for inviting me as a speaker today. I would like this session to be interactive, and if you have questions, please feel free to stop and ask. So in the next 1 hour or so, I will be giving you an overview of costing and pricing. Probably later on in some later session, you will get to delve deeper into this topic to understand it a little better. But today I'm just giving you kind of an overview of both these. So,
Now can click.
okay, so now we come to cost and price, which are the two important topics that we are discussing today. So what is cost? Cost is the cost to make, and price to sell. Now, why do you think we are talking about cost and price, and why do you think that these two have any connection? Can anybody tell me why cost and price are connected and how they are connected? You can put your questions in the chat box if you don't want to speak up, and I request Shubha to please pick it up if there are any questions, any suggestions. How is cost and price connected?
Ketki, one of the answers is price must cover the cost.
Sorry,
By
come again. Prices?
Price must cover the cost, says Shrikriti.
Yes. So what are we saying? That price is something more than the cost.
Yeah, and one more answer is we decide our price based on our cost. And to identify profit, says Aparna.
Good. Good. Anything else?
Yeah, price also includes profit.
Very good.
By Aishwarya.
Very good. Anything else?
I think that's about it for now.
Okay. So to summarize, good answers. Essentially, what we're saying that price and cost are connected, and it is important to know the cost to decide the price. But how to decide the price, we'll get into it a little later. As the previous speaker told you that something about pricing, but I will tell you a little later about different pricing strategies. But yes, if you have your cost in mind, it helps you to determine your price. And as Aishwarya said correctly, that the difference between cost and the price is the price has the profit element in it. So let's talk about cost first, and then we'll get into the price. So before I get into cost, there are two elements that we can look at in business. One is product and what is service. So again, what is the difference? Do you know the difference between a product and a service? Can you give me some examples? What is a product and what is a service?
Yeah, we have some answers here. Shrikriti again. Product is tangible, service is intangible.
Excellent. Then some example of a product anybody can give. I have some pictures here. You can even, that's a clue probably. What is a product? Business of a product, any business of a product. Anybody?
No answer so far. Yes, service connects people, says registration number 203.
Okay, so example is, while somebody said product and service, very good as tangible and intangible. I don't know whether everybody knows the difference between tangible and intangible. Tangible means something that you can touch and feel. So product is something which we can touch and feel. Example would be dealing, if I just look at the pictures where I deal with a product, say books, cap, bottles, that could be a product. And sometimes, of course, a product may also be intangible. I will come to that in a little while. And a service is usually something where you may use a product to deliver some kind of benefit to your customer. So example of a service could be as simple as, say, an accounting service where you keep the books of somebody. You're acting as their outsourced accountant. A service could also be home cleaning, housekeeping. It could be pest control services, anything. Those are all examples of services where there's no product. A product which is intangible, example would be a software. You develop a software which is basically an intangible, but it is something that you sell. So it is ultimately a product, but it is not something which you can see. Any questions? Is this clear up to now? Okay. So now when we look at a product, for instance, let's look at what goes into when we say the cost of a product. So in producing something, let's say even a food product, let's look at the picture of a glass of orange juice that you sell. So what are the materials that would go into it? You would probably have material in the form of orange, sugar, and maybe salt, something, and water if needed. That is all material. Next comes your labor. Now, labor would be actually producing this orange juice. When you have all the materials with you, you can't really produce the orange juice without having some kind of intervention to make that orange into an orange juice. Now, sometimes it is not only people who are doing it, because when you produce 1 glass of orange juice, maybe you do it manually, which means somebody squeezes the orange to get the orange juice. But when you're producing, say, 200 glasses of orange juice in, say, 2 hours, it is not very cost effective to have so many people to squeeze out the orange. That time you may need some kind of a machine to do it for you. So this is applicable to any kind of product where when the scale of operations becomes larger, human beings are not enough to give you the final product, but you also perhaps need some kind of automation by machine or something else to make that material into what you want to sell finally. After you, also when you want to sell, before you sell, there are other costs. Now, when I say transport, that transport has 2 elements to it. One transport is to take the product to your customer. You also have transport to bring the material into the factory in which it is being produced, or not necessarily a factory, but a place in which you are producing this product of yours. And to have this place or a facility in which you are going to produce this, to run the facility, there are other costs associated with the facility, just like you would have in any office, in the room that I'm sitting. You need to have other things to make that room able to produce the product, which may need people, which will need, and if the people are to sit over there, you need tables and chairs, you need electricity. If you're not owning that place, you have to pay rent for that. You have to get that cleaned. And there are many costs that are associated with making the product ready for your customer. So this is basically the product cost when you have something like a product, not a service. Now, in a product, there is also 2 important things that you must remember about material. By material, I mean the raw material that goes into producing your finished product. And it could be anything. Like suppose I get into garments where you have fabric coming in, which gets stitched to get your dress. Now, you may not have, now suppose you buy 1 meter of cloth to produce a certain piece of garment. Now, it never happens that you use 100% of that 1 meter of fabric to produce a garment. So out of that 100%, maybe 5%, 7%, 2% of the garment of the fabric is not used. It is wasted. Waste means it cannot be reused for any other thing. It is scrapped. Now, when you look at this waste, when you're producing something and you have a certain amount of waste, don't assume that your business is going wrong because you are having waste. Waste is normal. You should have waste in any business. But it is important that you monitor this waste month on month to ensure that if you said about 5% was waste, that 5% suddenly doesn't become 15%. You have to make sure that 5% remains 5% or 5.1 or 5.5 or 6 or something. And if it continues to increase, you need to find out why. Can you tell me, anybody, why wastage can become more? What are the reasons wastage can become more? Any question, anybody? How can wastage become more?
Yes, Ketki, we have one answer saying mismanagement, and Nischay says change in production volume. I think, I don't know who's this, said no proper procedures, no proper producers. Change in product says Atharva. So these are the answers which I have. Without
Okay.
proper planning says Pramod. Inefficient labor says Deepti.
Yeah, inefficient labor could be a reason.
And
But
a lack of optimum utilization of resources says Aparna. Decrease in demand says Atharva. Higher inventory than required says Omkar. They're very enthusiastic audience, I must say.
Very good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. But the thing is, see here, it is not, wastage is really not connected to my output. If my output, I have decided to produce 100 and there is a lowering of demand and 100, the next month I have only 80 to sell, that should not result in my wastage. If you remember, I said wastage is material which cannot be reused again. So I bought 1 meter of fabric and I produced a dress and I had 5% of wastage, which means scrap, which I have to throw. But if my production is reduced because I have less customers and instead of 100 customers, I have only 80 customers to sell. That material I can still use for the remaining 20 customers in the following month. It's not a waste of material. I just have extra inventory. That is the second box, which I'll come to later on. But wastage can happen. There are reasons for wastage is, yes, somebody said about labor. Where labor is doing something, as a result, there's inefficient labor, or labor is not doing what they are required to do. Because see, when you start a business with a product, you should have your plan mapped out, like someone bad planning. I should have my plan mapped out as to this is how the design should be, and this is how my final product should look. So before I'm able to sell to my customer, there is something called a prototype that I have to release. And a prototype is something which is a replica of my final product, which goes to my customer. And it should be, a prototype should be basically a working model of what I want to give to my customers finally. So when I have my prototype, it gives me the chance to fine tune it, to change it, to refine it, till it is customer acceptable. So if that planning has not been done, then I'm sorry to say you should not have taken it to the customer. You have taken it too early to the customer. But wastage could happen if the material is faulty. Sometimes there are some products where the material source is not good. It may not happen with fabric, but it can happen with food products. It can happen with several other products where the consumption becomes more. In that case, you really have to find out what is the components. You need to find out the source of the supplier, whether the supplier has changed the material, in which case you have to look for different supplier, and the supplier is not giving you what you wanted. It could be that your production pattern has changed. You produced a particular pattern of a dress, but you changed the pattern, as a result of which the wastage increased. If that happens, and if this new pattern is more acceptable in the market, then this new wastage becomes your normal wastage. That's how it should be looked at. Coming to the second part, which is the inventory, which someone said, I have extra material where my customer has decreased or my sales has decreased. That's a different thing. That is where I bought 100 of raw material to produce 100 finished products, but I got only 80 customers. So I have 20 still outstanding. 20 inventory materials not used. If it is unused, I should not take it in my cost. It is basically extra material which I will take when I cost it to my next set of customers, not for this set of customers. So it's an extra material that is lying with me. So essentially what we are saying is, in material, what we take into the cost of the material, which I said the material here is basically not the material I buy, but material I actually use or which is consumed. This is what is material. So up to this with product, is it clear? Does anybody have any questions? After this, I get into service. Are there any questions? Is this aspect clear with everybody with product? Nothing?
I
Okay.
think so, Ketki, because there are no answers.
Okay, I continue.
Yeah.
Okay, then we come to service. In the service, if you see, there is slight difference between product and service elements of cost. Here we have one oval less. That is, if you look at the ovals, the salary, rent, electricity, finished service. Here, we don't have the material coming in service. Because as I gave you an example in service is when I am actually using people to give something to my customer. If I have accounting service being given to my customer, I am using a tool or a software, which is not a material, which I'm using to deliver that result to not one customer, but to several customers. So I use one software, say it's an accounting software called Tally. I use that and I write books for 200 customers. So it is not, my Tally cost is not for one customer, but that software gets used for 200 of my customers. So here I don't have a material cost, but I still need a place in which my people will sit. I still need to pay them to deliver this service. And to maintain that place, either I rent that place, I need electricity, I need water, I need housekeeping, I need all kinds of facility to make that room habitable to deliver this service. And then I am able to deliver this service. Now, this service cost of infrastructure, of cost of rent, electricity, etc., will differ from business to business, depending on the service that you deliver. Now, for instance, I gave you an example of accounting, where I am giving an accounting service. Yes, I need an office, I need people in the office, and therefore I need to maintain that office to be able to deliver this service. But suppose I come to the example of a service of doing pest control service. Now, pest control is not being done in my office, but I'm doing it in another office or I'm doing it in someone's house. Now, if you're dealing with such a service, you please do not need to have a huge office. This is a mistake that a lot of people make, that they have a flashy office, air-conditioned office, in where people are, you don't need it because no one is going to come to see your office. People will subscribe to your service or take your service by online. So maybe you should spend more money on developing a website through which people will acquire your service or take your service. So in that case, you will not spend so much on rent, electricity. You may just have a small room, which may not have so many fringes to it, to keep perhaps your basic material, which is needed to deliver your service, for which your people would come, pick up the stuff and go and deliver the service somewhere else. So please make sure, depending on your type of business, what cost you're going to incur to deliver it. Don't spend too much on stuff that is not required. You can have a flashy office when you become profitable, when you have many customers, you have huge profits, spend on those. But initial stage, when you're trying to bootstrap, you're trying to use your money, or you're borrowing money, or you're using investor money, don't spend on things which are expenses, which are avoidable. So now we come to the question of e-commerce. Now, can you tell me, if is e-commerce a product or a service? Tell me, Everybody is on e-commerce. E-commerce is electronic commerce, where you have the Mintras, you have the Amazon, you have the Flipkarts of the world.
Every answer, Ketki, is service. All of them have replied as service.
Okay. So, sorry. So you say everything is service. Now, when you say service, I think you are talking about basically an Amazon or a Flipkart or a Myntra, where they are basically an e-commerce platform, which is like a marketplace. They don't keep anything with them. I order, let's say, a mobile phone through Amazon, but Amazon doesn't have the mobile phones with them. They go to a mobile phone store, pick it up, and send it to me. But there are e-commerce platforms, for instance, who deal in, say, orchid plants. It is basically a hybrid. They have a store where you can actually go and see the plant and pick your plant, buy it, or they have a display on the website from which you can order online. So that is an example of an e-commerce with goods. So today what you have, it's not only the Amazon and the Flipkarts of the world, but there are a lot of traditional businesses who are brick and mortar businesses who have realized that they get a larger reach to various customers if they maintain a hybrid mode. That is, they do have a store, but they don't open multiple stores. Today, the rural market, the smaller cities, tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, are able to buy everything which we are also getting in a larger city because of e-commerce. Same way, if a product company also has a website for e-commerce, they run what is called a hybrid mode, in which their products are also they are able to give to somebody who's not in their town, is in some other town. I think most of you would have heard about IKEA. IKEA came into India first with Hyderabad. Now we have it in Bangalore also. But IKEA has a model. They are very cheap. They have the same pricing worldwide. And IKEA usually creates their stores, which is a very, very large store. But they take a space usually at the outskirts of the city. Now in Bangalore also, they have created it outside of the city. But suppose I know what I want from IKEA, which IKEA has a website. I'm free to order it through their platform, e-commerce platform. So here is another example of goods through e-commerce. Now, there are other common costs which I spoke about earlier, other than the costs in the facility in which I make my product. There are common costs which are attributable to people like you who will start the business, your office or your head office, in which you may just have a handful of people who are going to manage your business at various locations. So there are some costs. For instance, you have the office salaries, that is people who are not involved in producing your product, but who are managing the business overall. The CXOs of the company, the CEO, the CFO, the accountant, the IT person, these people, the rent, electricity, which I already told you, but this is not to the production facility, but to the office facility. Then the movement within the city is an expense, which is basically the local transport costs. You may need to travel to different cities for various reasons. That is the inter-travel city costs. Housekeeping costs is basically the cleaning of the facility. You may have softwares. Today, we don't write books when we create our business, but we try to keep all this virtually on machines through software. You have a software. Sometimes when you grow bigger, you may look at an ERP. Then you have the telephone, internet, marketing, and so on and so forth. There are several such common costs like website building to others, which are marketing costs, which are also common to running the business. Now, other than this, we have some one-time costs. If you recollect, a little while ago, I told you about the example of service, where we are using an accounting software like, say, Tally, to deliver a service. Now, when I'm doing such a service, as I said, I'm using a single software, but I'm using it for 200 customers. Or same way, I can have machine, like the orange juice example, where I'm producing 200 glasses of orange juice in 2 hours with a machine. But that machine doesn't stop working after 200 glasses of orange juice. It'll probably stop working after 2 lakh glasses of orange juice. So what do I need to do? I need to make sure this cost of the machine, a little bit of it is given to all my 2 lakh customers. 2 lakh glasses of orange juice, I give a small portion of this machine cost. And how do I get that? I'm coming to that. Then you can, other than machine, you can have equipments that are needed to do a business. You can have computers, furniture, vehicle, various things. Your business may be such that you may need vehicles. Like if you look at the Zomato and the Swiggy, which is basically a service, vehicles are very important for them. So there's a vehicle cost. So how do I make sure that a small element of this cost gets charged to each of my product or my service to the customer? So what I do here is, I get the total cost. Let's take, say, for instance, a machine. Say the machine cost is, say, for simplicity, let's take a machine cost is 10,000 rupees. And suppose this machine will last for 10 years. So if it's going to last for 10 years, per year, my cost of the machine is 1,000. That is one way of looking at it, if I'm charging it for the year. If I'm going to charge it per product, then I should look at how many products or estimated number of products this machine can produce. So one way of doing it is, I know the life of the machine. I know how many average numbers can be produced out of this machine in a year. And if I take the number of products and I multiply it per year into the number of years, I basically get my denominator. And then on my numerator, I have the machine cost. If I divide that by that figure, I will know how much I should charge to each customer. Now, this is a lot of data that I gave you to process. You can think through it. And if you have questions, I'm willing to repeat and take you through it if needed. Please tell me. Or maybe I should just take you through the next slide, where I bring in the figure aspect of it, where we have the material, we have the labor cost, the transport cost, the factory related costs, then you have the other costs that I said, then proportion of my one-time cost, which I told you, and then I get my total cost. Then if I divide this total cost by the number of products that or services that can come out of this total, I get the cost of each product or service. This is the cost of one product or one service that I render. Now, tell me, after saying all this, how much of it you would like me to repeat and how much of it you have understood before I get into pricing. If you want to think through it for 2 minutes, please. Any questions? Any questions? Please feel free to ask, because sometime soon after this, you'll be asked to do this for your business and present it to our FKCCI. So if you have any questions, please ask. because that time the jury will ask you the same questions and you should have clarity on what you're giving to them. So if there's some doubt, please ask.
So students, have you all understood what Ketki ma'am is telling? Do answer in chat yes, so that she can go forward if you don't have questions. One person, Rituraj Sarang, has said no ma'am, no queries, and Omkar says yes, they have understood. Atharva also says they have understood. So probably you can go.
Continue. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. But please feel free to ask. You can put it in the chat box because Shubha's anyway monitoring the chat box. I'm willing to go back on anything if it's not clear to you. Okay, now we get into the pricing. Okay, so now in pricing, yes, we will be discussing the strategy of pricing and various strategies we will get into. But before I get into that, like there are various ways in which we set prices. We'll just delve into a few of them. We'll touch into them. But the importance of getting into setting a price for your product or service, why is it important? It's important because when you actually think through, when you get into the pricing strategy, you realize there are various strategies. When you put out a strategy, you're actually thinking through the customers, you're in the customer's shoes. And just as the previous speaker, Vishwanath, told you, that it is important, the pricing is very, very important, because once you put a price, it doesn't mean, like he gave you so many examples, that the customer is going to buy your product. It's not that. So you should be able to get into the customer's shoes. See, as an entrepreneur, you will always feel that your product or your service is the best. It's a human psychology that whatever you've produced, and if it's very different, it's very innovative, yes, one of a kind. But at the end of the day, who is going to buy it? That's very, very important. That's why I told you earlier about prototype, where you create a working model of what you're taking to your customer and see what your customer has to say. Now, if your customer, it doesn't mean you have the final product when you create a prototype. A prototype is basically something which is market ready. But when you have a market ready product, you can still go on improving your product based on the inputs that you get from your customer. Because I'm a customer, Shubha is a different customer. Shubha may have looked at a product very differently depending on the use that she has for the product. I may look at it very differently from my use perspective. So when we two customers look at a single product, our feedbacks may be completely different, or it may be the same. So as an entrepreneur, it is good to take a feedback from various types of customers to understand what different they would like in the product. And you can always go on changing the product, enhancing the product as you move forward. Like for instance, today, all of you have a smartphone, but you go on changing your smartphone because you want something more out of it. And the smartphone producers are also knowing your psychology, going on and on changing it. Now, what they look at you as a customer, look at me as a customer is completely different. My needs for a smartphone will be completely different from your needs for a smartphone. So what you want in a smartphone is you are a different segment of the market. And as an entrepreneur, you should realize which segment you are targeting. And you ultimately need to convince that segment or that customer to buy your product. So therefore, it is very important you set your price thinking about the customer. And who is the customer, and can you convince the customer to buy?
Ketki, there is a question. It says that in the same way, should we come up with a prototype pricing as well for one prototype?
See, a prototype is not something that is ready to sell. Very rarely, sometimes it does happen. Like, for instance, I'll give you an example where we call something called a pilot, where you are running a product. It usually happens with a service where you're running a pilot. You have a product, but you also have a customer who's willing to try your product. So you're running a pilot with the customer, taking the feedbacks, finding out the defects in the product. But sometimes, or many times, a pilot may or may not be a paid pilot. You have to assume that it is going to be an unpaid pilot. A prototype is usually unpaid. And a prototype is basically a working model where you haven't taken it to the customer, but you have a small group to whom you try to give your product and to tell them to try it out. It could be among friends and family. It could be a little bigger audience where you're giving them something free and then taking a feedback. So go with the assumption a prototype is usually not paid. It doesn't have a price to it. And a prototype many a time is not even shown to the customer, but you at your end is trying it out to make it fine-tuned and ready for a customer. Does that answer my question?
Yeah. There's one more question which says, which pricing strategy encourages customers? That is, maybe how do you get more customers with a particular pricing strategy?
I'm coming to the pricing strategy. I haven't even come to it. So I'm just telling you why you need a pricing strategy. Then I'll come to the pricing strategy. So, okay, first I told you why it is important. One is to convince your prospective customer to buy your product. The second thing is when you have a small customer base and you have not only, I wouldn't say a small customer base, but you have a target customer base, it also results in showing that your value has a brand. Your brand has a value. So it is something which people will look at because you have thought through it. You just not released it in the market for everybody, for your age group, for my age group, for everybody. You have an age group in mind, and therefore you've thought through it, and people will also understand, yes, there is something to this product since it is targeted for my age group. And this also translates to the customers feeling happy and more confident to try out your product. So now we come to what are these strategies? So there are several more strategies, but I just picked out about 9 of them, which I feel can help you at this stage. There are some more which may not be relevant so much. Some of these may not be relevant for all of you, and some of it may be relevant for some of you. Okay, now first is penetration pricing. Now, what is penetration pricing? Penetration pricing is when you have a product or service, but it's not the first of its kind. You already have other players in the market. So, which means that you have competitors. So let's say I come up with a brand of men's shoes. Now today you have so many people who are selling my men's shoes. Now, how do I get into this market, which has already got so many players in it? So I have to look at a penetration pricing. Now, what is this penetration pricing? For the penetration pricing, I have to do a detailed market survey to find out what is or basically what we call the competitor landscape. I need to find out the competitor landscape. Who are my competitors? What are they offering that is different from me? What is better in my product or what is different in my product from theirs? And what is the price at which they are giving it? So it does not mean that if my product costs, say, 100 rupees, I have to sell it at 97. I may have to, but I may not need to. Now, if I want to sell it, my cost is 100 and my competitors are selling it at 101, Do I launch it at 100? Do I launch it at 101? Do I launch it at 102? Or do I launch it at 97? That is penetration pricing. But usually in penetration pricing, I do go with a price which is lower than my cost. So if my cost is 100, I may go and sell it at 97 because all my competitors are selling it at 101 or 2. Also remember one more thing. And if I'm going to launch it at a loss, you may say that, what is this? I sell it at a loss. My business never makes a profit. That's not true. So what happens in penetration pricing is you get in at a lower cost. When you get in at a price, when you get in at a lower price, the customer psychology is, it's all shoes. So why don't I try this shoe for 97 this time? I always buy one for 101. So if I buy a 97 shoe and I realize it's good quality, then I'm willing to stick on with this particular supplier, which is you. And when you have the customer based with you and you go on improving your quality, you slowly start increasing the price. Now, at this stage, when you're you are selling at a price which is less than your cost, you will need money to run your business. This is something which will be discussed later on by other speakers as to how do you bridge this. This is an important area which you have to look at, but it will need to be bridged. And also remember one more thing. When you're doing a penetration pricing and you already have competitors in the market, your price or your cost rather, I won't say price, your cost is likely to be much higher than your competitors, because the more you produce, your costs become less. And how does that happen? For instance, if I'm in a room like this and I'm able to produce 100 of my product, the cost of maintaining this room in terms of rent, electricity, people, etc., gets apportioned to 100 products. But this room can still continue up to 500 products. So if it continues up to 500 products, the cost of the room then goes to 500 products from 100 products. Then per product cost slowly starts declining. Certain costs, like the common costs, they start reducing. If I go back, you will see the common costs. These are the common costs. They start reducing as your volumes increase. But these costs, which are directly related to the material, will not reduce because it is directly proportional to your output. So I need that much of material, I need that many people, I need that many machines to produce it. So therefore, your cost in the beginning as a new startup, as a new business in the market, your costs will be higher than your competitors. Coming to the next pricing strategy, which is a premium pricing. Now, what is premium pricing? Let's say you deal in a product which is one of its kind. Okay, now let's say it's not there in the market at all. You're the first one who's coming into the market with it, or you are coming into the market, but you are not targeting everybody. You're not targeting me. You're targeting a different segment of the society, right? Like you all would have heard about Sabyasachi in Bombay, who designs clothes for celebrities for the very well-off, bridal dresses, which may not be affordable by normal people, but still there's a niche segment that would go to Sabyasachi for their garments, for their clothes. A celebrity during a festival would only pick clothes or dresses or a sari which has been designed by Sabyasachi. So Sabyasachi's pricing is not for everybody. It is for a certain niche segment of the market. So what are you looking at? You're looking at only few customers. You're not looking at many customers, but you're looking at a small segment of the society. But your pricing is very high, as a result of which you will be profitable. So that is where you bring in a profit margin which is way higher than your cost. That is premium pricing. The third one is a price skimming. Now, what is price skimming? Let's say you are a first mover in the market, right? Now, today, your product, you've got a product which hasn't come to India, let's say. It is there in the overseas market, but it is the first time into India. So basically what is called, you are a first mover into the market. Now, when you come into the market with this new product, you decide to have a high profit margin and you start at a certain level. That's because there is a market for your product. People want your product or your service, and you don't have competitors as of now. So you come with you start with a large profit margin. But what happens is, moment you're in the market, competition starts building in, and more people will start copying your product, coming out into the market. And when that happens, you slowly start reducing your prices to stay in the market, to keep your customers, and reducing your margins slowly. That is called price skimming. The next is psychological pricing. So what is psychological pricing? Psychological pricing, a clear example is Bata shoes. A 199 to you is a better deal than a 200. So when you get something for a 199 or a 299, you feel it's better than another website which is offering it for 300 or a 200. So that is what is called a psychological pricing, psychologically impacting the customer. So you do a pricing like that. Bundle pricing. Now, bundle pricing is examples of bundling pricing. You will often get it in FMCG, which Vishwanath spoke about, where let's say you are dealing in two types of products. Let's say you deal in a soap and a shampoo. Your soap is not very popular in the market, or let's say your soap came out with premium pricing and you're slowly reducing the price, or it came out as a price skimming. Let's say it was one of its kind, but now you have too much of competition in the market and you're planning to hive off that soap now in future. And you've moved to a new product, let's say a one of its kind shampoo. Now is your time to price your shampoo very high. But what has happened is you didn't anticipate that your soap customers would go down in such a way that you resulted in so much of your finished product still lying with you, and you need to get rid of it. So what do? You do a bundle pricing. You say, okay, this is a promotional pricing. My shampoo cost is being priced at 100 rupees, but I'm giving you a soap free. So basically what you're doing is you're cutting your losses off the inventory that's lying with you. You're bundling it with your shampoo, and you're recovering it through the shampoo price, which is priced at a premium. And you're covering some of the losses of your soap. That is an example of a bundle pricing. You have buy one, get one free, or buy three for the price of two. And there are multiple examples like that of bundle pricing. The next thing is the geographical pricing. The geographical pricing is a typical pricing that happens when you're selling a product in different geographies. Now, what is the different geographies? The different geographies are I am selling a product in the India market. I'm selling it in the Philippines market. I'm selling it in the European market. I'm selling it in the US market. But the price is not the same for all places. You don't assume that just because $1 to a rupee is 80 rupees or 82 rupees, I should just simply increase the price and launch it in the US. It's not really done that way. I need to see my cost at the US also, add my profit to it, and give the geographical pricing or the pricing for the US market. So essentially what is happening in a geographical pricing is the price goes on varying from location to location or country to country, or it could be even within India from state to state, which is basically due to duties and other costs. It could be transportation costs, it could be duty costs, which are impacting. Like even if you see India, we have very complex laws in terms of taxes and duties. So if you see, even there are certain food products which give you different prices for different states. It's written that the pricing on the label is so much for so and so states. Other states, it is different. That's because we have what is called a GST, we have other taxes. There are several taxes that come in, and then you have the transportation cost when products are moving across geographical borders. So that's how the pricing varies. The next example is a captive pricing. So what is a captive price? Captive pricing is that you create a product, which is a niche product, and you sell it to a group of customers, or not a very large customer base, but you've selected a customer base to whom you sell it. And let's say that this particular product has to be enhanced periodically. Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say you have created, let's say, a shaving razor. Okay, now this shaving razor, it's a different model. It's a typical model which has blades to be replaced periodically. Now these blades are not blades that you can just buy it off the shelf in any shop. Now you price the razor in such a way that the customer sees value in that razor, and it's not a very cheap razor. So as a result, and when you sell that razor, let's say you give 5 blades free. Now when the 5 blades finish for that customer, the customer realizes, okay, this is a product which I want to continue using. I paid quite a bit for it. I don't want to scrap it now. And it's a good product. So I need to buy 5 more blades. So when I buy 5 more blades, I need to buy it from the same person, which is you. So as a result, you hold on to these customers as captive customers for a while. That is called captive pricing. The next one, I think Vishwanath touched upon it. That is where you have a cost. To the cost, you just add a margin and you price it. Now, this is really not the way to do it, because if you look at the other, 7 of the other pricing models that I told you, strategies, when you just put a cost and price, you're perhaps not thinking through it. You're not thinking about your customer, and they're just putting a price. So if it's a cost plus price, and you are looking at a small margin over it, please look at your customers before you only do a cost plus pricing. You can use it, but also think about your target customers, understand their psychology, and then only use this method. The 9th one is the freemium pricing. Now, what is freemium pricing? Now, freemium pricing is very common among application or apps that you use in software. Now, let's say you've designed an app, Now, you can do a strategy where you have an app which has 10 base features. Now, with those 10 base features, your customer is able to understand how great your product is. Now, let me give you an example. For instance, today, all large gated communities, large apartment houses, or even medium-sized apartments today have what is called a MyGate software option. Many of you would have seen that. Now, MyGate is a very useful application which helps you to accept who you want coming to deliver things to your house, accept who's coming in, you get a notification when your maid comes to work, you get a notification of any delivery that comes to you, you get a notification on guests who come, you can accept, you can decline someone who comes to you, you can communicate with the other people in your community through that app, you can find out about who is residing in which, you can find out if your maid is working in several other houses, what are the facilities that are available in the community. Now, all this you can get with the basic MyGate app. But if you want an enhanced version of the MyGate app, you have to pay something more. So you can create an application where you give only the base amount of the application to your customers for a base price. And that those features come free with your software, which is built into your software or application price. But you also make your customer aware that once they use this, they can also get this and they can also get that from that same app. But for that, they need to pay a little more. And if they pay a little more, they get that application. So that is what's called premium pricing, where you give them something more, but that comes for an extra price. So today they have a lot of things which are connected to software. For instance, you can remotely measure people's vitals, a pet's vitals with devices just attached to a patient or a pet, and you can monitor it from somewhere remote to see whether your loved ones or your pet is fine, is doing well. And with a basic feature, which is a software or application which comes with the device. But if you want to, say, get graphs out of it, you want to see the pattern of how well that pet is or your parents are, you need to pay a little more for that application, an additional thing. That is what is premium price. So these are basically pricing strategies that you will need to do. And once you've decided on a strategy, you will see from the previous thing how important it is to get your customer, show value in your brand, and convince your customer to buy. But at the back of your mind, always, cost is very, very important. Because without your cost, you don't know where you're going and how much money you need to make it profitable one day. So here we come back to the same table which we did a little while ago, but we have one more line which is in red added to it, which someone right at the beginning said the difference between the cost and the price, which is basically the profit which gets added to the cost. And then I get what is my selling price to my customer, that is for a product or service which I take out to the market. So this is how I arrive at my pricing. I get my cost, and from the previous thing, I decide which strategy to follow. What is the kind of percentage I'm going to apply of profit? And then I arrive at my selling price. If I've arrived at my selling price before, then the difference between the selling price and my cost is my profit. I can even derive it from the last line. So this is it. The other last thing that is important is what is called a break even, which I don't know many of you may be understanding. Break even, as it is called, is a point at which you have no gain, you have no loss. That is, you're just about able to recover your costs. Or in other words, your price is equal to your cost. A profit is nil. When you have reached that point where you have been able to sell at your cost, that is your break-even point, which you need to calculate right at the beginning and find out what it is. And then as you go up and you are able to increase your price beyond this, everything beyond this is a profit. So below this is a loss. The price after this becomes profit. So this is all I have for you today. I hope I have been able to tell you something and you have been able to understand. I'm willing to take questions, if any.
Thank you, Ketki, for such a lucid explanation of costing and pricing. Students, any questions for Ketki so that we can get the answers immediately? So all good. All students, you understood? Yeah, there is one question. Ma'am, can you repeat price skimming?
Okay, sure. Okay, so price skimming is basically where I said that you come in as a first player into the market. You have a product which may be the first in India, maybe the first worldwide. So what is called is you are a first mover into the marketplace. So you have no competition, there is no benchmark pricing. You don't even know how much to sell it for. So you try it out. You put a percentage, you put a high percentage of profit, release it in the market. So when you're doing your survey earlier with your prototype and you run it through your customers, that's the time when you should question your customers to find out that, hey, if I were to sell this product for 1,000 rupees, would you buy it? Let's say your cost is only 100. Go ahead. If you have many people willing to pay 1,000 to buy it, sell it for 1,000. You can do this only for a certain amount of time till competition comes into the market. When competition comes in, you come with the other competitor comes up with a competitive or penetration pricing. So they will come up to sell it at 900 or 950 or 995. You drop it to 900 then. That is what's called price skimming. So you keep reducing your profit margins till it stabilizes. Yeah, any more questions? You can even unmute yourself and ask.
Yeah, we are having a lot of questions now, Ketki. Mohan Krishna is asking, how can we price our time we spent? Ma'am, can you please share the slides of pricing? Yeah, so these are the two questions.
Yeah, sure.
And how do we consider our hard work and time dedicated in the costing pricing?
Yeah, just a minute, I'll share it. Yeah, sure. Okay, coming to this, if you see, so if you see this line called other costs, if you can see this line, fifth line, other costs. Now, other costs, as I explained earlier, other common costs. Now, your salary will come under office salary. So now, your cost, if it's a service, is your salary cost. It is the time spent. So that is how you will bring that cost in here. Now, suppose you look at a material. Now, let's say you're in a product. So you had your material, you had your labor, the people who actually produced, who were in the facility making a product, your transport, your factory, all these costs of factory or facility from which your product is getting made, you have one cost of the product that's coming from there. But you are not actually sitting and making that product, but you're managing 10 people who are helping you to produce that product. So 10 people are producing 100 products, but your whole month's salary is also going into that 100 products. So your salary divided by 100 products is what is going to come in here, your monthly salary. So a portion, and if it's a service, it is basically all the people, like as I said, if you're giving an accounting service, now if you have, let's give you an example of an accounting service. You have several people, let's say you have 10 people working for you, and each of them are handling 50 clients. They're doing accounting for 50 clients. So 50 to those 50 people, that one person's salary will go to 50 clients, but yours will get a portion to 500 because you have 10 people working on 50 clients. So you being one person who's managing these 10 people, your cost gets a portion to 500 over and above the 50, the one salary that goes to 50 customers. Does that explain it?
Yeah, I think so. So ma'am ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ದು ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. So it is accounted in the books in the total cost as labor and salary. So it is necessary that you as promoters take salary from your company to reflect the hard work you're putting. Sometimes we promoters think that, oh, why should we take salary, that is taking money from the company. But if you want your hard work to be reflected, you should take salary, which will come under the total cost. And as Ketki ma'am has said, it gets apportioned over the number of units you're producing or number of services you're giving, right? Am I right, Ketki?
Yeah.
So there's one more question, which is, just a minute, I think I have to scroll down. Yeah. Should we consider, which is the most effective pricing strategy, and should we consider implicit cost while pricing a product?
Okay, so now here, which is the most effective pricing strategy, I cannot tell you. That is very difficult to answer in the sense that it will depend on what you are doing. What is it you're pricing? Do you have competitors in the market? Because each of these, if you see, I've explained it to you when it comes in. Surely you're not a bundle pricer because you are going to come up first time with something. So you don't have bundle pricing. You don't already have a product which you're slowly reducing from the market. No. You won't have geographical pricing immediately because you start with one location and then go to various locations. You will ultimately have the geographical pricing coming in later on. Are you doing penetration pricing in the sense that are you coming up with something which already is there in the market? Then you have to look at penetration pricing. Are you coming up with something which is not there in the market? Then you may come up with premium pricing. So if you see, each one depends on what, I don't know your product or service, but you will have to look at that and then see where you fit in or what kind of pricing you will do. And the pricing also, whether it is ready for the market, is something that you have to do when you're testing the waters. So even after launch of the product, whatever pricing you decide on, you may have to come up with a lower pricing later on. Let me give you an example. Now, for instance, I have a client who had an educational product. Now, when he decided a pricing, he had a pilot, he had a prototype, everything. When he launched it at a college, when he went to a college to give it, he had a price in mind with which he gave it to the college. Now, the college, first of all, said, let's say his price was 3,000 per piece. Now, when he said 3,000, the principal of the college said that, no, you're a new player. I don't want it for 3,000, but I'll straight away take 2,000 of your product, but you have to give it to me for 2,500 rupees. He decided to give it because it was a big customer at the first instance. The customer is important, and it was important not only the customer, it was important that it's a name in the market if he has that customer. It was important to be able to sell that many. So he decided to go with 2,500. Now that wasn't the end of the story. The next thing was that if you're going to give me so many for my students, I need free for my teachers. I need free for myself. So if I'm giving that many free, that is a zero cost, zero price. So I'll ultimately have to recover that cost from the products that go in. So if my cost came out to 100 rupees a piece, my cost becomes higher now because I can only apportion that cost to the ones that I am able to sell, not to the numbers that I've produced, because some of them have become free sample. Is that answering your question? Am I clear?
Yeah, I hope so, Ketki. So there's one more question which I think we'll take offline from Mohan Krishna saying that I know my competitor pricing, but my product is not ready and it's the process. And how can I fix my price? We'll answer this offline because we are overshooting on time and our next speaker, Joe, is ready. So thank you so much, Ketki. It was such a lucid and detailed and presentation, which I'm sure the students appreciated because it was taught in such a detailed manner. Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks, Shubha, because I think it became more interactive because of you. And you, of course, being a CA, understood my subject matter also. So it was really good the way you took it through. And I'm really happy and I'm glad that I came. And thanks to the organizers once more of FKCCI Manthan. And I enjoy doing this and thank you all. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, so students, I hope the last session was very informative and useful for you to understand how to price your product and how to find the costing of your product. So at this, we had planned the session in such a way that first you will understand about marketing your product, how to size your market, and from there understand how to cost the product and price the product. We take forward by trying to teach you how to do projections, how to understand how many items should you produce each year, and how do you plan the production in such a way so that you know the cost part of the thing. So we have Mr. our again FKCCI veteran. Market corporates. He has more than 18 years experience in banking, financial services, corporate finance, both India and abroad. Abroad because he went abroad to study MS in finance from Washington University in St. Louis, USA, and done a PG, postgraduate diploma in treasury management from ICFAI University, and also done CAIIB from Institute of Banking and Finance. He's got his bachelor's in engineering, by the way. So he's another person like Chinmay who is into engineering plus finance. So you have a lot of experts today who are engineer plus finance. So Joe is also into consulting business and he's a visiting professor of finance in Symbiosis Institute of Business Management in Bangalore and Pune. He's also a guest speaker in other leading business schools in Bangalore like Christ University Institute of Management, Bangalore, and XIME Bangalore and Cochin. He started off by working in MCX Stock Exchange in Karnataka for currency futures and also worked in ICICI Bank and HSBC Bank. He'll be talking about financial projections. Over to you, Joe. Thank you very much for coming and helping us give the projection session for students, and your expertise will be most valuable for the students today. Thank you. Over to you, Joe. Joe, you're on mute. Acha, I think we have to unmute. We have to make you co-host. Just give us a minute. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
You are now a co-host. Over to you, Joe. So take it.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah.
You can see the presentation. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can see. Okay, so let's start. So now we're going to talk about revenue streams, projections, and short-term fund requirements. So now the reason all of us are in business today is because we want to make money. And the first thing that you want to do is make a revenue, make some sales, because without that, you're not going anywhere. So the thing is that we have two types of revenue. One is operating revenue and one is non-operating revenue. Operating revenue means you are making money from your own business. Like you are selling goods, you're selling services. Like for example, if you are manufacturing agricultural equipment, you are selling units of that agricultural equipment to farmers. That is one source of operating revenue. Over time, you're also asking them to sign a maintenance contract with you. That is also operating revenue because you are getting it from your primary business. Now, suppose your investors or your family is giving you money for the business, and you have some money which you don't need for now. You're going to put it in the bank in FD so that it will earn some interest for you. That is also revenue to the business, but that is not operating revenue because FD income or interest income is not what your business is about. So when you make money from your primary business, it is known as operating revenue. That is, it can be sales of goods, sales of services. Non-operating revenues, anything that is not from your main source of business. We will not be considering non-operating revenue because the non-operating revenue, especially for companies like yours, will be very, very marginal. If you have some excess money, you will put it for short-term deposits, but otherwise you will not have. It is only for established companies that you will have significant non-operating revenue. So we will focus only on operating revenue in this presentation. So now we have where all can you get money from? So the first thing is sales of goods. You are manufacturing. So when I was in the jury, we had a lot of people manufacturing equipment for farmers. So agricultural equipment, when you sell those equipment units, you get a one-off revenue from that farmer. That is called transaction-based revenue. You have sold something and you have got money against it. Service revenue. Service revenue, suppose you're providing something that is non-tangible, intangible. You're not providing a unit that you can touch and feel, but you're advising the farmer or somebody else on how to do their work better. In that case, you have what is known as service revenue. So I am in consulting. I advise SMEs on how to get loans and how to run their business better. So mine is entirely service revenue. I do not have any transaction-based revenue because I do not sell anything in my business. Then you have recurring revenue. Recurring revenue the beauty of recurring revenue is that you do the sale once, the money keeps coming. Okay, so I have a friend of mine in Mangalore who sells software. He's also a startup and he sells software to blood testing labs. So this software helps blood testing labs send the results to their customers on a mobile app. So he makes that app and he gives the software to the blood testing labs. So if you go for a blood test in Mangalore or surrounding areas, if the lab has signed up with him, they will say, you please download this app from Play Store and we will send the results on that app. That app will have all the history and it will tell you whether your numbers are good or bad, and if there's any problem with your blood test results. So what happens is that he signs a contract with the lab and he collects subscription fees from them. Per customer, he charges 10 rupees. So the beauty of that is once he signs up with the lab, he doesn't have to keep selling that same product to the lab again. He gets subscription revenue, money keeps coming in. Another thing is royalty revenue. Suppose you have a big brand and you lease it out, you give it to somebody else to use it. Like Tata Group. Tata is a big brand in India, and they give that, and all Tata Group companies are allowed to use that Tata brand. Like now Tata has taken over a company called 1mg, 1mg.com, which is a net-based pharmaceutical company. So what happens is that it is now known as Tata 1mg. And 1mg pays a royalty income to Tata for the license, permission to use the Tata brand with them. And what the Tata brand brings in more, trustworthiness to 1mg. Because when people know that it's a Tata Group company, people are more comfortable with 1mg. So that is royalty income. The last one is project revenue, where if you're doing a one-time project for some company, you say that, I will set up something like you're a civil contractor, or you do something that it's a project, it has multiple stages, you do it over a period of 1 year. Once the project is over, that revenue is gone. Then you have to find another customer to sell and again make money. So here it is, you are selling goods, one-off transaction, you get your money, end of story. Here it is service, you are not selling anything physical. It is you cannot touch it. It is a service that is being rendered. Here the pricing is based on number of hours you're putting, number of man hours you're putting in. Here you have recurring income, which is basically subscription based. It is you sign a contract, that person keeps paying you fees every year or every month. Another example of subscription revenue is you sell a product. Along with that, you say, please sign an annual maintenance contract with us, AMC with us. We will come and maintain your product through the year. So for example, you buy an inverter for your house. He will say, would you like a annual maintenance contract to go along with it? So when you have a product, when you're selling a product, it's a transaction-based revenue. Here you have to, once you sell the product to somebody, you have to find another customer, persuade him, convince him to buy the product, and only then you get the second sale. So what you do is you try to see if you can get recurring revenue from the first customer. You tell him that, sir, if you want to repair, if there's any problem with this product, and if you want to repair it, the cost will be so much, but if you sign an AMC, we will give you 3 free services in a year. The beauty of having recurring revenue is that you don't have to find new customers every time you want to make revenue. Your existing customers keep giving you revenue. So if you have either of these two, you try to attach something that will give you recurring revenue, so that because finding a customer, persuading him to buy, and then getting him to pay you on time, it's a long process. So you try to mine your existing customers, whether you're doing transaction based or service based. You try to see if you can add something that will act as a source of recurring revenue for you. Project revenue, I said, is that it's a one-time thing. You do the project is complete. And if possible, you try to see if you can get some kind of maintenance contract from them. Okay, there are lots of people who sell computer hardware, or nowadays even a water filter at home, an inverter. Everything comes with a annual maintenance contract. They say you pay this much every year. We will maintain your system for that 1 year. So the beauty of it is that they don't have to find a new customer to buy the product. This will give them recurring revenue. Next question is, how do you estimate revenue? So this is a simple example of Coca-Cola. It is number of units sold, price per unit. So you multiply these two and you get revenue. So you have some machine that costs, say, 1 lakh rupees. You sell, you get 20 lakh rupees in revenue. You have another product line, you do the same calculation, you add it, and you get the total revenue. This is what is known as operating a revenue, because this is your main source, this is your main business. And for all you people who are competing in Manthan, right now, I do not think you will have non-operating income because you should be focusing on running your existing business. So you will only have operating revenue right now. If you're having services, then you will say that for every contract, you will have a different price. You will have a different price and you will multiply it into number of units, number of contracts you've signed, and you will get total revenue. Any questions so far? Okay, now let's look at a service company. A service company has service revenue, that is online food delivery for Zomato. Every time you order food from Zomato, they will add a small charge. They also get money from the restaurants which from where you've ordered food. Then they have something called Zomato Gold. So service revenue is that if it is online food delivery, until a customer clicks, these people are not going and orders for food, they're not going to get revenue. So what they do is they add something called Zomato Gold, which is a subscription, which is a recurring revenue. And they say that if you take Zomato Gold, you will get discount on the food delivery charges. You will also get discounts in hotels for dining in. And this is recurring revenue for them. So once you sign up, you are comfortable. They don't have to sell that product, that service to you again. You will keep renewing the subscription if you see value in it. Then advertisements. If they allow the hotels to, the restaurants to advertise on the Zomato platform, they get revenue from that. Royalty income is typically very small. It is only for big brands. For a small brand, for a comparatively smaller brand like Zomato, if they allow their Zomato brand to be used, they say powered by Zomato. Suppose a new hotel comes up and the hotel says we deliver across Bangalore, and that our deliveries are powered by Zomato or they are a franchise of Zomato, then they pay a small royalty income. So it is for operating revenue for online food delivery, it would be number of deliveries into price per delivery. That is the amount, the delivery charge per delivery, because that is the only fee. Suppose your bill is 1,000 rupees and the delivery fee is 50 rupees. That is all they will take. 50 into one delivery. It is not the 1,000 rupee bill because 1,000 rupees does not come to Zomato. Most of it goes to the company that the hotel that has provided the food and the delivery person. So the money that Zomato is made is say 50 rupees into number of deliveries. Subscribers added or renewed into price per subscription. That is for subscription based revenue. If they have royalty income, it is so suppose there is a company that is using the Zomato brand to sell. Zomato would take a small percentage, say like 2% of sales. So volume of sales that franchise has done into royalty percentage will be say 2 or 3%. That is their royalty income. Number of ads into price per ad. So on the Zomato platform, if you have somebody running ads into the price per ad per month. So these are the sources of revenue for Zomato. Now in your case, if you're selling a product, it would be number of units sold into price per unit. If you're selling a service contract or some AMC, it would be AMC price into number of AMCs sold. Any questions? So now we have to do that into, you have to put that into Excel and show it to the panel when you're doing your presentation. So you have, so we are doing let's look at a case study. You have a health manufacturing, drink manufacturing company that has found a product to cure diabetes. You need to estimate volumes of sales, expenses, so the projections can be prepared. So you are estimating that you will sell 1 lakh units per annum for the year 2023. Price per unit, so revenue from that sale of the drink will be 50 lakh rupees. You are also selling the concentrate and syrups to other bottling partners who will sell it, who will add, make the product and sell it from their side. So if you are selling it directly, you are charging 50 rupees. If you are selling it to your partners who will bottle it and then sell it into the market, you are charging them 30 rupees per unit. And you're estimating you will do about 50,000 units to your partners. 15 to 30 will be 15 lakh rupees. Total revenue will be 65 lakh rupees for the first year. Now the question is, how do you get these numbers? You should have done your market research. So for the case of Manthan, you would have estimates. But if you're a startup company, you should have some basis for picking up these numbers. How did you pick up 1 lakh? How did you pick up 50? 50 will be based on what Ketaki ma'am had said. It is based on how you price your product. 1 lakh will come from the market survey you have done. What is the size of the market that you're looking at? Your total addressable market. What percentage of the market you are going to conquer? So in this case, if I'm looking at diabetic patients, I would estimate the number of diabetic patients in India. I would see how many of them can afford my product. It is because it also depends on disposable income, how much of money they're willing to spare. And then I take a number. So in your case, when you're preparing your Excel sheet, you have to have justification as to why you have prepared. Here it is, I've taken 1 lakh, but whatever number you take, you have to be able to justify, because you will be questioned on where you got this number. How have you assumed you're going to sell 1 lakh units in the first year? Questions? So now you have to make the same kind of projection for the next year. You will also assume some growth. So for the next year, we are only assuming growth in number of units sold. We are not changing the price. We are holding the price constant, but we are saying that number of units has gone up by 20%. Why? Because our existing customers are happy and they're continuing to buy the product. Or we've also acquired new customers because of which sales has gone up by 20%. Likewise, in the second line, we are saying that sale of concentrate to bottling partners will go up by 30% in the second year. You have to give justification for why you have assumed 20% and 30%. Because that will be a question as to how you have prepared this 20%, why not 30% in the first line and 40% in the second line, or why not 10 and 20? You have to have justifications for each of these things. So the first year, you have done 65 lakh sales. Second year, you have done almost 80 lakh rupees sales. Growth is 22%. Total revenue has gone up by 22%. Now we will look at the third year, wherein you are getting growth in both number of units sold as well as you have hiked the price of units. You are saying that your costs have gone up and you are fairly confident you got some traction in the market. So you are comfortable increasing the price per unit. Because of which, so units sold has gone up by what, 30%? Sorry, 25% growth in number of units and 10% growth in price per unit. So what happens is that your revenue has gone up by 38%. Likewise, you do the same kind of thing in the second line, and you find that growth of 30%, overall growth of 37%. The sales has gone up by 37% in the third year. Any questions? You will also have expenses. So you will have cost, an idea about the expenses that are involved, and you will have to list those expenses for 3 years. You've got revenue, which is what you've calculated here. And then you subtract your expenses. So typically the first 2-3 years, you may be making a loss. Why? Because you're not confident your product is brand new in the market. Not enough people are buying. You reach what is known as break even. You have no profit, no loss. So this is a very optimistic assumption. So typically companies make losses for the first 2-3 years, and only then they start making a profit. But companies like Flipkart, even today, are still in a loss-making zone. Why? Because it's very hard to make a profit in retail business because they're just buying and selling. But if you are manufacturing a unique product, then it is likely that you will make a break even sooner because you are selling something that only you are able to sell, only you are able to manufacture and sell. Flipkart is selling things that can be bought anywhere else also, and they compete on price. That is the reason why they are not able to make a profit. But if you should be able to make a profit because you are making something that is unique and you are the only manufacturer of that product. So if people want that product, they have to buy it from you. They cannot buy it from anybody else. Even if they buy it on Flipkart, it will be that you sold it to Flipkart and they bought it from Flipkart. So ultimately you are making money. So here it is the first year you are not able, you are in the loss. You are making a loss of 8 lakhs. Second year, you are making break even. And the third year, because of the hikes in revenue, both in number of units sold as well as price per unit, you are making a profit of 5 lakh, almost 6 lakh rupees in the third year. Questions? If you have no questions, then I'm moving to the next slide, which is how to manage funds.
Hi, Joe.
So-
There's one question. They're asking,
Yeah.
how can we predict growth if we have not actually sold any product?
Okay, yeah. So now the thing is that you should, so first we look at as total addressable market. Now, so in the years that I was in Manthan, we used to get a lot of agri products. Entrepreneurs used to present a lot of agri products. So let's take the product one, agri product, which is aimed at cotton farmers in and around Raichur. Okay. So now, how are you going to decide how many units you're going to be able to sell? So you are going to take a list of cotton farmers in Raichur. Let's say, for example, I'm only looking at Raichur district, nowhere else. I'm only going to sell my product in Raichur district. I'm going to make a list of how many farmers are there in Raichur district who are doing cotton. And then I decide, and then I look at how many acres they have. How many acres? So let's assume that my product is cotton picking machine. And my product will only make sense for farmers who are having at least 2 acres of cotton. So, and I am only selling in Raichur district. So I will look at a database which says how many, so there will be some farmer associations or cotton producer associations in Raichur, which will give you a list of cotton farmers in Raichur. You will look at how many of these farmers have at least 2 acres of land. They are cultivating cotton on at least 2 acres of land, because otherwise the product doesn't make sense. So let's assume that there was a total of say 500 farmers, of which 200 farmers are large farmers who are having at least 2 acres of land. Of the 200 farmers, you estimate how many you can tap in the first year. Let us say it is about 150 people I will be able to tap. I have a sales force, or what I will do is I will go to the farmer association. I will call these people for an event and I will give a presentation to them. I will give a live demo to them. So if I invite these 200 farmers, I'm expecting that at least 150 people will turn up. I will give them a presentation. Of these 150 farmers, do you think that all 150 will buy in the first year? Not likely, because you are introducing something that is new. They will be skeptical. So a small, so say, let us say about 60 of these farmers say that, okay, we are comfortable, we would like to give it a try. So I will sell 60 units in the first year. And then the second year, I am hoping that the remaining 140 people have seen the success or the experience of the first 60 people who have tried out my product. And of the remaining 140, let us say another 30 sign up in the second year. So my units sold in the second year will be, I'm assuming that this is a product that is sold every year. So first year, I would sell 60 units. Second year, I would sell 90 units at the same price. Third year, the farmers have seen, now 90 farmers have seen the value of my product. They remain, and they keep talking to each other. I do not, I do not advertise. So I have no advertising expense. Then those 90 farmers, then I again go to the association. I give another presentation in the third year. Another 20 or 30 or 40 farmers sign up. Let us say 30 farmers sign up. So the third year I will sell 120 units. But there I am kind of confident that people are willing to pay a little more for my product. Because they've seen the value and they say that yes, using this product makes our life much easier. We are willing to pay a little more. Okay, so that is how you make your projections. Look at the total, look at your market, look at how much you're going to convert in the first year because it will be typically low. You also mentally prepare yourself to make a loss because you're trying to get into the market. You're a new company, nobody knows you. So you will price it low and you will get into the market, and then you hope that word of mouth catches on, because word of mouth is way more effective than advertising and way more cheaper because you don't spend anything. Okay, so what would happen is for you people, this is only to give an idea of how this thing works. When you're making your project, you will have to discuss this with your mentors. You will have mentors who have experience in finance. So what will happen is that you will have to discuss this with your mentors when you're making this projection. Because I'm assuming that most of you are new to finance. This is the first time you're seeing this, so you don't know where to start. So what will happen? This is only to introduce a topic to you. What will happen is that you will work with your mentors and your mentor will guide you on how to make that Excel file. I hope I've been able to explain my point.
Joe, there is a question from what if our projections go wrong?
Projections will definitely go wrong. Projections are a starting point. It is not set in stone. It is the future. Nobody's seen the future. I have seen, when I was working in banks, we were giving loans worth crores. And all these guys used to give us projections. And what projections would they give? They would give us projections which show a very rosy picture. And as a banker, we know 100% these guys are going to miss the projection. So when we are lending, so what the borrower will do is he will go to CA and say, I want this much of loan. So you please make a projection which justifies this much of loan. And when he comes to me with this projection, I know for sure that he's going to miss that projection. So I will apply my own discounting. I will say what is realistic, and according to that, I will sanction the loan. So in your case, there is no harm. It is a starting point. You are standing on, say, April 1st, 2023. You are projecting for the next financial year. You have to start somewhere. You assume that you will sell 100 units. End of, say, April 1st, 2024, you find that you sold only 50 units. That is fine. You see why you were not able to sell 100, you were not able to meet first year's target. What went wrong? And then you correct it, and then you make a new projection for the next year. Projections you will always miss. When you are making the projection, you are making a projection on the assumption that this is what I hope to achieve realistically. Nobody has seen the future. Suppose you are making a projection on January 1st, 2020. How many people on January 1st, 2020 predicted the lockdown? How many businesses have gone bust? So nobody has seen the future. Projections will always miss. It is a goal for you to start working towards, because if you start without a projection, you don't know where you're going. So you say that, so like I'm driving from Bangalore to Chennai. I expect to reach Chennai in 5 hours time. But that doesn't guarantee that I will reach in 5 hours time. I may reach a little earlier if the traffic is less, or more likely there are some jams in the toll booths, and I end up reaching in 6.5, 7 hours. So next time I'm taking a trip, I will say maybe I will take a day on which the crowd is less, or I will go earlier in the day. Therefore, the traffic will be less. So projection it's a starting point. So when you are making the projection should make sense as of today. It should make sense. You should make a projection based on the information you have today. At the end of, and every 3 months, you will review whether you are meeting your projection. If you find that you're not meeting your projection, this happens even to the largest companies in the world. It is not just to you. Everywhere, what they do is they make a projection for the year and they review it monthly and quarterly. And they see if something is going wrong. They predicted to sell, say, 5,000 units and they're able to do only 2,000 units in the first month. What has gone wrong? I'll give you another example. A friend of mine was giving away SIM cards for Reliance Jio when it was launched. I'm talking about 5-6 years back. That time they were giving away SIM cards for free, and not many people had a dual SIM phone, and nobody wanted to give up their number and take a new Jio SIM. So he had a challenge giving away SIMs with free internet. I'm talking about 2015, 16 or 17. And there were months he was not able to meet his target. Why? Because people did not have enough people did not have dual SIM phone. Nobody wanted to give up their actual number. They wanted Jio only for that free internet. But for calls, they were using Airtel or Vodafone. So then his bosses from Bombay would call up, and he was in charge of Karnataka state. So he would his bosses from Bombay would call up and ask, why are you not meeting your targets? And that is the case with every company in the world. So then he had to say that I'm not able to find enough people with dual SIM phones, because people with only a single SIM phone do not want to take Jio because they have to give up their existing number. And they were not, number portability was not very smooth at that time. So definitely you will miss your projections. That is fine. If you achieve your projections, that means your ambition was not big enough. You didn't aim high enough. You should aim for a number that is difficult to achieve, and then you stretch yourself. If you fail, that's okay. Next year, you see what went wrong in this year, and you make a new projection for the next year. So today, for this project, for the Manthan contest, when you are making the projection, you have to see that it is realistic based on the facts that you have right now. Because you are going to be questioned on your projections, and the judges are going to ask you, where did you pick up these numbers from? And you should be able to say, based on the information that we have now, and based on the facts in our possession, this is what we are projecting for this year. Okay, so there is no guarantee that you will hit your projection. Most likely you will miss, but it is a starting point. You should aim for something. Questions? Okay, now I'm moving on to another critical part. I work with SMEs, and this is the biggest challenge with MSMEs in India today. They do not have money to run the business. They can make the product, they have customers. The problem is that, most of my customers are in Bangalore, and there is a place called Pina, which is a hub for MSMEs based in Bangalore. All of them have this problem, how to manage funds. So let's take the case of a company that is starting a business. They start with cash. What do? They go and buy raw materials. When they buy raw materials, they have to pay that person who sold the raw material to them. That is their vendor. So they buy the raw material. They tell the vendor, sir, you please give me 60 days credit. I have to make something, a finished item out of this. Suppose he's selling some kind of lathe. So he buys all kinds of tools, and he's going to assemble lathes in his factory in Pina, CNC lathe. So he buys all kinds of things, and then the computer equipment he imports from Japan or Taiwan. And then he says that, please give me 60 to 90 days time, because I need to get money from my customers to pay you. In the meantime, I also have to pay my electricity bill, my water supply, my salaries. Most important, because if we don't pay salaries, people will not come to work. That you cannot delay. So you tell the vendor, I want some time. That is called a credit period. Now, will everybody give you a credit period? No, not likely. It depends upon the bargaining power. If it is an industry where the demand for that product is very high, for the raw material is very high, most likely you will not get a credit period. I have a customer in Mangalore. So what he does is he buys IC chips from Taiwan. He assembles it for AquaGuard and Bajaj and all these people. Ureco Forbes and AquaGuard. They are his biggest customers. So he makes a circuit board, the electronic circuitry for the AquaGuard and vacuum cleaners. He makes it. So he buys the chips from Taiwan. So Taiwan does not give him any credit. Taiwan says, you first send the money, then I will give you the chips. And then he sells it to Aquaguard. Aquaguard says, I will pay you after 60 days. So he has a problem because he has to pay Taiwan immediately. He has to pay his salaries. And then after manufacturing, he gives it to Aquaguard. And Aquaguard says, okay, you give me 30 days, I will pay you after 30 days. So he has to run his factory while he has paid off the Taiwan company, as well as he is paying us salaries. Can you see my pointer?
Yeah, Joe, you have a question? Yeah.
No. Can you see my pointer? Can you see my slide?
No.
The slide is not visible. Okay, just a second. Can you see my slide now?
The pointer's still not visible, I think, Joe.
But can you see the slide?
Yeah, we can see the slide, yes. But not on broadcast mode.
Oh, the other mode, okay. Can you see now? In presentation mode as well as with the pointer?
Yeah.
Has it come now?
We can see the slide, yes, in presentation mode, yes.
Yeah, and the pointer?
Pointer, I'm not sure. Students, you can see the pointer? Yes, we can see, yes.
Okay, yeah. So the thing is that you have to buy your raw materials. You have to manufacture, you have a vendor. He gives you a credit period. Now the question is, for each of your companies, if you're making a product, you are buying some raw material from somebody else. You have to factor in whether that vendor is willing to give you a credit period. If he's not willing to give you a credit period, you will need more money to run the business. If he's willing to give you a credit period, then good for you. You have some more time you need less cash. So what happens is, raw materials, you process it and you make finished goods out of it. Once you make finished goods out of it, you sell it to somebody. Your customer, okay, now you have two kinds of customers. One is B2C, direct to, you're selling to retail customers like individuals. They typically pay cash. They pay cash and buy. Then you have you sell to companies, wherein in the case of a company, he will invariably ask for some kind of credit period. He will say, I will pay you in X number of days. So that becomes your debtor. He has to pay you money. Your vendor is your creditor. You have to pay him money. So once the debtors pay you after that credit period, you again come back to cash. This is what is known as working capital cycle. And you need to have enough money to keep this cycle running, because you need money to buy your stuff. You need money for direct expenses like electricity and things like that. You need to pay salaries. You need to pay rent for your factory if you're rented premises, marketing expenses, and any other expenses that you have. So you need money to keep the show running. So if you are in a business where vendors require payment upfront, they say cash and carry. That is, you pay and you take the goods. Or it may be a question where the vendor says, you pay money in advance and then I will give you the goods. And it is, customers are expected to pay you immediately. So if you pay the vendors and the customers immediately, then what you have to plan for the cash flow. So assume that you have you buy raw materials, you take 10 days to manufacture goods. You already paid, when you buy the raw materials, you already paid the vendor. You take 10 minutes to manufacture. And after manufacturing, you need another 5 days to find a customer to buy the goods. So 15 days, you are out of money. You bought the goods, you pay the vendor immediately. So there is no credit outstanding. It takes 15 days for you to sell the goods, convert the raw material to finished goods, and then sell it and get money from the customer. So you are out of money for 15 days. Okay. So you have to have enough money to keep the factory running until you get money from the customer. Now assume that your vendors say that you have to pay us upfront, but your customers like AquaGuard, and they expect you to give them at least 30 days credit period. So what will happen is you pay the customer immediately, you pay the vendor immediately, you buy the goods, 10 days to manufacture, 5 days to sell. Once the customer buys, he says, okay, fine, from today, give me 30 days credit period, which means you are out of money for 45 days. You paid your vendor on day one, you get the money from the customer on day 46. 45 days, the company has to run with your own money. Okay, which means that you should have enough money to keep the factory running for 45 days until the customer pays you. Most likely, at least in India SMEs, this is not 30 days, it is typically 60 to 90 days. Which means that cycle is very, very long. You need more and more money to run your business. Now, suppose the vendor is kind enough to give you 30 days credit period. So it is you buy and you tell the customer, you tell the vendor, I will pay you in 30 days. So you have 30 days time. Of that 30 days time, 10 days goes in manufacturing. 10 days goes in, 5 days goes in finding a customer to sell. And then you have a customer who pays upfront. So what will happen is 15 days, you will get your money. And then another 15 days, you sit with that money and then you pay your vendor. So this is what is known as negative working capital cycle. You are actually running your money with your running your business with your vendor's money. So let's say on day 1, you buy raw materials. Day 11, you have finished manufacturing. Day 16, you have sold and you got the money. Okay, so the money has come to your pocket. But on day 1, when you bought the product, you told your vendor you will pay him only on day 31. So from day 16 to day 31, you are sitting on money and you don't need to pay the vendor. So this is a very good situation, and you do not need to have so much working capital with you because you can use your vendor's money to run your business. So from day 16 to day 31, you are running with your vendor's money, and on day 31, you pay the vendor. Any questions? This I don't expect you to understand the first time because this is a little new for you. Questions? So this is the last slide that I have. So we can also look at a situation where the customer, so the previous one was customer credit, and here it is vendor credit. You have any questions?
Yeah, I think the students probably will take time to understand and process.
Yeah.
So students, you can put your questions through email to our at manthan@fkcci.in, so that Joe can take all your questions and can answer. So thank you. So
you can reach out to me through Manthan.
Yeah. So there is one question.
Because each of your cases will have different questions.
Yeah. So So then one question says, so basically we'll be in good situation when we get vendor credit. Is that so?
Yes, yes, yes. So big companies force their vendors to give them credit. Like AquaGuard, when they sell a machine to you, you have to pay immediately. Only then they will install the machine in your house. But AquaGuard's vendors, they will tell the vendor, we will pay you 60 days after you supply the product to us. And the vendor has to agree. Why? Because AquaGuard is such a big buyer. It is all about bargaining power. Who has more bargaining power? But if AquaGuard is selling to a big factory, that factory will tell AquaGuard, I will pay you after 60 days. But if AquaGuard is selling to a family, to one of us, the salesman will come and say, sir, you give us the check, I will install it immediately. So ideally, you should aim to get credit from your vendors and not give credit to your customers. That is when you have what is known as a negative working capital cycle. You are running your business with your vendors' money. And that happens in the case of most big companies like Toyota and things like that. They make sure that their vendors give them credit. They make sure that their dealers pay them in advance to get the cars from them. So Toyota doesn't need much money to run the factory because they get credits from the vendors. Their dealers also pay them in advance.
I think Hindustan Unilever is one more such case, right?
Yeah. Hindustan Unilever is a classic example. So the people who make your L'Oreal soap and all and Pepsodent toothpaste, what they do is they force their vendors to give them 90 days credit. They tell their vendor, you supply the product, I will pay you in 90 days.
So then actually these people being startups, I suppose they are low in the value chain.
They will not be in the situation of vendor credit. No vendor will give them credit.
They won't get vendor credit that easily, right? So
no, it is most likely they will not get vendor credit. Because the vendor will say, I don't know whether you will be there tomorrow. You're a startup. I want my money upfront.
They actually may not trust the startup and ask the money for service. Yeah. So
the vendor will force them to, they will say cash and carry. You pay and collect. You take your goods and go.
So mostly
you take your material. So ideally, if you're selling to B2C customers, it will be cash and carry. Don't give them credit. You say, so in which case you are kind of fine. You will be in this place wherein you don't get credit from your vendor. You also don't give credit to your customer. You will be in a cash. So you need only 15 days. But if you're doing work, if you're doing sales to companies, you will be in this situation wherein vendor will not give you, vendor requires upfront payment. Customer will expect credit from you. So instead of 15 days, it will become 45 days.
Yeah. So there's one more question, Joe, who says how to manage working capital for software service business like Oyo. This is from Kumar. Yes.
Okay. So now the thing is that if you have big customers, you can go to the bank and say, sir, I have big customers who have to pay me in 30 days, 40 days, 90 days. They have accepted my invoice. Suppose I am selling to say Toyota. I'm a MSME sitting somewhere in Pina. I am selling to Toyota. Toyota says on the 90th day sharp, you will get your money. But I need to run my business and I cannot lose Toyota because Toyota is such a big customer. So I tell Toyota, okay, fine, you pay me on the 90th day. So what I will do is I will sell the goods to Toyota. I have manufactured some engine parts. It goes by truck to Toyota. Toyota accepts Toyota factory. They inspect it. They say, okay, this shipment is acceptable. It meets our quality standards. I will raise an invoice. I will send it along with the truck. The truck will go there. Toyota will, take the stuff, offload the parts from the truck, inspect it, and then they will accept my invoice. That acceptance says, I accept to pay this vendor of mine on the 90th day. And that accepted invoice will come back to me. With that accepted invoice, I can go to a bank and say, sir, I have an accepted invoice with Toyota saying that Toyota will pay me on the 90th day. Can you give me money against this invoice? Now the bank will say, you are a small company. I don't know whether how good your financials are, but I am sure that Toyota will pay you. Toyota is a strong company and Toyota will pay you on the 90th day. Therefore, I will give you 85% of that invoice upfront. This is called factoring. It is very, very common abroad. India, it is only catching up. There is a company called SBI Factors on MG Road in Bangalore who does this. You go to SBI Factors and say, I have a accepted bill from Toyota. Toyota is my customer. I have been in business for at least 2-3 years. And Toyota is my customer. They say they will pay me in 90 days. And it's 1 lakh rupees worth invoice. So what SBI Factors will say, I will give you 85,000 rupees today. You have to tell Toyota to pay SBI Factors on the 90th day. So SBI Factors is paid the vendor today 85%. On the 90th day, Toyota will pay SBI Factors 1 lakh rupees. So what SBI Factors will do is 85,000 rupees they're giving you for 90 days. So they will charge you interest for 90 days on the 85,000. So 1 lakh comes from Toyota. SBI will take out the 85,000 they have given you already. 15,000 is remaining. From that 15,000, they will deduct the interest for 85,000 for 90 days. So whatever is the 90 days interest on 85,000, they will deduct, and the balance they will give you. And here the beauty is you don't need to give any collateral. Why? Because the bank knows that Toyota is a solid customer and they've accepted to pay. So this is what is known as invoice discounting or factoring. It is a very, very common product abroad. In India, two major players are CanBank Factors and SBI Global Factors, SBI Factors. CanBank is started by Canara Bank. It's a NBFC of Canara Bank. SBI is owned by State Bank of India. So if you can find somebody to discount your invoice, you will get your money.
So thank you, Joe. It was a very lucid and nice session. I'm sure students have understood how to do projections with this session. Any more questions, students? You can send it to Manthan
Yeah,
at
because
FKCCI.
you will have, each of your products are unique. I mean, projects are unique. So you will have different questions. All of you may not be in the same place. So if you have questions, reach out to me through Manthan and I'll be able to help you. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Joe, for taking this session. Students, we'll break for lunch and we will get back. I hope, yeah, we will get back at 2:30 for the afternoon session. We had, I hope you all enjoyed the morning half with 3 good speakers, Ketki, Joe, and Vishwanath, and Chinmay. So we have 2 more sessions in the afternoon. Please join us at 2:30. Thank you.
Shubham, we wait for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think we'll wait. We have got 53,
Correct. Sure. Maybe a couple of minutes. Yeah.
another few minutes.
Sure. No issues.
In 10 minutes. We are waiting. 57. Maybe the next. We'll start. We'll start.
Maybe
We'll start.
you want to start or 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll,
Okay. I'll start.
yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second part of the second day. I know some of you are still not there. You're joining back, but I know it's a very heavy day today. Today is finance day. So I think from the morning you've had many sessions, but I would take the honor and opportunity to introduce Shubha ma'am, because he's one of the backbones of this entire the knowledge workshops. From the beginning, for last year and this year, she has conceptualized the same. CA Shubha Ganesh is a director, founder, freelance writer, consultant, and guest faculty at IIM. She's a chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and has done her postgraduate diploma in equity research and analysis from the Institute of Chartered Financial Analysis of India, research analyst certification and investment advisor certification from National Institute of Securities Management. She is a freelance columnist with Economic Times with over 500 plus articles. As a consultant at Blue Lotus Strategists, advising and mentoring entrepreneurs, especially women in the finance domain. So all the women, girls out here, please note this. She's a guest faculty at prestigious institutes like IIM Bangalore, IIM Udaipur, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, in the finance domain, in the capital markets domain, and especially for the Women Entrepreneurs Program in IIM Bangalore and IIM Udaipur. Both of these have annual programs for women, wherein budding entrepreneurs were taught all aspects of management. She taught capital management, corporate finance, financial planning to many women from 2007 onwards, and the journey continues after 15 years relentlessly, I must say. He is also principal officer and director of X2A Investments, a company on the verge of launching a fintech platform, which is an AI-powered financial advisory platform with social trust networks, reimagining the end-user decision-making, and is an independent director with L Forge, which is engaged in the business of manufacturing rough steel. Coming with nearly 27 plus years of experience in the financial sector, who else but Shubha ma'am we could have for startup capital and long-term cash planning. All of you must consider yourself fortunate to be here with her. Thank you, ma'am. And of course, we are all part of the team, but you yourself have taken out so much time and you're doing this for them. Over to you, and all the best participants, and take as much. One clue I can give, take as much as you can. Take her email address, send her an email. Please don't keep calling her, and give us some response time, because as I read the profile, she would be getting bombarded from many places. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Karthik, for that glowing profile reading. And thank you. And thank you for being part of Manthan. From Kedam's side, you have contributed so much to Manthan. Heartfelt thanks for that. Yeah. So hello, students. Today, it's been a very heavy day for all of you. From the morning, initially, you started having a session on business plan, which was followed up by market sizing by Mr. Vishwanath. Actually, we have structured the workshop sessions in such a way that one flows into another. Having understood the market size and how to understand your market, we wanted you to do pricing and costing for your product so that you understand how to cost and price. And thereafter, go on to do projections for your company to understand how the costing works, pricing works, and hence for X number of products, how do you do the projections and take it forward from there. So how was the session till now? Did you all like it? You can put it in the chat box so I'll understand how it was. How did you like it? Any answers? Anybody? Have you all understood what happened in the morning? So no replies. Okay, so today
No
then
reply means only two things. One is OHT, overhead transmission, or you have all switched off your videos and you are in sleep mode.
Yes, that I think the sleep mode is more looks like that. But yes, now I have some answers saying yes, ma'am, and session was very insightful. Good. So we hope that all these sessions together will completely change your business plan, which you'll be submitting again, because you've learned so much here that you'll have to incorporate all of it in your business plan. Karthik, one of the person is saying he's already feeling saturated. Omkar, I think, has got so much info packed in 2 days. And there is a level of saturation. Yes. But you have to bear with us because we have to conduct workshops in this manner for 2 days. Getting all the people together has been a challenge. So 2 more sessions for today and we are done. Right. So today I'll be taking the session on startup capital and long-term planning. So what do you think? From the sessions of the morning, have you all understood what would be startup capital? Yeah. I need the chat box. Chat box. Asking questions. Yeah, I would like the session to be as interactive as possible. I'm asking a lot of questions. And I am looking at the chat box so that I'll know the answers to it. Yeah. So the learning objectives for today's session will be what is startup capital, how to budget for startup capital, managing uncertainties of cash flows, what is pivots, how to sources of capital. So these are something which I would like to touch today and make you all understand about it. So I'm not able to scroll because my chat box is open. Let me see if I can manage both together. Just a minute.
Ma'am, initial money required to start business, the capital required to start a new business.
Yeah. So that's correct answers. So just a minute. No, I was wondering your presence may not be required if I can manage the chat box. Okay. But it's better. So what are the aspects of money we are looking at now in startup capital? First is, like some of you have answered, how much money we need initially. What is the starting amount we need? That can be had through budgeting. Part of it was covered in the morning. The second aspect of money, we are looking at when do we need it? Do we all need it in the beginning, in the middle, afterwards? So when you do a budgeting, you understand part of it, saying when do you need the monies in the beginning or after 2 years, after 1 year, when I'm going to set up a factory, when is my product going to be ready for the market? So these are the questions which will flow, which will give you an answer as to when you need the money. The third aspect of money, which we will look at, is where do we get the money from, right? So the sources of capital, we have various sources, as all of you know, whether it's angels, whether it is venture funds or friends and family in the initial stages. These are the sources of capital which you have. But today's session from the beginning now on and now is to focus on how do you understand how much capital you need, how much you need, the budgeting part of it. Okay, moving up to what is startup capital. Some of you have answered saying that it is necessary to startup capital is nothing but venture capital and initial money required to start up. These are the two answers I see. The first answer is right, saying the initial money required to start a business. And startup capital is not venture capital. Venture capital is a source of capital which you get for your business. I'll go into that later. Okay, so startup capital is the initial amount which we need to need for starting up a business. That is the right answer, and that's how we'll understand this going forward. Again, it's not moving, the slides. Yeah. So what will be part of startup capital? This is again a question I would like to ask you people. Some answers. What would you use the startup capital for? When I give you money now, what are the things probably you'll be spending on? Initial operations and marketing. Okay, what would be initial operations? Srikriti, any details on that? Assets, yes, right. And raw material procurement. Omkar says, or raw material procurement, and we have some business plans saying research and development, purchase of raw material, setting up of machinery and equipment. Very good. Tools for products required, finding the product market fit, licensing, registrations, excellent. So yes, most of you are on right track, saying that what we need for this, yeah. So so the startup capital is the money required to start a business. It covers expenses necessary for getting a new company up and running, like renting or leasing a space, furnishing your office or the leased space, paying for your bills and utilities, buying equipment, supplies. Somebody had written raw material purchase, hiring professionals. For example, if you have to set up a company and register your company, then you'll need a lawyer, you'll need an accountant to start writing your accounts, or the accountant or lawyer can register your company, stocking up inventories, paying your employees. At least the initial expenses would be stocking inventories, paying the first month employee expenses, hiring professional services, etc. So these expenses can be classified as one-time or one-time expenses or assets. Like Srikriti had pointed out that asset purchase would be the first initial startup expenses. So these are expenses which are not repeatable later, like permits, licenses, incorporation fees, logo design, website design, brochure, business card printing, signage. If you're a manufacturing company, it will be probably purchase of machinery and tools to run the machinery. And these will be the ones. For services company, probably this If you're doing an online, it will be website designing, which will be the initial part of the thing. So the expenses which are initial can be categorized into two sections. One is a proper expense, one is an asset. So how do you distinguish what is an asset and what is an expense? Anybody? So for the next question, earlier question, logistics, hiring specialist, all correct, good, Omkar. But now my next question is, how do you distinguish the amount you spent is an expense or an asset? Asset can be a one-time investment, yes. Asset being value but not expense, but not bring value. A little complicated answer, yes. An asset will be make money in the long run and one-time investment. That is almost the most appropriate answer I have received, yes. So in accounting parlance, an asset is whose value you get over a longer period of time, ideally more than 1 year. Expense is something whose value is used immediately. Let's take an example of an employee. An employee's salary which you give for a month, the value for which he will deliver, or rather he will work for only a month. Whereas if you buy a machinery, the value of that machinery lasts for a few years. Same thing applies for furniture. A vehicle, if you had purchased a vehicle for your company, it would last for 7 years or 6 years. Furniture, again, 4-5 years. You need not buy a new one for 4-5 years. But if for an employee, if you don't give a salary the next month, would he work for you? No, right? Whether it is inventory, which is exhausted, whether it is salaries paid, labor, rent, all this are payable again and again in a year. Whereas if you pay for machinery, vehicle, or maybe even website design, which you designed in the beginning, the value of that accrues for many years. And typically these expenses are large, since the value accrues for many years. Whereas the expenses like rent, salaries, the amount invested every month is smaller. Okay, so this is how you will classify it. And expenses are usually written off in profit and loss account that year itself. It's not taken into balance sheet. I'll try to explain it deeper as we go forward. And assets are not taken in profit and loss account and taken into balance sheet. The value of the asset is reduced over the number of years. Give a simple example. If I paid 10 lakhs for a vehicle and I expect my vehicle for last for 10 years, then I will be reducing the value of the vehicle 1 lakh every year and charging to my profit and loss account, so that the value of the vehicle reduces over a period of time and it becomes zero over 10 years. Okay, so this is an asset. An expense is something whose value goes down within a period of 1 year. For example, if you spent on inventory, right? The inventory becomes a work in progress. Work in progress becomes finished goods. And if your product is manufactured within 3 months, your inventory has become a finished product within a matter of 3 months. So it is exhausted within 1 year. So it's a short-term asset. So not a long-term asset like machinery whose value is available for you for many years. So here I'm limiting myself to a comparison that in a startup, for a startup capital, we will spend on many things. Some things whose value which will last for a longer period of time, and some things we spend on whose value is useful only for shorter duration and which we will put it in profit and loss account. The one whose value is there for a longer duration, we put it in balance sheet. Do you all understand what is a profit and loss account and balance sheet? I would like some answers. Expenses are a recurring cost. Yes, that's correct. have you all understood what is profit and loss and balance sheet? To a minimal extent, at least? Yes, ma'am. Some of the answers I'm getting are yes. Okay, so I take it that you all understand that. Yes. Okay, so going forward. So, yeah, so starting inventory is an asset, computer and other tech equipment, office furniture, vehicles, factory, setup factory, all these are
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes. Shubha ma'am will join back in a bit. ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. Ma'am, you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. We had some internet issues here, so
Sure, sure. Please, please. Go ahead.
we were thrown out of the meeting. Yes.
Yes,
So
yes.
yeah. So apologies, students, for this thing, and so yeah, we are back. So the startup. So far, what I have covered is that startup capital is required to pay for expenses. Those expenses fall under two categories. Some of them become assets, which are long-term use, and some of them are expenses, which are of short-term use and are usually charged to balance sheet. Okay, so we have to separate the costs into assets and expenses. Expenses are deductible against income and they reduce taxable income. Assets, on the other hand, are not taken into income account, and only the depreciation part is taken into account. So let's look an example for a setup cost for a service business. So here, what would be the setup costs be? I have just taken a set of examples here for a cost. You all can pitch in saying what more we can cover in these costs. So typically, if you are taking a place on rent, you will have a security deposit, which you'll have to give, which will be a one-time expense. So if this is a one-time expense, where it will be shown? Anybody? If security deposit, is it chargeable to profit and loss account in the beginning, or will it be taken to balance sheet? I've got one answer here. Asset, yes, correct. And first month rent and utility bill for first month is an expense. Absolutely correct. So all of you are answering correctly. Kunal, Swikriti, and Omkar, all of you are correct. So this way we divide all the initial expenses which you have into an asset versus an expense. Security deposit, kitchen equipment, table and furniture, all these are assets. Even to an extent, you could use utensils, plates, spoons as an asset. Whereas first month rent, utility bill will be a employee cost for cook, waiters, cleaners, license permits, legal fees. Signboard is probably what I would take to profit and loss account. Whereas security deposit, kitchen equipment, table, furniture, utensils, even all of this will go to balance sheet. Now comes the question of inventory. Inventory, this inventory is the amount you have spent to buy the initial raw material to make into a finished product. Okay, here probably you bought in the food category lot of raw material like atta or dal, so on and so forth, to make a food item later on. Okay, so will this appear, is this a one-time expense, or shall we say this is a long-term expense? How do you categorize that? Any answers? In the chat, okay, I can't see them. Yeah, here we have one answer. Yes, it's a recurring expense, says Ajay. Any other answers? No. Okay, let me explain. This is not a recurring expense, though it is like a recurring expense. This is something which recurs frequently in a year, but it's actually an asset. You have bought this to convert into a finished product, hence it's called a inventory. Now, how often will it recur in a year? Let's take two examples. In a restaurant business, like how we have said it here, I may go to the market in the morning, buy all my vegetables, come to my restaurant at 8 o'clock, make the food. By 10 o'clock, if I have served the food, my customer has eaten the food and given me cash. How long was that cycle? I think Joe had explained in the morning about the cycle. So I had cash in the morning at say 5 a.m. I'm again having cash with me at 10 a.m., right? In between, what happened to the cash? The cash moved from becoming raw material. From a raw material, it became a food item. From food item, it became what a customer ate, and the customer paid me the money back. So did it go from cash to cash in 5 hours? Have all of you understood that? My money became cash, then it became raw material. Then from raw material, I made it into a food. From my food, my customer came and ate it and gave me back cash. Have you all understood that this is a cash cycle? Any answers? So this is, okay. Yes, some answers are there as yes. Okay. So if this is regarding a food business, now let us take, I am a company which is constructing for metro. So I may buy iron, steel, and all equipment required to construct a metro line and use labor to construct it. How long do you think for me it will take to get cash? Any answers? How long does it take to construct a metro line? Let's assume 2 years. So I would take cash, buy cement, buy steel, put all my labor for 2 years. And then after 2 years, I'll give the metro line to the railways and the railway will pay money. So for 2 years, the money has from my cash to become cash. It has taken me 2 years. Have you all understood that? So what is the contrast? In a restaurant business, my cash became cash very fast. Whereas in some businesses, my cash will become cash again after a very long time. Is that clear? Is the concept getting clear to all of you? That some businesses, I don't know what startup you belong to, some of your startups may be able to use cash faster and make cash faster, whereas some other businesses may require cash more. Now, if you look at it, the restaurant business will require less cash because he's getting back from the cash from the customer faster. Whereas my metro construction business, the cash comes back much later. So such businesses will need more money. Okay, so I hope you all understood. Otherwise, I'm happy to explain that again to all of you. Okay, so coming back here, hence, inventory of food and beverage is a short-term asset. It goes to the balance sheet and it's not a recurring expense that goes to profit and loss account. Okay, so here in this setup cost of restaurant business, we have tried to categorize into assets and expenses. So let's go forward to go to a manufacturing company. Okay, so in case of a manufacturing company, again, I've taken it as a security deposit for a shed, first month rent and utility. I've kept it at same. And here I have kept as equipment cost as machinery, machinery handling and generator, raw materials and tools and dies, right? So this is how a manufacturing business expenses for the setup cost for a manufacturing business would look like. So can we start a business with only this much? Is this the amount which I'll require? Can I start a business with 7,28,000? Is that enough? Any answers? No. Okay, Omkar says no. Whereas Arish says yes. Somebody says depends on business. And if somebody said yes, no, I would like an answer why. What am I missing? Will my startup funding capital be 7,28,000 or am I missing something? Somebody has said no. So any ideas what it would be? Balesh, I think, said no. Okay, let me take it forward so that, yeah. Recurring has to be calculated. Absolutely right, Omkar. Recurring expenses have not been calculated. Let me move forward. Yeah. Are we missing something? Funding for setup costs alone is not enough to run a business. We need cash to run a business. You have set up the things. You took all the money which you wanted, that is 7 lakhs. That was just enough to set up a business. Now, after setting up a business, we need capital to run the business, right? The running part is called an operational cost. And operational costs will be rent for the full 12 months, salaries, material costs, legal, accounting, loan payment, insurance, so on and so forth, which is there. Say electricity for your office, for your factory, your marketing costs will come, selling costs, administration costs will come, and of course, taxes. These occur every month. Usually you pay every month. You pay salaries every month. You pay rent every month. Probably you will pay your accountant once a year. You have loan repayments if you have taken loan from bank to start your business. Electricity bill also, water bill, all of them get paid every month. So these are monthly expenses which you have to take into account. So you can take 1 year's monthly expenses together. So you can put a budget like this. This is how you have to do the budgeting. Joe's class also focused, Joe's session in the morning also focused on budgeting. So here I have brought a rough method of calculating it. So you calculate, say, monthly rent for 12 months. Insurance is a one-time payment, utilities, all this you calculate for 12 months for a year. So you get a total here for 12,69,000 in my slide. And if I calculate divided by 12, I'm getting an average expense of 1 lakh per month. Okay. So any questions? Here I've put even digital marketing costs, promotional costs, accounting, payroll, bill. I've tried to incorporate all the expenses. So as for your business plan, what you students have to do is to think through what are the expenses that will come once I set up a business, once it's running, once I start manufacturing, or once I start doing the service. If I take a beauty parlor service, if I've rented a place, I've put up all the mirrors and everything, then monthly, what do I need? I need consumables. I need ladies to do the work. I need water. So those are the things which you have to visualize. The better you visualize, the more accurate your projections will be. One of you asked a question in the afternoon, what if my projections will go wrong? And Joe had answered that it will go wrong. Why? Because you would not have thought through everything. It's very difficult to project all your expenses at one go. We may have forgotten one bit, which will come in later. I may have forgotten your taxi charges. For example, in my operational cost, I have not calculated travel costs. Okay, so I may have missed that. So similarly, a lot of such small things we may miss. Somebody, Omkar says unforeseen circumstances, that's also true. So there could be some things which we would have missed consciously or unconsciously. Hence, 99% of the time, our projections will go wrong. But does that mean we don't do projections? What is your answer? Shall we stop doing projections because we may go wrong? No, we need the projections for one reason, that it will give us a figure as how much I need to start a business. I may go wrong here and there, but at least now I know, okay, my average cost per month for just running the business would be 1 lakh. And the total amount I may need to start my business would be 7 lakhs. So overall, according to my estimates, to my best of knowledge of my projections, I need 7 lakhs plus 12 lakhs to at least take off my business and run it for 1 year. Okay. So how do I go and look for money? Should I say, okay, 7 plus 12, that much money you give, is it enough? Or should I budget for something more? Any answers? So how do I budget it? Here, we'll go to the next slide to see that. One minute. Yeah, here we have. So capital we need to start, or the startup capital I'm looking here, is my setup cost of 7 lakhs. I think I've explained that to you in the earlier slide. My operational cost for 1 year, which is 12 lakhs, which was the projections I made for 12 months of expenses like marketing and so on, which is there in the previous slide. And the total comes to approximately 20 lakhs. What I have added here, which Omkar said, was for a buffer of 20%, which is for your unforeseen items. So I'm asking a little more money so that I will have a buffer or a cushion or whatever you may say, so that any unforeseen items are taken care of. So rounded off, I am looking initially for a capital of 25 lakhs. Like Anish says, Anish, Nikhil, or whichever is the plan, that one says you need more. So finally, I am looking at a target of 25 lakhs to start off my business. Now, will this be enough? Let's see. I have taken a buffer of 20%. I've looked at 1 year's operational cost. I've looked at a 7 lakhs of setup cost, and I've taken 25 lakhs. So let's go forward to see, is this enough? Yeah. So when I get 25 lakhs from people, let's say I and my friends, I am 5 of us in one business plan. Each of us have put 5 lakhs each. Sorry, 1 lakh each. So it's 5 lakhs. All friends, families, etc. I have raised 20 lakhs. So how will my initial balance sheet looks? Okay. Every company has a balance sheet and a profit and loss account. Here I have tried to make a what is called a startup balance sheet for you. Okay. Here I am assuming your 5 promoters, each of you have brought 1 lakh each. And all of you went to friends and family and got 20 lakhs. And that money came into your business as cash. So if you look at it, you have a cash, no inventory, no asset, no fixed asset. You have not spent the money yet, right? But on the liability side, you've got a promoter 5 lakh, investors 20 lakhs, and total 25 lakhs. So now let's go and spend the money. How does it look? Okay. After spending the money for the expenses which we have budgeted, it will look like this. You spend on the inventory, you spent on current assets. Remember, current assets, what I have written here is that 2,50,000 which you paid as rental advance. I've totaled up all the fixed assets and put here as 2,97,000. And after spending all the money, I have a cash of 5 lakhs with me. Now going back, I'm looking at a cash flow. Okay. Here, you have received a capital of 25 lakhs. You spent on the setup cost 7 lakhs. You spent on the operating cost 12 lakhs. So total was almost 1998, which is your expense. So what's the balance at the end of first year? You've got a balance of 5 lakhs. Okay. Now, next year, you start 2023-24 with 5 lakhs. You again have an operating, because you remember this 12 lakhs, which we calculated was for 1 year, right? So next year you have the same expense of 12,69,000. Now you are already negative. You have a minus of 7,66,000. Will your business run now? Any answers? Somebody, I like Omkar. Omkar, you asked why we have not considered cash inflow. How will cash inflow come? Please, I have left a blank column here for cash inflow. So how shall we get this cash inflow? Any answers? Okay. Cash inflows can come into business only through sales or capital. I already bought in a capital of 25 lakhs. I've already spent it. I don't have a product to sell. Now, if I had a product to sell and if I had sales, then it would have come here below as capital received. Below that, it would have come as a profit, right? Profit for the year, cash received, or sales cash received. In the year 2, I would have got, say, assume that in 22, 23, 24, I made a sales of 10 lakhs. Then I'm in cash positive of 2,33,000. Okay. So what does as a startup you can understand here? Any answers? Sales. Yeah. Good answer. Sales. Registration 203. Yeah. So thing is, as a startup, please understand, even your initial cash capital of 25 lakhs, which is a big amount, was not enough to make it last for year 2. If you're able to make a product quickly and make sales, then your losses come down. But if your product prototype is going to take a long time, assume you're in the seed stage, assume your prototype is still not ready, all these expenses are going to be there till your prototype is ready, till you're ready to sell, and till your product hits the customer and the customer pays you money. Okay, till the customer's money comes. Like in the restaurant business, it came at 10 a.m. itself. Whereas in the metro business, it came back to me after 2 years. So that cycle is the length of the time your money is getting locked up. Okay, so you need capital enough to last till your sales substitute comes, sales come in. I hope you're understanding what I'm trying to tell you. Please say yes, otherwise I'll repeat. Okay, I'm getting some yeses, but let me repeat. Whatever capital you brought in the beginning should last you till you're able to generate sales and your customers pay. Till then, only your capital can help you survive. If the period for which your sales is not ready, or your prototype is not ready, prototype to production, production to market, market to sales, sales to cash. If that period is very long, then you need more capital. If that period is short, you need less capital. Which business it was shorter? In my 2 examples, please put in chat. Food business, yes. And in the metro business, it was long. So now go back to your business plan. Which business are you in? Is your business where your client or customer will pay quickly? Is your product ready? Based on that, you have to reach out to your VCs or angels or family or friends for money. In this case, Though I went for 25 lakhs, year 2, I'm out of money because I don't have sales. So year 3, I'm going again running for 50 lakhs of rupees so that I can pay my operating cost of year 3 again because I don't have sales. Okay. So going forward, yeah. So here some observations from the cash flow. Operating costs are always higher than setup cost. Here in my example too, 7 lakhs was the setup cost. Operation cost was 12 lakhs. And operational costs are recurring costs. They'll keep coming again and again. And even if you have sales and you generate profit, it doesn't automatically mean you have cash in the hand. For example, you may have sold a goods and your client will say, I'll pay after 3 months. Technically, you made profit because you made a product, you sold for profit, and sales is already done. But the cash has not come to your hand. Remember, only when you have cash in hand, you can buy raw material again. So even though customer has bought your product, till he pays cash, your profit is not turned to cash. So having cash is more important than having profit. Okay. So if you have cash in hand, then you can use the cash to buy more material, pay more salaries, and so on and so forth. Okay. Technically, having theory profits is not going to help you run the business. It's called technical insolvency. If you have profit and still don't have cash to pay your creditors. Okay. Okay. Second aspect which I want to highlight is, as long as your revenue earned is less than operational cost, you are always running at a loss. I'll go back to the earlier slide to show you what I mean. Here, assume that in the year 2, my sales were 10 lakhs. Okay. Then I still have a loss of 2 lakhs. Where this loss of 2 lakhs will come from? From capital. Any loss has to come from capital. Okay. But if my sales was 15 lakhs here, then I'm already in profit and my capital is increasing by 2 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs. I hope I'm clear. I've not brought a slide to explain that. Any loss has to be supported by capital, and any profit adds to the capital. Okay. So, so the third line here, it says that the capital which you ask for from VCs and all should be that till the stage when your sales is more than your cost. If your sales is more than your operational cost for the full year, then you are self-sufficient. You don't need extra capital or money from outsiders. I hope you understood how important sales is for your company. Even that 1 rupee sales, which is coming from client, is more important than 1 lakh given by your VC. Okay. So as long as you're having sales, it's good. If you have sales more than your cost, it's better and best. There's one question or one comment. Let me see. What is that? Can we please be sent the recording of this event? Difficult for us to attend. Okay, that the office will address later on. Okay, now I am focusing on teaching you whoever's here. Okay, so difference between operating cost and revenue should always be funded by capital. So as long as my sales is lesser than my cost, I have to bring more and more and more capital, right? And when my sales becomes more than my cost, then I don't need capital from my VCs or family or anyone. Okay, moving on. So this is the balance sheet which I showed you earlier. This is after I start spending my 25 lakhs. This is how it is. I'm already at a loss of 13 lakhs because I didn't have sales. So I have to run again to my VCs or my family or my friends for more money to run my startup. Okay, so this shows the funding timeline. Here the company ran out of funds in year 2 itself. This shows that the company was undercapitalized. The capital it went for initially, the 25 lakhs was less and it needed more capital. Remember, going and asking funds from VCs, etc., requires a lot of time and effort from promoters. You as promoter or you as a a startup person have limited time at your disposal. You have to first create your product, you have to market it, you have to raise funds. So you have to do so many things. Your time is always in short supply. You can't keep running to a VC or an angel or a family, keep asking, give me money, give me money. Neither will they like it, nor do you have time for it. Okay, so it's necessary for you to plan the amount you want properly in the beginning. So can we get operational costs for 3-4 years because it will take you 3 years to become profitable? Or you want operational costs for 1 year because you'll become profitable in 1 year? How will you find out? By planning, by doing test marketing, by seeing how many clients of yours are willing to take your product. When? If your product is very popular, probably you can ask them to give you money before, like how Joe was telling, vendor credit. Right? Instead of vendor credit, you can ask customer to pay it before. Say, give me money now, I'll give you product day after tomorrow. That means the customer is paying you capital. I hope you understood that concept. Just a minute, some chats. How do we determine the valuation of our startup? Manage. What is burn in financial? Yeah, we are telling you what is burn. Valuation of startups we are not doing now because it's not important now. Now, in the startup stage, you need to find out how much money you need to start and run your business. Valuation of startups comes much, much later after your company is set up and you're having business up and running and so on and so forth. So we are not covering valuations now. Okay, so fine. So going back. So depending upon when you'll start having sales and how much, you'll need operation cost till then, say 3 years, 4 years. Secondly, if you're already selling, then do you want to grow your company in a very big way? Look at ChatGPT. The minute it's launched, it is like spread so widespread. It is boomed. And it is everybody is now talking about it, using it, so on and so forth. So you need capital not only for starting up. At this stage, you need capital to grow your business. Some businesses grow exponentially. Some grow, in a systematic manner. Something like Nykaa grew very fast, very well, so on and so forth. Apart from that, you need fund to pivot. I will explain the word pivot. If company finds any roadblocks, you need cash buffer. I think buffer I've already explained a bit. And to understand all this, you should make 3 forecasts for your business, not one, which is optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic forecast for your business, saying that if I'm very optimistic, I can sell 10,000 products. If most likely will be, say, 6,000 products. And my most pessimistic view is I can sell only 2,000 products. So like that, you make a forecast. If I'm selling only 2,000 products at 100 rupees, then it is 2 lakhs, so on and so forth. So my sales changes based on my optimism, pessimism, or most likely. Based on that, you take the operational cost and find, and you have 3 views. If my business is very successful, I have an optimistic view to follow. And if it doesn't go as you plan, it is a pessimistic view. That will give you how much money you will need to begin with. Okay, so let's go forward. So what is growth capital? I'll try to explain the terminologies I have used here. Growth is a flexible type of financing used to finance expansion and growth. You will need capital if your company is selling and generating profits. And a company can think of growth when it doesn't have profit. Any answers? Can a company think of growth when it doesn't have profits? Series A funding, I'll go to it a little later. Any other, my answer to my, yes. a company can think of growth when it doesn't have profit. Any examples? I can remember, I can tell you one. Which company is growing without profit? Successful company or well-known company? Paytm. Paytm started in 2010 and in 2023 was the first profit it has made. But it has grown exponentially. How it could grow so much without profit? One answer. Anybody? Cred also doesn't have profits. Okay. Customer acquisition. Customer acquisition was their target to grow. But how could they keep on spending money without profit? In losses. Growth funds. Yes, they had more capital, VCs. But what do VCs and growth fund give you? They give you capital, right? In case of Paytm, they had so much capital that they could keep on growing even with loss for 13 years and then make profits. Okay. So capital is important. You can grow, you can be without profits, you can be with very little revenue, you can do customer acquisition at loss. But for all of that, you need capital. This is growth capital. And successful launch can be, if you have more capital, you can grow faster and not bother about profitability. Okay. So then another term which I wanted to talk to you was pivots. Okay. Now, not all startups first idea becomes successful. You may have to pivot. You may have to change your strategy. You may have brought out your product. Let's say yesterday's Shamant who came, he was making corn cob, right? He made what is called from here. He made from corn. He tried to make cocoa peat, right? Instead of cocoa, he made corn peat, right? But he had to pivot. He had to keep changing, whether it will be B2C, B2B, whether this product will sell as cob peat, whether he wants to make a different type of product. Should he sell it as a package in 1 kg package, 3 kg package, so on and so forth. There are many things which keep changing. Let's take an example of Amazon. They started as a bookseller. Even Flipkart, they started as a bookseller. How many times have they changed their strategy in their 10, 15, 20 years of their lifetime? So your startup also have to keep changing their strategy. Nykaa was initially only an online platform. Now they have offline stores. So they have become online and offline. So similarly, you have to keep pivoting to grow. Okay, this is what is called pivot. But every time you pivot, you need money, right? So every time you shift to a new strategy so that you'll sell in a different way or make a different product or modify your product. Yesterday, Dr. Ravi had told you about why when you start with a product, initially it was just a cycle, then it becomes a bicycle, then a car, and finally you have a car. So each time you change, you need money. So pivoting needs money. You change from platform, additional time, investment, and money. It'd be change of inventory. You could rebrand, you could change your marketing money. So pivoting also requires money. So let's look at recalculation. So when you're doing your setup costs, you can ask for 3 years. So in the beginning itself, you can ask a capital for 3 years of 54 lakhs. Coming back to one more terminology one of you had asked was burn rate, right? What is a burn rate? Burn rate measures how quickly a company is spending money. It's often expressed as rupees per month. See, when you go to a VC or anybody, they will ask you, what is your burn rate? How much capital you need? So you should understand these terminologies to explain. Gross burn rate is total expenses per month. Do you remember my earlier slide? My expenses per annum was 12 lakhs and change. My expenses per month was 1,05,000. So my gross burn rate is 1,05,000. Now let's assume that I am selling a little bit every month. My sales for month is only 25,000 rupees. So my net burn rate will be that 1,05,000 of my expenses minus 25,000 of sales, which I do in a year, which is 80,804 rupees. So how much ever revenue you earn is reduced from your gross burn rate, okay, to get the net burn rate. So if I have raised 25 lakhs through Manthan and or any other place which I budgeted earlier, so 25 lakhs minus the 7 lakhs of initial setup costs, I have 17 lakhs 31,000, and my net burn rate is 80,804, and 17 lakhs 31,000 divided by 80,804, my cash runway is 21 months. So whatever I raised in the beginning of the year will last me only for 21 months. So you can calculate this way to find out when you have to go and raise capital again. So in my example, I had to go back to my VCs to raise capital in 21 months. So you understood what is the gross burn rate, you understood what is the net burn rate, and you understood what is the cash runway. So if I had taken 50 lakhs in the beginning, probably my cash runway would have been, say, double of this, which will be 42 months. Have you all understood this? Any answers? Any? Yes, ma'am. Good. So I hope the burn rate part is understood. Okay, I think I'll have to wrap up fast because the next speaker would be there. So I will just try to tell you sources from where you'll get capital. So this is the chart which says which stage your startup is and where from you can seek money. If your startup is doing concept, research, and business planning, then your funding should come from seed stage investors. So here, you're probably only a MVP is ready, nothing else. You just have concept, you've done some research, you've done an MVP. Then the people who give you money at this stage are only seed stage investors, and you also should approach only seed stage investors. Okay. So if you have done your MVP is ready, your initial product is ready, now you want to develop the product into a full-fledged one before you start selling, then you can approach angel investors. They will fund you. Okay. Angels come in at this stage of money. First commercial production, when you want to start, you go to early stage investors who help you give money for your commercial production and start selling your product. Series A, one of you had asked in the chat box, what is Series A? Series A funding comes at fully commercial stage of when you're fully commercial, you've started producing, you want to set up another factory, you become fully commercial, Series A funding comes. If you want to expand into one more line or this itself, you want to set up another factory, you get Series B and Series C funding. Okay. Mezzanine funding comes at IPO stage, etc. I have another chart which will show you what it is. Yeah, this one. So this is what is called startup financing cycle. The revenue in the initial stages is very low. Okay. And this is the stage. The red line is the revenue line. You have a valley of death in the first half. Angel, family, friends, seed capital comes here. You're not broken even at that stage. So break even is and you can see the chart where the break even is. Then you go early stage funding, which is first level, second level, Series A, Series B, and Series C. These are given by VCs, and you can do acquisition, mergers, strategic alliances here. Mezzanine funding comes at late stage before IPO. Okay. Then when you're fully profitable, you can go to IPO and it is listed in stock market. This is a journey of a full-fledged startup. You could say Paytm, Nykaa, all of them went through this journey. They are listed entities now. Amazon too, Policy Bazaar. There are many such examples. One example of a very successful startup which is not listed. Madam, can we consider Series A as growth fund? Yes, you can. Zoho, excellent answer. Omkar, great going. One more very successful example. A very successful company which is not listed, Flipkart. Zerodha. Yes, this is the answer I was looking. Zerodha, excellent startup which was bootstrapped. He didn't go for outside. Nikhil Kamath didn't go for any money from outside. And he's owning the company, neither does he need money. So what does he say? He said, don't just go outside for money. If you can manage in a very, frugal way and you can do your startup, nothing like it. Imagine he's taking all the money himself. He's not given the capital to anybody. But not everybody can be like that. But at initial stages, it's better you don't go much for outside capital because you'll have to give more of the company to outsiders rather than keep it for themselves. Ma'am, how did he manage all the expense? He tried to be very frugal, probably borrowed only from friends, family in a small way. Remember, Zerodha is an online platform. He just had to create that platform and make it successful. His expense per se was only the platform. Why did he become successful? Because he said there is no brokerage. People flocked to him because they didn't have to pay brokerage. So his marketing costs, selling costs, all became the free brokerage which he offered. People flocked to him and now he is very successful. When he made brokerage free, everybody else was charging 0.5%, which is quite high. Because of him, the brokerage in stock markets has come down to even 0.07 from 0.5. Which is a big thing, he is still giving for free. That's why people are going for it. So he used smartly a strategy by offering free brokerage, and that became his marketing cost. That's why he managed. So think differently, think innovatively, such that you will become successful and yet don't have to spend a lot of money. So any questions? I'm sure the next speaker is ready. I've taken a little extra time than normal. So I'll wind up with answering one or two questions. None? Okay, if any, please do drop in as an email to us and we will take those questions. Meanwhile, thank you very much. Thanks to FKCCI for giving me this opportunity to do this workshop for all of you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Karthik.
Thank you very much, Shubha ma'am. And do you want to do a little Q&A or we go to the next session?
Yeah, I think, no, there's no questions. Yeah. Everybody is watching only a recording of the workshop. No questions. Yeah. So I think we'll go forward. Yeah. Thank you, Karthik.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think our next speaker also is with us. Okay, yeah. Sharda ma'am has joined us. Moving on to the last session of the day, if I must say, or the last session of this workshop. We have with us SC Sharda. Ma'am is the founder of SC Sharda and Associates, company secretaries, and is a law graduate with 25 plus years of professional corporate experience. Prior to setting up her own firm in 2006, she was the company secretary and legal counsel of Bueller India Private Limited, a Swiss MNC in Bangalore, handling legal, company secretarial and indirect taxes and banking matters. Currently, she is the founder of SC Sharda and Associates and offering company secretarial and legal consulting services to startups, joint ventures, wholly owned subsidiaries and not-for-profit companies. She is also associated with many incubators like the NSR Cell at IIM Bangalore, Social Alpha, and advising them and their incubators on regulatory and compliance and government matters. She is alumni of IIM Bangalore, having completed a fast-track management program in 2004, was the first woman chair of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, member of Auditing Standards Board in 2019, and is currently on the Secretarial Standards Board since 2020, and addressed many students, professionals, women entrepreneurs, and many more. She's a seasoned Toastmaster, founder of the past presidents IIM Bangalore Orators Club, and has served District 92 as area director for the year 1920, and was recognized with the Distinguished Toastmaster Award by Toastmaster International. A cancer victor, Sharda supports the Pink Hope Support Group and Sanjeevani Life Beyond Cancer, and has shared her thoughts on as a speaker at various forums, including Rotary clubs, NGOs, radio and TV channels. Thank you for accepting to be with us and doing these sessions. Dear students, please note, you might be, many of the students always, especially from tech background, think that, their product is the best, and when they open a company, it is very easy to move forward. But I will do that, ma'am. So, but, it's very important from the legal aspect to actually, it's very important from the legal aspect to look at it, and Sharda ma'am will walk you through all this. Over to you, ma'am. Also your colleague, I will be unmuting him just a moment. Yes. Sure. Yes. Sorry. I shall put, okay. Spotlight. Yes. Ma'am, the floor. Oh, you're not able to unmute. Okay. Ask to unmute. Yeah. Are you able to unmute yourself, ma'am? I will ask FKCCI once again. I think Srinivasan was able to unmute himself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Co-host Manivira, Sharda.
Sharda,
I am
yeah,
able to.
please make Sharda
Karthik.
ma'am co-host. Yeah, thank
You're
you.
the co-host, Sharda. You should be able to unmute.
No, she's not. I mean, I'm not able to make her co-host. If you could make her, please.
Yeah.
I could, you're able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
At the outset, good evening to all, and thank you, Shubha, for this opportunity. Karthik, thank you for the rather long introduction. Maybe we could have cut that short.
No, I've also heard a lot about you, ma'am, from my sister. She's also company secretary, Sheila Arvind. Happens to be my sister.
Okay.
I always heard a lot about you from her, so I had to do that.
Such a small world. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
So, friends, I see about 86 participants. I know everybody is waiting for the recording to watch when they can see it. You have all had a very long day. I know there were so many sessions packed into these 2-day event, all of them very important. It's rather difficult to keep the attention span going on for so many hours since 9:30. At the outset, I would like to compliment both Karthik and Shubha that I did not expect that we would be asked to let in, to join around 3:45. I definitely expected at least some 30 minutes of spillover. So it speaks highly of Shubha and you, and I don't know so many others who are there in the background hosting this. That's a great thing, both of you.
There is a secret, Sharda. We didn't give them tea break.
Oh, poor guys. I'm sure all of them will be sipping tea, and many of them not, private to this chat. Okay, I'll keep it short. I've also asked my colleague Srinivasan. He is a company secretary and a lawyer, and an integral part of my team in my office, and he directly deals with so many startups. He brings in his own perspectives and practical experience. So today what I'm planning is we have a few slides to talk about in general about legal perspectives to start off a business, what kind of business, what kind of legal entities that could be used. And after every stage, I think if there are questions, we'll be open to take it. I'm available here, but I'll let Srinivasan do the talking and the presentation. Thank you.
Karthik, could you please allow screen share, please? Karthik? Karthik or anyone at FKCCI, could you please allow screen share?
Just a minute, Srinivasan. We are making you co-host.
Thank you. Voice. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Going
Yes,
into
it's
slide mode. Yes. So yes, it's 4 p.m. 3:59 4. So good evening to one and all present here. Just before we get started, this is the famous picture from a snapshot from the movie Diwar where Shashi Kapoor says, "Mere paas maa hai." It signifies the importance of maa. And here you guys should be saying, "Mere paas startup hai, mere paas business hai," signifying the entrepreneurship spirit in you. So welcome to the session on legal licensing and procedural requirements for startup. Just a simple disclaimer here, this is not to be considered as legal advice and it's just for information purposes. And anything herein contained is the copyright of our firm, S.E. Sharda and Associates. Going forward, so what are the topics we are covering today? Types of entities for startups. We go into detail as to what are the different types of companies, what is the incorporation process, and various licenses and registrations which might be required. So before we go into the different types of entities, I would like to take you through some of the typical questions which you should introspect and ask yourself before you set up an entity or set up a business. How many of you are involved in this business or are going to be involved in it? Is it just the one of you, or is it going to be you and your friends or you and your family member? How many are full-time and how many are part-time? See, any business is like a baby. You need both the parents to be present. So you need to decide amongst yourself how many are going to be full-time, how many are going to be part-time, what are each one of your responsibilities. I understand most of you here are students, but in case you are employed, you need to check your employment contract as well to see whether if there are any restrictions on setting up a business. It may be a competing business or it may not be a competing business, but still you need to check your employment contracts to avoid any sort of action against you in future. Who will step in at what time? This is again stemming from point number 2. If you have 2 partners with you, at what point in time each one of you are going to step into the business? How much are you willing to sacrifice in terms of remuneration? If you're just stepping out of college, you will have friends who are landing high package salaries. Are you willing to sacrifice that and contribute towards your business in terms of time and money? That is important to decide at this stage. How much are you able to invest? Just like how the previous speaker spoke about bootstrap. How much are you able to put in money to set up your business? This is an important aspect because without money, you cannot set up anything at this stage. What is your business model? Is it going to be a traditional business, a mom and pop shop? Or is it going to be a startup where right from the get-go, you're going to accelerate and scale up at every stage whenever you hit that level of funding? Is there any intellectual property involved? Intellectual property usually comes in where you have tech-based businesses. Who is the owner of the intellectual property? It might be anything as small as a code or a product that you have developed. So who owns this intellectual property? And last, what is your monthly burn? How much will you be able to invoice? This is again coming from what is your runway towards your business. All these 9 questions here are important to be answered before you get into what are the types of entities you want to choose or what are the structure you want. Any questions I'm happy to answer. If not, I can move ahead. Okay, I do not see any as of now. I will move ahead and as and when any questions come up, I'll stop and respond. finding a good fit. So you have different sort of models here which you can follow, and it is for you to decide which is a good one. You don't want to be caught up with a structure which is very burdensome, right? So the first type is a proprietorship and OPC. Again, it is similar but not the same. You will have some differences here, which I will explain. You have partnership and then LLP, which is again similar but not same, but can be basketed together. And lastly, it's a company. Excuse me, just a second. Just move mine. Lastly, a private limited company. Now, sole proprietorship is nothing but it is just you individually. There is no structure. You are going to do your business on your own. It's the oldest form of business ownership in India. One person ownership. There is, in fact, no distinction between you and your business. You are the owner, you are the manager, you are the CEO. If you make profits, they are yours. If you make losses, they are yours. Now, the merits here is setting it up is pretty easy. You get to take decisions. You're not answerable to your investors. You're not answerable to, say, a board of directors. There is very less or no compliance, high secrecy. When I come to, say, an LLP or a company, I'll explain to you how this secrecy gets impacted. And it's very easy to close down. Tomorrow you say that, the business is not going good. Let me just shut it down. You can just shut shop and get on with something tomorrow. That's not the case in any other structure. As regards the demerits, it's unlimited liability. Say you default on paying any of your vendors, your personal properties can be attached to the extent whatever is payable to those vendors. You have limited financial resources. No one would want to invest in a sole proprietorship business, and it is limited life as compared to, say, a limited liability partnership or company, which I'll explain. It has a perpetual life, whereas in this case, the business dies with the proprietor. And an important regulatory point here, a sole proprietorship concern is not eligible for Startup India registration. So this is all about sole proprietorship here. Let me just see if I have any questions. I will take this question at the time of discussing regarding a company. I will surely go ahead and answer this.
So Srinivasan, I think I'm not able to see any questions. This is on chat, and because you're the host, you're able to see, is it?
No, this is specifically addressed to me. So,
Okay. That explains.
We move on to a partnership here, which is one step ahead of a sole proprietorship, where you have two or more people coming together and setting up a business, which is a partnership. It is created merely through an agreement, which is called partnership deed, and registration is optional, but it is recommended that you register so that you do not miss out on certain legal benefits that you have. I am not going into the legal benefits to avoid any complication here. You are eligible to register as a startup with D3 IIT. The chances of getting in capital are much more than sole proprietorship. The sole reason that you can get more partners, unlike a sole proprietor business. Lesser compliance in comparison with a private limited company or a limited liability partnership. There are no filings. Confidentiality, secrecy is also maintained here to a certain extent, similar to a sole proprietorship. And partner salary, drawings, profit and loss sharing can be, it is part of a partnership's nature. So this can be all put into a partnership deed where you clearly call out who gets what. And as regards closure, it is very simple. You again enter into an agreement to close, or your existing agreement would also state, in case of these scenarios, the partnership closes down. Very simple, no regulatory requirements or permission to close down a partnership firm. Now, what are the demerits here? This is not considered as a separate legal entity. The partnership and the partners are one and the same. Unlike a company or a limited liability partnership where the partners and the owners are different from the company and the entity. I will explain more in detail when I go over that topic. Unlimited liability, similar to a sole proprietorship. If you default on any of your loans or you miss making payments to your vendors, the partner's personal property would come into play here. They will have to personally fund the partnership firm's liability. Lack of continuity, the partnership dissolves with the death of a partner. Third-party funding is again difficult because an investor who most of the time does not want to get into management of a company wouldn't want to invest in a partnership because he would then become a partner. There is a conflict of interest which usually comes into play here because there is no separation of management and ownership. The partner who's a manager continues to be an owner, so he acts in his best interest rather than the interest of the firm as a whole. There's a high possibility of misuse of funds. This is a double-edged sword because I spoke about secrecy. With secrecy comes with a liability, which is a possibility of misuse of funds, because a partner cannot have, say, visibility. A sleeping partner cannot have visibility into what the main partner is doing in terms of funds. There is no transparency. There is no public data. So this is all about partnership. Any questions here? You can put it into the chat box maybe, because we can take it, and I request you to tag it to everyone in the meeting so that if Sharda ma'am also can stop me and we can respond to those questions.
I just wanted to highlight to all the students participating here that normally in the media, especially social media, everywhere you keep hearing about startup and private limited company. But traditionally, for several years, partnership firm, which is not the corporate form, which what just now Srinivasan explained, this was the most preferred, whether it was service or manufacturing or trading. People used to always have partners, and especially if you see the way businesses are done in India, India is largely consisting of family-owned businesses. Of course, there are certain traditional communities which are into business, but even otherwise, it would be father and son, or today it can be mother and son, mother and daughter, or two friends coming together for business. So partnership is still fine. There is nothing wrong, except that there are some things, there are a lot of points which are easy to carry on business, but it is also coming with certain demerits. Now, especially for students, when you are looking, you come up with some ideas, 3 or 4 of you, you're doing a project, and most of you will then want to convert that into a business, or you have earned some prize money somewhere. And when one of the conditions in the prize money or the awards will be that you should have some kind of an entity or you should have a bank account. If you are more than 1 or 2, then it is better to have a partnership or any other form which we are going to talk about. But normally, this is what we do when a client comes to us asking, I want to start a company. We engage them in understanding what they actually want and tell them that look at your business, look at marketing, all this, and perhaps for 6 months, just come together and work as partners, whether registered, unregistered. If you feel it is working fine, then you go ahead and form a company, because in the next slides, he will be talking about limited liability partnership and private limited company, which once they're registered under any law, you have a lot of compliance obligations. So take it out from your mind that everybody has to start the business with a company. It is perfectly fine to start with partnership, but I will say this with a rider, because it has to be on a case-to-case basis. Yeah, just move on. Since there are no questions, we'll move on and see if people still have the patience to listen and come up with questions.
We move on to limited liability partnership, which is again a hybrid form of partnership. where it is a separate legal entity. What is a separate legal entity? The partners in a LLP and the LLP as such are two different entities under the eyes of the law. The assets of the LLP are the assets of the LLP and not that of the partner. And the assets of the partner are that of the partner and need not be brought in case of a default in debt. Like I earlier mentioned in case of a partnership and sole proprietor. You register with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Again, there is an LLP agreement which calls out what are the rights and responsibilities of each of the partners. And one additional advantage here is it's a perpetual succession. With the death of a partner, the LLP does not dissolve. It continues again with the heirs of the partner joining in or any other mechanism provided under the law. And because of which there is a perpetual succession here.
Okay, Srinivasan, let me just come in here. For example, when we say the partnership firm is different from the partners, for example, the previous speaker was Shubha Ganesh, a good friend of mine. She has Money Shiksha. As far as I know, Money Shiksha is a brand that she has created successfully, but she's an individual running it as a sole proprietor, just like Ketaki Basu, who also had a session, I guess, in the afternoon. I also have SC Sharda and Associates, which is sole proprietor. But suppose I were to make it as SC Sharda and Associates LLP or Money Shiksha Financial Solutions LLP. That means this is getting registered under the Limited Liability Partnership Act. And apart from Shubha, there is one more person who is there as a partner. Now, all decisions are being taken together by both the partners. And there is a bank account in the name of Money Shiksha. Money Shiksha is different from Shubha Ganesh. And how this works out when you actually start the business, you will understand. Today, we are just giving an overview. So I just wanted to give you some kind of an example to say why these two are different. Go ahead.
You now go into the merits of an LLP. Like I had mentioned, there is a limited liability, business continuity, which is perpetual succession. In comparison with a company, the compliance is much lesser, but as regards a sole proprietorship and a partnership, the compliance is slightly higher. You are eligible to register as a startup with DPIIT. You can convert to a company at a later point in time. So this is an advantage under the law because, say, tomorrow you register as an LLP, but you have investors who would say that I want to invest only in a company. You do have some amount of business that you have set up under the LLP. You do not want to close down the LLP and then set up the company once again and start the business once again. So this conversion option allows you to continue your trajectory under the company structure. Foreign investment is permitted in limited liability partnership as opposed to a partnership firm and a sole proprietorship. The LLP offers a better governance structure in comparison to a partnership because the LLP Act, which governs LLPs, provides for checks and balances, which is not present in the Partnership Act, which is slightly older, around 80 to 90 years old, which does not provide for any governance. What are the demerits? As we see, as compliance professionals, we keep seeing over the last 2 years, the ministry has kept a track on LLPs and they have enforced a lot of compliances on LLPs such that we see in 2 years' time that you're not going to see any difference between a company and LLP. The compliance level is going to be the same. There is no concept of shares or share capital in the LLP. It is merely capital contribution where each partner comes in and puts in his portion of the capital, whatever he has agreed in the LLP. This might not be attractive to a venture capital firm or an angel investor because he would want something to represent the money, some security that he puts into the company, and that would come in the form of shares. Scaling up is comparatively difficult when you compare it with a company. Again, penalties and adjudication, the law has become stricter and stricter, where for any default or any non-compliance under the law, a penalty provision is triggered. The closure that is winding down or dissolving the LLP has become time consuming. You will have to wait for a year or so. This again, I'm drawing comparison with a partnership firm or a sole proprietor where you can just shut shop in a day or two. I'll just see.
So just to add, again, LLP, any kind of business, for example, except some investment business, if you want to keep invest in different companies, then that is treated as a non-banking financial company. You may not be able to do it as an LLP. For example, you want to do some e-commerce business, you want to do some trading, you want to get into manufacturing, or you want to get into some design, or you want to have only packaging, or you want to even do research. That's your only business when 2 or 3 of you get together. So, or you find some innovative solution for something. Instead of going to a company, before that, if you feel the facts are useful for you, to beneficial for you to run as an LLP, again, I am always coming with a kind of a rider that don't take a decision just because your neighbor has done this. Don't see that some other group within your college has formed LLP, and so I am also going to form it. Or you go to some website and they say LLP cost of forming an LLP is very less compared to a company. Don't go and form an LLP. Please consult a professional. There are a lot of professionals available. A lot of professionals also, a lot of us are doing pro bono, in the sense, at least the first meeting without charging, we just are willing to spend time with you people to help you understand what is best suited for you. So please take that advice and then take a decision. For example, I just want to share an example here. One of my friends who has 20 years experience, he suddenly decided that I want to become an entrepreneur. Good for him. So he's not a student, but an experienced person. So I had told him, please come and discuss with me. I'll help you to decide when to actually form a company, or do you want to do it as an LLP? Or if you're an individual just giving consulting, you can even do it as a sole proprietor. So by the time he came to me, he went to India Filings. India Filings is a portal. I have nothing against any of these portals. The costs are very low. They have a different way of operating. So without having any kind of initial discussions, he has gone ahead and formed the company. Now he came back to me after 2 months and he was saying, there are so many things that I have to do. I don't have money. I am not having business. Why should I file this? Why should I file that? And he started saying the partner with whom I wanted to start this business, he is not only, he is not going to invest, but he is expecting a salary of some 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, which I am not able to provide. And I don't have any clients. What I'm saying is, please don't rush into any of these legal entities. Focus on your business. You will come to a certain stage where you definitely need an entity because you have to get empaneled somewhere, or you want some funding to come in, or there could be even within the family, somebody wants to give a loan. They will say, where is the bank account? Where is the entity? Either it should be an LLP or it should be a company. Or if you are looking at some angel funds coming in, already it is listed here as it's not attractive because LLP doesn't have the concept of shares and valuation. So there are many, many, many factors. This is just a 40-minute session, so we may not be able to explain in detail. The underlying message I'm trying to give is just understand all of this, but seek professional advice before you jump into any decision. Because let me tell you, any of these entities, in my own experience, what I have done myself also, and what I'm looking at all others doing it is, it's easy to just start something. It's like giving birth to a baby. It's very important that you nurture the baby well. Now, closing down all of this also is equally time consuming. And sometimes many of you, you're still young students, you want to pursue further studies, you want to go abroad, or you want to take up a job here. And suddenly you find that this baby is still there. I can't abandon this baby, because as parents, as partners, or as directors, the government will keep coming back and saying, you didn't file this, you didn't file that. And you may not even have funds to even close this. So while we are not trying to scare you, all that we are trying to tell you is be aware of what you are doing and seek professional guidance. Srinivasan, there is a question, I think. How are defaults handled here if no private properties are involved?
Yes. So in response to Omkar's question, Omkar, let's take the LLP example where partners put in capital. In case there's and the capital, let's say, is 1 lakh, the total capital. In case there's a default of, say, 1,50,000, all whatever money is remaining in the LLP, say 20,000, 30,000, only up to that much can anyone claim on the LLP. The partners' assets are not brought in. In case, of course, you will have special cases where there are frauds, but in this particular example, it is only to that extent of capital that you have put into the LLP and the balance amount remaining in the LLP. That is the liability in case of a LLP. As opposed to a partnership, the partner's assets will come into play and the complete whatever is unavailable in the partnership will be taken from the partners. I hope that has answered your question. Moving on, we go into the types of companies here. Now we go into what is a company, what are the different types of company. You have a one-person company, a private limited company, a public limited company, and of course a Section 8 company, which is typically a not-for-profit company, which can be a private or a public company. Today, we will be going into only a one-person company and a private limited company. I will not be touching on the last two. What is a one-person company? As the name suggests, it is just one.
Srinivasan, I think he is as a follow-on question.
Okay. If the debt default is not fulfilled with the capital invested, the default comes to an end. The company, there is something called liquidation proceedings, where the LLP is liquidated and no more business can be proceeded with under the LLP's name. Basically, the debt holder or anyone to whom the money is owed, he has to be satisfied with whatever the 20,000-30,000 he is able to recover. And the LLP's operations and the LLP as such comes to an end under the process established by law.
Yeah, Srinivasan, maybe you can take the questions at the end. That's okay. You can finish and then also we can do Q&A.
Understood. Yeah. So one-person company, as the name suggests, it's a company with just one person as a owner, as a shareholder. Only in this special type of company is allowed to be set up only by Indian citizens and non-resident Indians. It is a company with one member or one shareholders. Of course, you can have directors up to 15, but typically you can start off with just one director. And at any point in time, you want to scale up or you want to get in investors, this company can be converted into a private limited company in its existing form. You don't need to set up a separate private limited company. That is the benefit here. What are the merits? It's easy to start. Some of you might not have found the co-founder yet. You would be operating individually. You can set up an OPC. Lesser compliance in comparison to a private limited company. You are eligible for a startup registration similar to a partnership and LLP. The founder's liability is limited to the extent he invests in the company. That is the capital he puts in. You can refer to the same example that I had given to Omkar's question. The business continuity is ensured because the founder has to provide a nominee, the nominee details. He has to nominate someone in case of his untimely demise or incapacity. So in this scenario, there is a business continuity and that concept of perpetual succession comes into play. In terms of penalty, So like I had mentioned, under the LLP law, the Companies Act is much stringent and stricter, and you have tripwires placed everywhere under the law. And if you are not in compliance with any of those provisions, penalties are bound to be levied. One benefit for an OPC is the law provides for 50% reduction in those penalties. Demerits, just like how some of you do not have co-founders, some of you have co-founders. In that case, an OPC might not be a viable option because both the co-founders would want to be part of the ownership structure and be directors in the company. Scalability is limited, again, due to the sole reason that you cannot bring on another shareholder or another investor into the OPC. There is a restriction that you cannot open more than one OPC. So it's one OPC per member. And the law also puts some restrictions on the type of business objects that an OPC can have. For example, if you are in a fintech space, which requires an NBFC license, or any other business where there is immense regulation, you cannot open up an OPC. Similarly, if you are into a not-for-profit space, the law says, please set up a Section 8 private or a public company. You cannot open up a OPC. Now, an OPC, again, cannot be converted into a Section 8 company at a later point in time. I now move forward to the private limited company, again, governed by the Companies Act, similar to the OPC, which is again governed by the Companies Act. It is a separate legal entity, similar to what we had explained in the LLP concept, where the company is different, the owners are different, and you have the assets of the company are that of the company and cannot become the assets of the owner. There is perpetual succession here. The minimum number of members you require, or the minimum number of shareholders, the words members and shareholders I'm interchangeably using. You can consider it as one and the same in today's discussion and context. You need to have a minimum of 2 members, and maximum that you can have is 200 in a private limited company. So any of you who have co-founders and who are ready to set up a company, a private limited company or an LLP, would be a viable option as opposed to an OPC. What are the merits? Similar to an OPC, limited liability, highly regulated, and there is immense transparency involved here, right from the company's directors' personal details to say what are the company's financial statements, what is the status of the company, the registered office, the contact details. All of it is publicly available to whoever wants it. So today, if I want to approach any company, I can pull out their details and approach them directly, as opposed to, say, a sole proprietorship or a partnership form where no details are available. Sharma, you had something to say?
So I was just trying to say, now better transparency, yes, it is good from ease of doing business. And also, for example, if you want to know what your competitor is doing, if he is a private limited company, did he raise any funds? Shubha was talking about VC funds and angel funds. So when you say funds, it's the share capital which is being raised from investors, or it could be from the existing shareholders. Now, if you want to find out who has raised what kind of capital, because today we read all this in social media and in newspaper reports, even before the company does a press release or press meet and announces, the news is already there. There are several companies doing only that business of tracking all the investments which are happening in the startup world, for example. How this is possible is because the law requires certain events like this, these corporate events, they're called, to be reported to the registrar of companies. Once the company is registered with the registrar of companies, there are several forms to be filed. If you know which form to download and what to read in that, you will find out, for example, is there a change in the share capital? Is there a buyback? Was there a dividend declared? How many members are there? Last year, what was the health of the company? I mean, their audited balance sheet you can take, you can analyze, who are the creditors. So there are a lot of things that you can do. This is good because when somebody is asked to file all this information publicly, then you are also more responsible. Otherwise, there are a lot of fly-by-night operators. People would just start business earlier and shut it down, and public would be, many times it would lead to defrauding the public, and a lot of scams had happened. So today there is governance, there is transparency, and there is heavy use of technology also. Almost everything we do online on the Ministry of Corporate Affairs portal. I just wanted to add that perspective.
Just to add here, although it's a private limited company, it involves a lot of stakeholders, and that's why when I mean stakeholders, your government is a stakeholder, your creditor is a stakeholder, the public at large is a stakeholder. So that's why you have transparency here. And also it is, like Sharda ma'am said, it's a merit here. It's a pro for the company to make sure that you get competitor data as well. Moving on, scaling up is easy. You can get investments here. It's very attractive for investments and also for talent. The main reason talent is, you would have heard this term very often in the newspaper, ESOPs, stock options. All of this would be available only under a private limited company, where you could offer these as an opportunity for employees to join you. It becomes a very wonderful opportunity for them to join your company, because you're giving them part ownership of the company. Enforcements of rights and other legal aspects are well settled. The concept of company has been there for more than 100 years, 200 years now in India, and a lot of legal concepts are well settled by courts, by regulations. So people prefer to invest in private limited companies. Just like it is attractive for investment, at what value will the investor come in? There are set valuation guidelines to value private limited companies. And that is the reason it becomes advantageous for investors as well to invest in private companies. And then you have, of course, the important point that you are eligible to register as a startup.
Maybe Srinivasan, you can talk a little bit about difference between the actual revenue and valuation in the light of this word unicorn, which people are hearing so often nowadays. Bangalore itself is home to, I think, some 23 unicorns.
Valuation is nothing but your valuers would value your company based on your future earnings. Today, you might be making 10 rupees. They will tell you that your potential is to make 100 rupees in the next 5 years. And because you have that potential, your value is not 1x, your value is 10x. And that is how valuation norms have been established. There are various methods of valuation. You have the discounted cash flow, the net asset value. I'm not going to go in detail, but these are the words, jargons that are thrown around in the startup world, and because of which investors also rely on these norms to invest in the company.
But just a word of caution, as young entrepreneurs, don't go after valuation alone, because you have to actually create value, and which is perceivable. Otherwise, you have seen a lot of highly valued companies, they are going bust because they don't get follow-on investments, or they're not solving some real world problems, though they start off on a high note. So valuation, I'm sure you had many sessions, maybe at least one or two people from the finance have already touched upon this. But we just wanted to highlight that this concept is not very well established in terms of this LLP. And this is where the company forms course.
We now move on to the demerits of a private limited company. There are too many disclosures. The cost of compliance is slightly higher in comparison to the other three structures. There are tripwires everywhere. Penalties also are slowly growing year on year. So in case you default, penalty notices are issued and you are required to pay up the penalty amount. There are high restrictions on how you can bring in capital. Capital raising is become very procedural, and also borrowing. How and from whom you can borrow is also specified clearly. The last is shutting down or winding up the company, which is very time consuming. There are the runway time is anywhere between 6 months to 1 year, and if not, it goes on beyond the year as well. So you will have to think hard before deciding on what structure you want to go, whether it's a private limited company, a limited liability partnership, or if you want to stay as a partnership or a sole proprietorship. This is just a brief uh, rundown of how a company is incorporated. You discuss with your founders, you file for your name application where you need to reserve a name. You apply for digital signature certificates, because these days all documents which is filed with the registrar of companies or the Ministry of Corporate Affairs are to be executed digitally. You have something called a director identification number, which is allotted to a director, which is similar to a PAN, which is one director, one number for lifetime. You have the charter documents, which is the memorandum of association and articles of association, which have to be drafted. You are required to have a registered office. And then once all of these points are put together into a basket, it is filed with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And once they accept your application, if there are no defects in it, they issue something called a certificate of incorporation. This is basically a registration certificate. And along with that, you get a couple of other registrations, which is basically your PAN, TAN, PF, ESI. Your bank account also can be opened these days with incorporation. And of course, in some states, shops and establishment and professional tax registrations are also part of the incorporation process. This is merely a rundown. I just wanted to give you a snippet of how the incorporation happens here. We now move on to the various post incorporation registrations. Of course, I just speak about shops and establishment and professional tax. It varies from state to state, but if you are in Karnataka and you set up a company, it is mandatory that set up a company or an LLP. It is mandatory that you get a shops and establishment registration, and as an employer, you are registered with a professional tax and pay your professional taxes on time. Of course, goods and services tax, GST, is something which is dependent on which area of business you are in and what is your turnover going to be. For example, if you're in the not-for-profit stage, most of the NPOs do not go in for this GST registration. Of course, if you are commercially operating and you are getting into a lot of transactions with other commercial entities, they would want a GST number, right? So that would sort of push you to get a GST number. Of course, you need to independently evaluate. If you are into the import-export space, you would need an IEC code. And of course, for startups, the mother of all registrations, the Startup India registration, this is something which is important to be recognized as a startup to avail a basket of benefits that are available under various laws, be it your Companies Act, labor, income tax. I'm not going to go into that today, but there are a lot of benefits for a registered startup. And of course, from a commercial standpoint, having an MSME registration also helps you because of the government schemes which are there, as well as from a collection standpoint, from if you are providing a service, if you're providing some goods, if you want to collect, the MSME process the MSME law has a good process in place. So before I go into the last part, which is basically licensing, where I will touch upon what are the licensing requirements in certain sectors, I'd be happy to answer questions if there are any. Let's just give it for a second. There are none. I will proceed, and then if there are any questions, please make a note of it and you can ask me. Yeah. So select sector specific registrations. See, it's registration. So till now, what we saw was what is the structure, what are the compliant, what is beneficial, what is not beneficial in each structure. You have set up the company, you have set up an LLP. Now what? Each sector you operate in, might be a freely open sector, or it might be a highly regulated or mediocrely regulated sector. For example, in the food and beverage sector, if you are, say, setting up a restaurant or a quick service restaurant, a QSR, you would need an FSSAI license, which is again valid for any time between 1 to 5 years. You will have to specify what are the different food articles, what is the area in which you are operating, and then if your restaurant is going to supply alcohol, liquor, you would need a separate liquor license from the excise department. These are two different departments. Moving on, in case of other mandatory licenses, you have the eating habit license, you have the fire safety license in case you're operating a large restaurant or a cafe or a hotel or even a bakery. In case you are operating in an environmentally sensitive place, you would need an environment clearance license. You would want to set up your restaurant or your entity in any exotic place, but it is environment protected. So you would need a license from them. Again, there are signage licenses for which you need to apply for and avail to continue your business in this sector. Now, when you come to agriculture, although agriculture is the backbone of our country, we do have quite a bit of regulation here as well. Uh, if you are into the oil space, you need to get the vegetable oil products control order registration done. If you are in the fertilizer space, of course, what we have put out here is a general list. Of course, there are specifics which each one of you need to go in and see what sort of regulatory approvals is required to set up your entity. As company secretaries, we often tell directors, the management that once you set up your entity, you list out what are the laws which are applicable to you and make sure that you are sufficiently compliant in each one of them. Of course, going back to this slide, if you're distributing agri products, once again, it goes into the FSSAI domain. And if you are going to export or even for transporting from one state to other or bulk packaging, you will have to abide by the AgMark law, which is basically the Agriculture Produce Grading and Marking Act. Now, coming to the health sector, you have the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. When I say health, it doesn't mean only medicines. It includes your complete life sciences area. Just to make something clear, even the body spray, the lotions, the whatever cosmetic products you have are highly regulated and required to abide by certain standards which are set out under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, and you require licenses to manufacture as well as market them. Of course, when it comes to hardcore medicine, you need clinical trials and approvals, which again goes from domain to domain. If you are in the Ayush space, you have the Department of Ayush. And again, FSSAI is required for, say, health supplements, basically borderline products which are neither on the health side, nor on the medicine side, nor on the food side. Tech space, which is again sort of steaming up month after month, because all the regulators have their eyes on the tech space, especially the fintech space, which is highly regulated. Again, fintech is a very large word. You will need to get down to specifics as to what area of fintech are you doing. Are you doing digital lending? So you have digital lending guidelines which you need to abide by, or are you just providing a platform? So it all depends on a case-to-case basis. Now, if you are using a particular app, what do you have licensing agreements in place? If you are exporting software, now software, again, it is a separate domain as a whole. When I mean export of software, you have the RBI coming into play, as well as the Software Technology Park, which is a semi-regulator. I'll call it a quasi-regulator, where you will need to apply for a non-STPI registration. of course, for telecom space, even if you're in the ancillary, not direct telecom, even if you're in the ancillary space, you would need to approach the Telecom Regulatory Authority and see what are the various registrations or licenses that you require from them. These are some of the common registrations which might be applicable to most of you, that is the startup registration. If you are into the manufacturing space, the Factories Act is an important law which each one of you, despite being in business, need and do not, even if you do not have any legal knowledge, I urge each one of you in the manufacturing space or anyone who's going to get into manufacturing to go through an abstract of the Factories Act and see what are the compliances which are required. Of course, trademarks and patents, if you're going to protect your trademark or if you have a patentable invention, you will have to apply, get your patent registered. And lastly, the Legal Metrology Act, where any business which requires you to use standard weights. For example, in India, we use kgs, grams, and not pounds as they do in other countries. So you need to align with what the law is in terms of the metrology, the basic language that is used for each of these commodities. So we have come to the conclusion of today's presentation. I do see some question lined up. Yes, Atharva, we could help you. Please do reach out to us. We can see how best we can help you out with.
Also, I just wanted to add, when you say pet-related business, there are many things. So we need to understand, what pet-related business, whether you are selling something required for pet grooming, or
So
or it could be any services related to that, or it could be sometimes even apparel. Okay, you are a one-stop shop. So if you are a one-stop solution, are you online or are you a store? If it is a store, then you require different kind of registrations. So specifically, we'll have to look at that and help you.
So we have 5 questions to answer from Omkar. MSME can be LLP private, or does it have to be a separate registration? So Omkar, to answer your first question, LLP private, limited, and OPC is the structure of a company. Each one of these businesses can be registered as a micro, small, medium enterprise. Micro, small, medium is basically categorization of each of these business based on their turnover or whatever they are invested into the business. What are preference shares and their importance? Yes, it's a good question. I will not go too deep into this, but these are, so as you would have studied, in those of you from a commerce background would understand that there are 2 types of shares. One is equity, one is preference. Equity is nothing but common shares issued to shareholders, and preference shares are shares which are one step higher or have better rights than equity shares in terms of, say, dividend. They have the first right to dividend, and they have the first right to any money that is payable by the company on closing down of the company, of course, subject to settlement of debts. I hope that answers question number 2. Question number 3, what is the role of board of directors? The board of directors is nothing but a set of.
Actually, sorry to interfere. We had 2-3 slides on difference between board of directors, shareholders, MD, and all this. But then, given the last session and there were so many slides, we thought already we are quite overwhelming all of you with many concepts. So we did not come up with it. Perhaps you should be having a separate session, but nonetheless, Srinivasan, briefly, maybe you can go on.
Yeah, the board. So it's basically the difference between an owner and a manager. The owner is nothing but the shareholders. The manager is here nothing but the board of directors. The board of directors are basically directors who have been appointed by the shareholders to take care and execute decisions on behalf of the company. There is a difference between a managing director, chairman, and CEO, but I would prefer to take this offline, Omkar, because that would take up much time explaining. What would be
just to add,
most of you will be starting off as startups, and if you register as a company, if there are 2 or 3 of you, you will be doubling up both as board of directors and shareholders. Normally, that's what happens. If 3 students come in, each of you will put in the money, you will be the shareholders and owners of the business. You also will be responsible for running the business and managing it. So you will also be on the board. If you get an investor, he or she will put in his nominee, or if you have some advisors, they may not come on the board, but they just remain in the shadow as advisors. Some of them will also come in on the board. So there are different ways in which you can do anything. Maybe you can always reach out if you want any such clarifications, you can reach out to us. Go ahead, Srinivas.
What would be the
Company registration, if it is there are companies which are doing on, economies of scale. There are many companies which are offering this. I recently, one of my friends who came to me, he said he paid just 8,000 for registration of a company, which is almost as equivalent to the filing fee and other costs of setting up. But if you come to some professional, it will be much more than that. It will be 3 or 4 or 5 times, depending on what kind of handholding, what kind of advice is being given. So this is something, service can never be valued. If you are looking at just a registration, then if it is very procedural, maybe if you want to save costs, you could go into any of these large companies which are offering this on scale.
We have the last question. Can a commodity with a slight variation be patentable? I'm sorry, Shada ma'am, would you like to take that question, because we are not.
No, we are not actually competent to be answering on patents, and this session is also not on that. A commodity with, when you say a commodity and this one, maybe we need more details. So if it is already patented with somebody, if you are really able to prove that this is completely different from that and this is something that you have invented, perhaps you could, it may pass the test of patent. But I know many of our associates who are patent lawyers, they say still go to a specific patent lawyer depending on which sector, because again, there is sector specific patent knowledge which is required. So this is a very specific question. It may not be correct for us to answer it without knowing all the details.
So yes, we have answered. Yes, Omkar, you can reach out to us. I'll just go to the last slide. There is, what I can do is I can drop in our email IDs here so that you can reach out to us over email. And this is for all of you here. So we come to the end of the presentation. If you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. This is by Paul McNulty, and this is serious when I talk about the LLP and the companies, the way the ministry is cracking down. You will have to make sure that you are completely compliant. Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you, FKCCI and
Srinivasan, maybe you can just give maybe from the Companies Act, when we talk of penalties, we are just talking about Companies Act. We are not talking about GST. We are not talking about income tax. Some example of as simple as sin not being there. What's the kind of amount, because that registers better when you put a figure.
So I just take 2 minutes. So under the Companies Act, you are required to mention certain details on your letterhead. So a normal letterhead, and you will have to file various documents with the ROC, the Registrar of Companies. So one such company missed out on mentioning their corporate identification number, the SIN number, and they had to pay a penalty of, the company had to pay a penalty of say 20,000 rupees, and on the directors, separately the directors had to pay 10,000 each. So these are the types of penalties that are available, and for a startup, trust me, 20,000, 10,000 now might seem small, but once you start off, this is going to be a large amount that's going to burn a hole in your pockets.
Yeah, I think if there are no more questions, we are done, Karthik. Thank you.
And just also to note to all of you, see, if you all want to apply to Elevate Karnataka, except for the proprietorship, you can apply as a partnership, you can apply as LLP, and you can apply as company, private limited company. Yes.
What about OPC, Karthik? Any idea?
OPC also is now allowed, ma'am.
Allowed.
These are the four, except for proprietorship. Now everything they have allowed because I happen to be part of the set up all the clusters in Beyond Bengaluru with the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission.
Okay.
And
KDM.
yeah, now I work with Startup Karnataka as Chief of Staff to Chairman. So, there are a lot of policies that have changed, and the new startup policy has come. I mean, we will keep it for another day. The progressive 2022-27 startup policy also has been released, and there is a cluster seed fund that has come up now for different clusters, starting with Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad, and Mangaluru. Of course, for tech-enabled ideas, but in Manthan we are encouraging both tech and non-tech, enabled ideas. And I think what you spoke about the structure and everything, it was most required because there is a lot of doubts that always, come on different things, right? And
Srinivasan, maybe that last slide, maybe one or two of them want to.
Sure, I'll just drop in our email ID.
Yeah, or you can share it to Shubha ma'am.
Okay, fine.
It will be dispersed to everyone.
Fine.
FKCCI.
Okay.
And of course, thank you very much, for the session and for enlightening them on Seedali. I always say it's very easy to open a company and just put the brand name, but going forward, maintaining it, taking it forward, and especially, I mean, I know patents and your trademarks are for another session, but a lot of them don't pay heed and advice to a lot of knowledge sharing, and then they come and complain to some people like you that, ma'am, someone else has taken away my idea and all that.
Correct. No, Karthik, I just wanted to share.
Yes,
One of the startups whom we help. See, what I'm saying is every small document, everything has to be closed, loop has to be closed. If you want to close the company, closure is very important. In one of the cases, when startup, it was in the edtech space, and he had got money from Elevate only, I think. He had got the grant. Then due to COVID, he could not use the entire money, and the Karnataka government didn't even ask him for the money. But he had to submit utilization certificate. They didn't bother to say that, give me the money back. But when they came to us saying that I want to close the company, we said, if there is any money left unspent in the company, I cannot help you to close.
Yes.
So he had to almost wait for 2 years because there was nobody responding from Elevate Karnataka on what to do with that. Then, but we couldn't help him to close. What I'm saying is every bit of it is very important. Right from day one, when you start off, keep the books of accounts, keep the compliances, everything intact. So before you start, you think many times, do you really want to start as a legal entity first? That's what I would always like to
totally
say.
go with you, ma'am. Plus, like you said, on additional note, I used to handle the Ministry of Electronics and IT Center, Triple IT Bangalore, MIT's TIDE program. Especially government programs, you got to keep everything with GST bills, clean, neat, year-wise. Otherwise, 10 years later also inquiry can come.
Yes.
Right? So,
so you need to bring in that kind of rigor and discipline when you become an entrepreneur. Personal life, definitely you require, and also in this professional life. I think that's the message we want to leave it. And the second or third slide where we put in some questions from our own practical experience, that is something everybody has to think through as a team and then come up with their own answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Narasimhan and Sarada ma'am, for spending your valuable time and understanding, making them understand. And thank you, students. Yeah, today was a very, very heavy day, the finance and the legal day. All of you have survived it. And actually, you are the last session of day 2. So yesterday we had the morning 9:30 to 3:34. Today 9:30 to 5. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank FKCCI and all the faculty who have taught us. Dear students, we will come back to you with I think you will get now 10 more days. You've got a lot of knowledge now. You will get 10 more days to get your decks ready and your video ready and put it across to FKCCI. Nagaraj and Daksha will be in touch with all of you and the faculties, and some of you have asked for certificates. Daksha will look at that, and we will come back to you with further steps, and there will be announcements on the website. On that note, on behalf of FKCCI, I would like to again thank all the students for your patient listening, and our entire staff, secretarial staff, Nagaraj, Daksha, and everyone who has worked tirelessly for the last 2 days. and all our faculty that have taught here.
I just want to wish all the students all the very best. I know I have been part of Manthan as a jury about 2-3 years continuously. Now I'm not involved, but I know the kind of efforts which goes in, and students coming from a lot of interior parts of Karnataka, they come all the way from there, and then they put in a lot of efforts just like all of you are putting in, and I wish all the very best, and may you all become successful entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.